Lily and the Billionaire Prince, a fairy tale romance. Once Upon a Billionaire Book 7. Written by Catelyn Meadows. Narrated by Emily Christine. Chapter 1. Lily crept into Mr. Elir's suite. The room lacked the usual sounds of the resort chain owner's phone conversations or the discussions with his daughter or members of the hotel staff, which told Lily one thing. Either he was out, unlikely, or he was sleeping. Mr. Elir lay resting, his hands pressed to his chest, in the portion of the office suite that had been adjusted to a sort of bedroom. His breathing was labored, and his eyes remained closed. He showed no signs of hearing her approach, so Lily considered not waking him and letting him sleep. Still, he needed food. She placed the food tray on the table beside his bed as quietly as she could. He could eat when he awoke. Turning away, she accidentally bumped the table, causing the silverware to clink against the plate. Mr. Elir cracked an eye open. "Lily?" His voice was weaker than it had been for some time. "Hi, Mr. Elir. Sorry to wake you. I was just bringing you some dinner. If you're not hungry, I can send it back down with Stella." "It's fine, thank you." He attempted to sit up. His body was weary, and gray-lined his hair more than usual. He'd been doing more radiation therapy, which had helped in the past, but his body could only take so much. Lily knew Aaliyah, his daughter, was worried, and for good reason. He eyed the clean room and the view of the Florida coast out his window before his gaze settled on the tray. The smell of chicken cordon bleu and steamed vegetables taunted Lily's stomach, and she hoped it did the same for him. Her boss had become so much thinner in the past few months. "Didn't you order a tray for yourself?" he asked. "No, sir. I was about to head home. My work for the day is done. If you'd like me to stay, though, I can arrange that." Lily's neighbor Snow was usually good to step in and check on Lily's pets if she needed her to. He gave her a feeble smile. No, you do so much already. Go home and feed your furry friends. I'm sure they are eager for your company." Lily smiled back. She'd told him several times about her various animals, some picked up at pet stores, others taken from friends, and still others picked up as strays. Lily's dog, cats, fish, bird, and turtle had all kept her better company than humans had lately, present company accepted. "They'll be all right a little longer, sir, if you need anything from me." A knock sounded, and the door to his suite in the Elir Clearwater Resort opened. Aaliyah and River entered, walking hand in hand, with Aaliyah leading the way. River was a handsome man with bronze skin and black hair, and Aaliyah beamed at him before he released her to sit on the chair in the suite's sitting room area. Lily noticed he often kept to himself unless he was specifically asked for, and she suspected it was his way of showing respect for his wife and father-in-law's business dealings. Though they shared greetings in passing, Lily hadn't spoken with Aaliyah since she dashed off in her fancy Lamborghini to throw herself at River's feet. And her efforts had paid off. The two had recently married in the Cancun Elir resort. They'd been living in New York for a while, but recently Mr. Elir's fading health had drawn Aaliyah to return to Clearwater. "Hey, Papa," Aaliyah said. She wore a yellow-striped sundress with a beige decorative belt that accentuated her small waist. Her dark hair hung in ribboned curls down her back. "How are you doing this afternoon? Did you get some rest?" "I did," Mr. Elir said. "Lily just brought me some dinner. You and River should order up and we can all eat together." "Sounds good," River called before Aaliyah could answer. "I'm famished." Mr. Elir and Aaliyah chuckled, and Lily suppressed a smile of her own. "Of course I was hoping Lily would join us as well." "Perfect," Aaliyah said. "There's something I need to talk to you about that involves her, too." Lily's desire to slip out and leave the family to themselves faded in place of renewed interest. "Oh?" From the messenger bag hanging over one shoulder, she pulled out her device where she kept tabs on Mr. Elir's schedule and the various tasks he wanted her to handle. "Yes," Aaliyah said. "Do you want to tell them, or shall I?" "Go ahead," River said. "You've already got a head start on me." Aaliyah pushed her shoulders back as if readying herself for a presentation. "River overheard some news today, and I need Lily to verify if it's true or not." "What news?" Lily held her stylus, ready to take notes. Even though Aaliyah wasn't officially working for her father anymore, Lily had learned early on to write as the Elirs spoke because when she'd first started as Mr. Elir's executive assistant, she hadn't written things down as he'd spoken, and he would often leave the room before she got a chance to ask him to repeat things. He also didn't like repeating things, which he'd made clear to her in a kind but firm way. So she'd learned to keep her stylus ready. "And where did you overhear it?" Mr. Elir added, adding a small cough to the question. He reached for his water glass. Aaliyah moved to slide it closer to him. "I was sitting in the lobby restaurant during lunch today, and in the booth behind me a couple was speaking in low tones," River said. "Ah, so you were eavesdropping." Mr. Elir's eyes twinkled. "You could say that," River said. "What did you hear? Now I'm extremely curious." Lily was too, but she didn't say as much. Aaliyah smiled and River took over the conversation. He moved into the bedroom area now, standing beside his wife but directing his comments to Mr. Elir. The man and woman spoke in lowered tones with what sounded like European accents. I don't usually care about what others talk about, except that the man was getting extremely agitated at the woman. "A couple squabble?" Mr. Elir guessed. River made a motion with his hands. "They weren't exactly a couple. She's more like his babysitter from the sound of things, though he called her a childminder." "But this was a grown man?" "Yes, sir." "Don't do that." Mr. Elir waved him off with a frown. "You know not to call me sir. I'm papa to you now." River stole a bashful glance at his wife, and the two shared a secret smile. Aaliyah's cheeks weren't the only ones to turn pink. Lily was touched by the exchange. Not that long ago, Aaliyah had been engaged to River's boss, so the idea that Mr. Elir welcomed River like this undoubtedly meant a lot. "Why do you say babysitter then?" "That's what the man was getting so upset about," River said. "That's what I couldn't help overhearing." "He's a prince, Papa," Aaliyah gushed as though she was tired of waiting for River to spill. "He's here in secret, and the woman is some kind of aide sent by the king to keep him in line." Mr. Elir's lips parted in an understanding kind of way. "Ah, yes, Prince Henrik of Envar, wasn't it?" "You knew he was coming to stay?" Aaliyah moved to the side table where the stack of magazines Lily had brought in earlier rested. On the front cover was a handsome blonde man with sultry gray eyes, chiseled jaw, and lips made for either pouting, smirking, or kissing, and the headline, "Marry or Lose, What Will Henrik Choose?" Lily had read the article after purchasing the magazines that morning. According to rumor, Prince Henrik had 30 days to choose a bride or his inheritance and position on the throne would pass to a distant cousin. Typical royal scandal, so of course Lily had eaten it up. "I simply honored his request to remain a secret, although I haven't been able to greet our royal guest as I normally would have." "I can help, sir," Lily offered, lowering her stylus. It shouldn't bother this prince if the resort owner's assistant reached out to him, should it? "What is it you want me to do?" "Wonderful, Lily," Aaliyah said, smiling. Lily knew she didn't like to draw attention to her father's fading health, preferring to treat him as though he was still at his normal capacity. "Since I don't work here anymore, you're more official than I am. Talk to him," Aaliyah said. "We could use the publicity. See if he might agree to let the world know where he is." "In exchange for what?" Lily asked, scribbling the notes down on her tablet. "Free room and board?" Mr. Elir suggested. "He's royalty," Aaliyah argued. "He won't care about that." What will he care about then? Maybe that's something else you can discover, Aaliyah suggested, peering at Lily. River wasn't able to tell from their conversation other than who he was and how he wasn't too happy about being chaperoned here. Oh, maybe he's here to find his bride. Lily wasn't sure about that, based on the article's reference to the number of different women the prince had been seen with over the past several years. If he had to get married so soon, coming to the States may have been a final grab for freedom, especially since he was apparently trying to keep his presence here a secret. Better still, Lily suspected the prince had come for the Christmas holidays. If he wants to remain in hiding, why not let him? Lily asked. After the last interaction she'd had with a celebrity, or rather with his agent, she was becoming less and less keen on any of this. If she could find a way out of having to speak with this prince, she would. Then at least we can help him with that, Mr. Elir concluded, as if in answer to her question. Seek him out, Lily. Make sure he knows it's at my request. Find out what his plans are here and if we can be of any assistance. It's only the right thing to do to someone of his status. Bees swarmed in Lily's stomach. Seek out a prince who didn't want his identity known? How was she supposed to do that? She cradled the tablet to her chest. I will see what I can do, sir, but I'd still like to be discreet about it. I don't want to spring from the bushes or... The three laughed and Lily was relieved. She joined in. She is nervous, Mr. Elir said. I admit, you've asked me to do a lot of things I haven't been entirely comfortable doing at first, Lily said, affirming his teasing tone, like contacting other wealthy businessmen and women, or traveling to his native country to meet his relatives, or the time he wanted her to drive his crazy expensive car that she'd never hoped to be able to pay for if she crashed, from the dealership to the resort. But this is probably the weirdest one yet. More laughter ensued. Lily relaxed into the easy companionship among their small group. She loved that Mr. Elir and Aaliyah had always made her feel like she belonged, something her own family had rarely done. If you want me to do it, Aaliyah said, I can. It's just that I'm a little more high profile than you are. Lily wasn't sure about that. With her cherry red hair and the way she often tailed Mr. Elir through his day-to-day dealings throughout the resort, she'd become a bit of a high profile herself, one that her ex liked to bring up whenever he could. She gritted her teeth and pushed away the thought of him. I don't mind, Lily said. The least I can do is talk to him. Talk to a prince? Right. Like it would be that easy. Exactly, River said with encouragement. You don't even have to let him know how you're affiliated with the Elir name at first if you don't want to. But if he seems personable, see if some additional help keeping his identity a secret is something he's interested in. Lily jotted down a few notes of River's phrasing so she could practice the words herself. Got it. I can do that, no problem. And on that note, I'll see you all later. You are sure you won't stay for dinner? Mr. Elir said. Lily glanced from River to Aaliyah and lastly to Mr. Elir. She wasn't unused to being invited, but that typically happened for business reasons. She needed to track upcoming events or provide drinks to those in the room. Imposter syndrome reared its head. While she knew they wouldn't see it that way, the idea of a dinner for the four of them that had nothing to do with business only made her feel like a third wheel. I need to get going if there isn't anything else you need me to do. Have a good night, Lily, Mr. Elir said, turning to his tray which Aaliyah placed on his lap. You too, sir. River, Aaliyah. Lily made it to her apartment with fatigued feet that couldn't keep up with her racing thoughts. She hadn't been able to stop her musings about the prince through the entirety of her ride home. She waved to the driver, grateful that Mr. Elir offered a chauffeur to take her to and from work, so she didn't have to pay the expense of automobile upkeep. She had enough financial worries to grapple with. Lily unlocked the door, stepped in, and kicked off her shoes. Immediately, she was greeted by a forest of fur. Hi, guys, she said, hanging her purse on its hook, placing her device onto the charging dock, and then bending to stroke the tabby cat's soft fur. Artemis purred with rapture. Dr. Grumbles and Frou Frou came next, both gray cats, both fluffier than pom-poms, rubbing against each other and then at Lily's ankles. "It's good to see you, too," she said, stroking each cat as they came. She then checked the fish in their tank situated over the TV. Scuffling sounds came from within the kennel tucked in the corner across from her stacked washer and dryer. Lily hurried to it. "I'm coming, Pooski," she said. The husky doodle was a mix between a Siberian husky and a poodle, and his claws clacked against the kennel as she unlatched the hook. Soon the soft, curly-haired dog was in her arms, licking her cheeks. "Oh, is it your turn now?" Yes, it is." She kept the dog kenneled during the day to keep him from chewing on her shoes while she was gone. He was full of energy and often also knocked over the garbage can and anything else that was left out. Lily found letting him burn his energy was easier when she was there to clean up the messes. Pets happily greeted, Lily walked in her nylon feet to the row of dishes in front of the dishwasher to check the food status. "Looking a little low there, putty tats," she said, scooping a cup of food for each of their dishes. The cats bulldozed in, meowing their food down. Dr. Grumbles let out a little growl of warning when Frou Frou stepped too close to his bowl. She plugged in the lights on her little Christmas tree situated on the table in front of the window, and then checked the litter box in the bathroom. A necessary thing to do several times a day if she could find the time, with this many animals in her apartment. Lastly, she popped into her bedroom to peek in on Norton the turtle. He blinked slowly, with his toggled shell cumbersome on his back. "They want me to meet the Prince of Envar," she told the turtle and the cats climbing their kitty posts across from her bed. Frou Frou padded forward across one of the post's higher branches until she was face to face with Lily, and Lily scratched the cat behind her ears. Frou Frou closed her eyes and nuzzled in. "I know, right?" Lily said as though she'd gotten a reply. "A legit prince, like from a fairy tale." She meandered into her closet and changed from her pencil skirt and blouse to a comfortable kick-around pair of sweats and the biggest t-shirt she owned, something she'd gotten from Wonderland Theme Park when she'd visited her brother Ethan a year before, and the two of them had gotten lost down the park's rabbit hole. She meandered back into her kitchen for a microwave dinner. Lily loved that no matter where she was in her apartment, she was never alone. There was always a furry companion to keep her company, and she needed that company. Loneliness sometimes threatened to consume her. She felt it now as she glanced around the empty space. She considered calling Ethan just for someone to talk to when the microwave beeped. Retrieving her dinner, Lily sat down on one of her bar stools, ready to browse the magazine she'd taken from Mr. Elir's suite about Prince Henrik von Frosk. Not only was he easy on the eyes, but she wanted to glean whatever tidbits of gossip she could before attempting to contact him. Assuming he truly was staying at the Elir Clearwater Resort, she needed to find that information out as well. Before she managed to do either, Lily's phone buzzed. Absent-mindedly, she peeled the plastic away from the corner of her microwave fettuccine and chicken with green beans when the fork slipped from her hand. Her heart climbed the mountain of her chest, agitated and angsty. "Hey there, sweet thing. I need to talk to you. Call me." She knew Damon's number by heart. She'd memorized his information at first because she'd been swept away by his charm and flattered by his excessive compliments and interest in her. Now his number was a warning sign. "How did he even get my number?" she asked the parakeet flitting in its cage on the edge of the counter. The bird squawked and chirped at its reflection in the little mirror attached to the cage's side. She'd gotten a new phone and then blocked Damon. She was positive she had. How had he gotten through? Feeling frazzled, Lily tried to ignore the text, but several more came in from him before she'd made her way through her noodles. "I know this is you." "Stop ignoring me," You're going to have to talk to me one way or another." Lily trembled so hard, the last bit of noodles fell off her fork. "What is he doing?" she asked Frou Frou, who'd pawed forward to rub against Lily's feet resting on the bar stool. Dr. Grumbles wasn't far behind, and he let out a grousing cat response that sounded like a complaint. She abandoned her empty tray, hurrying to toss it into the garbage when Artemis hopped onto the counter to finish off the sauce. And then she scooped him up and held him close to her chest. She needed his warmth, needed his purr and reassurance. "If I don't respond, maybe he'll stop," she said, grasping at hope. The cat peered at her with yellow eyes, and Lily's momentary resolve shrank, replaced with despairing, heartbreaking reality. "I know. You're right, he won't." Nothing had stopped Damon. Not a move across the country or her multiple pleas for him to leave her alone. Lily had mentioned his behavior to her brother Ethan, but Ethan had gotten so riled up he'd threatened to buy a plane ticket the next day and beat Damon to a pulp if he ever came near her again. Lily worried what repercussions that would have for Ethan with the law if police were notified, which, knowing Damon, they would be. Ethan was the head of security for Ever After Sweet Shop in Vermont, and Lily didn't want him jeopardizing his job for her. So the next time Ethan had asked how things were going with that weasel Damon Neely, Lily had lied. She told Ethan she hadn't heard from him since. But oh boy, she had heard from him. Though she was alone, the back of her ribs prickled, and a wedge of worry knotted inside her. Lily hurried to lock her front door and her bedroom door as well, and then she climbed into bed with her feline friends and the husky doodle curling around her. She flicked through channels on the TV mounted above the cat post on the wall opposite her bed, hoping to get lost in someone else's drama for a while. Too bad it wouldn't last. Chapter 2. The next morning, Lily stepped out of her door at the same time as her neighbor and longtime friend, Snow Hendricks. Snow's long, white blonde hair was pulled into 2 French braids, and she wore hot pink workout clothes that emphasized her toned, trim form. "Hey, Lily," Snow said, smiling. "Hey, Snow, out for your run?" "Every day." The 2 women each locked their doors, and Snow waited for Lily to head down the stairs to the sidewalk first. Lily considered telling her friend about the situation with the prince, but she kept things to herself. On that thought, though, she decided she'd better at least mention she might be home late so her friend wouldn't worry. "Hey, Mr. Elir has me working on a project right now," she said, waiting for the Elir's luxury car to pick her up as it did every morning. Snow bent into a stretch, elongating her arms over her head. "Need me to check on your fur babies?" "Please." "You got it." Snow and Lily helped one another out like this when they could. The 2 had grown up together in Vermont, and while Snow had been packing to leave town, Lily had bummed a ride. She often checked Snow's mail for her when she was gone on trips for her job as a staging specialist. Snow was one of those people who had the knack for style, for knowing exactly what a room needed to look like it belonged in a magazine. Soon the Elir driver pulled up. Lily slid into the back seat and Snow bounded down the sidewalk for her morning run. Upon arriving at the resort, Lily broke one of her cardinal rules. As a matter of decency and privacy, she didn't note which guests stayed in which rooms or for how long, but she spoke with Tammy at the front desk and managed to discover that an entire floor of rooms had been secured for the next month, but only 2 guests were registered to the rooms. Bingo. Once her regular daily tasks were taken care of and she was assured Mr. Elir didn't need her for a while, Lily set out. She thought about her conversation with Aaliyah, River, and Mr. Elir. Of all the ways to approach this, Lily decided straightforward was the best option. Her position was also the only reasonable explanation she could come up with for seeking the prince out. Lily had considered approaching him as an adoring female, but that rubbed her the wrong way. She had no intention of adoring any man ever again. The elevator dinged and opened up to the 9th floor. Luscious purple carpets spanned the length of the wide hall, which was lit by numerous windows offering a view of the ocean. If it wasn't for the poinsettias situated on the decorative tables along the way, she would never be able to tell just from looking that it was almost Christmas. The hall had a just cleaned smell like fresh glue and lavender. She inhaled deeply, relishing the shades of orange sunlight slicing in from the windows. Before Lily had become Mr. Elir's executive assistant, after her parents had kicked her out, she'd worked at the resort as a maid. Lily had come to know the routine of preparing a room by heart, cleaning and prepping things for the guests who came and went. She'd come so far since those days, farther than her parents had ever thought she would have. Not for the first time, Lily wished she could call home. As if knowing her thoughts had been centered on the device in her lanyard carrying case, her phone vibrated. The caller ID read Damon's name. She'd saved his number after his 20,000 texts the night before. She should have known he wouldn't give up. Talking to her ex again would be the equivalent of car accidents and other unwanted things. But ignoring his calls could be so much worse. Hating herself, or at least the situation, she slid her thumb to answer the call. "What do you want?" "Hey there, Lily." His voice made her blood curdle. How had she ever thought the sound was appealing? It was as slick as grease and just as oily. "I don't have time to talk right now. I told you not to call me." "Ah, come on, sweetheart," he said. "Don't call me that." She balanced a hand on the wall for support and stared out the window at the sky's cheerful blue and the ocean's spread to the horizon. She wanted to cross that ocean. She wanted to venture anywhere but here. "I'm hanging up now." "That could be a mistake." His tone brushed shivers down Lily's spine. He'd used that tone plenty of times, and the results had never been good. Once, he'd taken a hammer to her bedroom and broken every porcelain doll she'd inherited from her grandma. They were one of the few keepsakes anyone in her family had of Nana Josephine, and he'd shattered them without a thought. Damon had held things over her in other ways, but she finally got the courage to leave him. Unfortunately, she hadn't known he still had the emails. "Wouldn't Mommy and Daddy love to know their precious heiress is living down in Florida, making beds and changing towels?" Lily closed her eyes. He knew she'd been promoted as Mr. Elir's executive assistant, yet he never failed to remind her of her humbler beginnings at the hotel. Who was the celebrity they'd lined up to represent their company? Patrick Billingsworth? I'm sure they'd lament losing the impact such an important spokesperson would have had. What would they think if they knew it was your fault? Patrick Billingsworth was America's hero. Starring in thrillers and romantic comedies alike, the actor had the face of Apollo and the versatility of a jack of all trades. He was good at anything he did, or at least the roles he played had made him appear as much. And he'd been pursuing a contract with King Toothpaste to be their spokesperson. Shame welled within her. "What do you want?" She didn't need to ask. His request was the same every time. The creep was the reason she'd foiled the contract with Patrick Billingsworth. Lily had tried deleting the evidence of her mistake. Several emails held proof of what had happened. But somehow, Damon had retrieved those emails. He knew she was the Toothpaste King's daughter, who would have been set to inherit his company, and he played that angle like a fiddler. But she couldn't keep giving Damon money. He'd already taken what she had of her inheritance. Then she'd lost all access to not only her family, but also the money, and Damon only demanded more. She'd had nowhere to turn. Hoping to be rid of him and start over, she'd left Westville and fled to Florida, but he'd followed her here. He'd threatened that if she tried leaving again, he would release the emails, and where she was already on such shaky ground with her family as it was, her strained relationship with her parents couldn't handle the truth of her indiscretion. "I need money." Lily leaned her shoulder against the wall, grateful to be on an abandoned floor. Here she could say what she needed to without being overheard. I don't have any money to give you, you know that. But I'm in a scrape, babe. This idea is the one. I know it'll work this time. I need 10 grand, and last I heard that was pocket change for the hopes. Tears stung her eyes. Every few months it was a new idea, a new business venture, and this one would fail just like all the rest had. You know I can't go to them. I know you'll do anything to keep me from sharing the compromising emails I have. You'll find a way to get the money. Meet me tomorrow night at my apartment, or you just might get an unwanted surprise on your social media feed. The line clicked. Lily backed into the wall, tears building behind her eyes. She wished she could move on again, disappear where he could never find her, but there was no way she could leave, not without him exposing her. What do I do? She breathed, feeling helpless and completely alone. She couldn't go to her parents. They'd never approved of him, and they'd threatened her inheritance because she'd chosen to date him. He was the reason she would never go into her parents' company. He was the reason she couldn't go home because she was too ashamed to let them know the truth of what had happened. And now he was demanding $10,000 by tomorrow when she needed every penny she made to pay her rent, feed her fur babies, and keep eating. She'd been saving money, her escape fund, but he couldn't know about that. She'd worked for Ahmed Elir long enough. She supposed talking to him about her dilemma might be an option. But no, she could never stoop that low to ask that much money of her employer. Not to interrupt, but who am I kidding? I fully intend to interrupt. Lily startled and whirled around. Her vision went blank. A man with noticeably steely eyes and wayward hair, bent on misbehaving, smirked from his leaning position near room 903 behind her. With his angled features and full smirking lips, he had all the look of a man who'd been caught doing something wrong and not caring in the slightest. Lily staggered, wiping hard at her cheeks and attempting to regain her composure. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize anyone else was here. What a stupid thing to say. She knew if the prince wasn't here already, he would be coming to these rooms, and soon. Her intent in coming to this floor had been to introduce herself to Prince Henrik, but not like this. And he was definitely the live version of the picture she'd been ogling the night before. Prince Henrik kicked away from the wall and swaggered toward her, eyes locked, disarming her every thought. He made things worse by speaking with his incredibly appealing accent and said, "Sounds like you're in some kind of trouble." She fought the emotion in her voice. "It's nothing." Even the prince's shrug was careless. "That didn't sound like nothing. Sounded very much like you are, how do they say, painted into a corner?" With this admission, he stepped closer. "I would like to help." Lily found herself snared in his endlessly gray eyes. In her confusion by his candor, and her emotional whiplash from Damon's call, she adjusted her clothes, wishing she wasn't in her pencil skirt and green blouse, but something that screamed power. Heavy armor, maybe. She shook her thoughts back into place. He'd offered to help her. Why would he do that? He didn't even know her. "Thank you, but I'll pass, if you'll excuse me." She couldn't do this. She would have to tell Mr. Elir she wasn't the woman for the job, and he could send Aaliyah instead. Aaliyah had made it clear she hadn't returned to the resort to work, however. She had come to be with her father during his cancer treatments. She would make an exception for this, though, surely. Lily attempted to push past the prince, but he stopped her with nothing more than a question. "How much do you need?" Lily froze at the elevator door. Oh no, this was the last thing she needed. One man holding information over her head was bad enough, but two? Especially a cocky good-for-nothing who thought he was special because he was born a prince, who thought he could go around meddling in strangers' personal business just because he overheard a conversation? Then again, she was doing exactly the same thing. though in her defense, this wasn't her idea. He'd said she sounded like she was in trouble. Painted into a corner didn't even cut how stuck Lily felt inside. "How much did you hear?" she asked over her shoulder. He dusted his hands and stepped toward her again. "Enough to know that you need money yesterday." She should leave, quit, relocate like before. She'd ordered fake IDs and was waiting for them to come. But even once they were ready, she wasn't sure what to do about her fur babies. And she'd been trying to build up her escape fund for relocation expenses. But every time she got a spare cent, Damon inevitably called and demanded more. Damon and his best friend had always been good with technology and computers, sickeningly break-the-law good. He would hack into whatever he needed to. He would share those emails. Lily had considered going to the police, but Damon hadn't done anything to her as of yet. Not recently, anyway. And she would have to share details about the email's nature, something she'd contracted not to do. She didn't know what he needed the money for, only that he kept asking for it. The more she gave in, the more he would continue asking. But how could she stop? She was well and truly trapped. Prince Henrik sidled around, hands in his pockets. "I can help you, you know." Sure he could. A man who offered money to perfect strangers. Something within her responded to his attractive build, broad shoulders, and confident manner. Lily would have been charmed by him if she wasn't so sad and wise. She knew just what kind of person he was. Another Damon. Tears burning, she bolted down the hall toward the elevator. Even if she accepted the prince's help, how could she ever repay him? She couldn't be beholden to any man ever again. Chapter 3. Henrik stared after the woman. She didn't look like a chambermaid or housekeeper. He wasn't sure what title she held in America. In her professional attire, he wondered if she was here on a business trip and had gotten off on the wrong floor. He'd been in plenty of rooms with household staff and overheard conversations he shouldn't have, but back in Envar, his staff were usually discreet and kept their personal problems to themselves. This woman, though, not knowing he was there, she'd been far too open. He'd heard every painful part of whatever confrontation she was in the middle of. What else could he do but offer to help her? Moving too slowly, he darted after her just in time to see the elevator doors closing in. "Wait!" he'd called. He intended to apologize and introduce himself. He truly did want to help her. Amusing as this situation had seemed at the time, he couldn't forget the wheezy, petrified tone of her voice as she denied giving whoever was on the other line money. From the sound of things, she'd been speaking with a man. Henrik didn't take well to men who threw their weight around with threats and the like. He made for the elevator, but the door across from room 904, the room he'd intended on entering, opened and Louise stepped out, wearing a pair of khaki pants, a black blouse, a scarf, and a scowl. "What do you think you're doing?" Louise's sharp tone was pricklier than usual. He faced the older woman who had been all but a mother to him while his own mother, Queen Annika, had been busy running the country in their castle home. "I'm off to fetch a fair maiden and make a deal with her. She's tossed in her golden ball and I'm to retrieve it." Louise's eyes narrowed. "You are not a frog at the bottom of a well, Henrik, no matter what your last name means." Frosk was the Norwegian term for frog, a fact that had made Henrik snigger as a lad. "Aren't I here to find a bride?" He feigned innocence and placed a hand over his heart. Louise was always fun to tease. She took him by the shoulders and turned him toward his room, situated across from hers. "You won't find one among the hotel staff. Now come along. Be a good boy. Keep a low profile without spilling your identity to the entire world. Got it?" "Low profile? Where's the fun in that?" "Your Majesty, you agreed." She wagged a finger in warning. His grin only widened. He snatched her finger and kissed it. "Of course I agreed. Come now, Louise. What are you doing out here? We've finally arrived and we need to unpack. Don't make me stand around all day." Her eyes thinned dangerously. Henrik laughed again. "Oh, very well then. I'll not trouble you a minute longer. I will need to slip down for a bit of dinner, though. Jet lag always makes me hungry." They'd arrived the day before, and his body still hadn't adjusted to the time change yet. Hunger and jet lag, however, had nothing to do with his real reason for heading to the lobby. If things went well, he hoped to find the woman again and at least explain himself. "Just as long as you don't reveal who you are. We don't want any more of a scandal over this situation than there already is." "I wouldn't dream of it," he said, holding the door for her while she re-entered. Try as he might, he couldn't get the desperate woman's face from his mind. The tabloids reveled in capturing the latest image of Prince Henrik of Envar with his most recent date. But he made it a point to never be seen on a magazine or newspaper article with the same girl twice. He supposed that was what had gotten him into this mess. The memory blazed through his mind as he entered the elevator and experienced the pull in his stomach as it carted him to the lobby. Father had shoved stacks of magazines at him with the headline blaring what a joke Henrik was. "This is the reputation you're developing?" Father had snarled. "Do you care nothing for the future of your country?" Father had disparaged him with many insults over the years, but implying that he didn't care about Envar was something else. Recently, he and Mother threatened to give the throne to Henrik's cousin, something they'd never done before. Henrik's entire life had been directed on this course. He was nearly 25, and tradition held that the heir would ascend the throne by that age. So the fact that Father had made such a threat lit a flame beneath his feet, and here he was. The elevator pinged and the door slid open. The lobby was elaborate and classic. Marble columns propped up the high ceilings, and tinsel was draped across a decadent water feature. Bright hibiscus and bird of paradise offered splashes of color and were accentuated by a tropically decorated towering Christmas tree. Lights twinkled from its boughs, and with brightly colored ornaments and bulbs that strayed from the typical red and green, the tree added a tropically festive ambiance. The view from the resort's wide front entrance was nothing short of spectacular. Envar had no palm trees or gleaming ocean, not like the exquisite painting offered here. It was a shame that cars passing on the street between the resort and the beach had to taint the view, but Henrik couldn't help being impressed by Clearwater. He wondered if the beaches lived up to their name. Letting the view go, he scanned the area. The woman he'd spoken with had worn stylish business attire that accentuated her curvy hips and thin waist. With a shock of vivid red hair tumbling to her shoulders, she'd be impossible to miss. Was she a guest here? He might have thought so, except Louise had been extremely specific that no one but the hotel staff was allowed to so much as sneeze on the 9th floor. And if that redhead had wandered there, something told Henrik her presence hadn't been by accident. Still, he saw no sign of her swaying hips or strokable skin. Stomach grumbling, he made for the restaurant where he and Louise had eaten the day before. Louise had been skeptical, but Henrik had insisted. No one had approached or appeared to recognize him the way they would have back home. He wasn't sure whether to be insulted or relieved. Henrik waited near the restaurant opening for the hostess to seat him when giggling carried to him like a familiar song. A pair of teenage girls, twittering behind a magazine, lowered it and glanced at him. He recognized the addition at once. Of all the headlines, this was one of the worst. What kind of journalist rhymed their headline? A friend joined the other two. The girls peered at their magazine and then back to him. "Is that?" "It is him! It's Prince Henrik!" Before he knew it, the 3 teenage girls swarmed around him. Others followed, and soon phones were hiding faces. Henrik couldn't believe it. He hadn't even set foot in the restaurant. "Prince Henrik, will you sign my magazine?" "Can I be your next date?" The girls broke into another round of giggles, slapping one another on the shoulders. If this was another instance, he'd consider flirting, But for now, he needed somewhere to hide. One day in America, and he was already heading for hot water. So much for keeping a low profile. He glanced around frantically, looking for somewhere he could go that the girls couldn't follow. Through the gathering crowd, a woman with tulip red hair tied at the base of her neck and wearing a hip-hugging pencil skirt and green blouse stared at him with wide eyes. It was her. Would she help him? He had to try. "Excuse me," he said, breaking through the crowd and making straight for her. Chapter 4. From the look of things, Prince Henrik was every bit the womanizer she'd read him to be. He was being surrounded by eager girls and chittering people with cell phones, all exclaiming over his identity. And he was making straight for her. Lily pressed the elevator button 20 more times, praying for the box to hurry up and reach the lobby so she could hitch a ride back up to the Elir suite on the 10th floor. If she hadn't gotten a text from Tammy to stop by the front desk and pick up the day's mail, Lily would have already been there. She still couldn't believe he'd offered to help her. Of course, a prince would have that kind of money to throw around. The elevator finally opened, but before she could enter, Prince Henrik was there. "Hello again," he said, taking her by the hand and slipping into the elevator just as it dinged. The chittering girls squealed, but the elevator door closed before they could follow. Lily jerked her hand free, gaping at him as he caught his breath. You really are a prince." "I am," he said, ruffling a hand through his blonde hair. The silence between them was noticeable after the echoing giggles in the lobby. "As you can see, I've got a bit of a problem." "So you went and wrangled me into it?" The shine of his smile could make the stars jealous. "Of course, I couldn't let you slip away again." "You're unbelievable." "I'll make this brief," he said as the elevator dinged. Tugging her out with him, they stepped onto the 10th floor. "I think we can help one another out." "How so?" Lily was still trying to grasp everything. She couldn't concentrate with him this close to her. He was too gorgeous for his own good. No wonder he went around approaching girls without a thought. Alone in the hall, he continued. "I heard your conversation earlier. I'll give you the money you need if you help me keep a low profile." Lily folded her arms. She'd been about to report to Mr. Elir the opposite. "How am I supposed to do that? What did you do? Go down there and announce your title to the entire lobby?" "My face says enough, unfortunately." Lily wanted to reject his offer, but her boss had asked her to see how the staff could help the prince while he was here. And she didn't have 10 grand to give Damon, not when she was planning on using her savings to run away and start a new life in Italy. She pressed her lips. "Okay, then. Say I agree. How am I supposed to help you?" "You work here, yes? You probably know all the ins and outs of this hotel. The best cooks, the most convenient exits. Bring me food. Sneak me out. I'm here to find a future princess. But I can't exactly do that with cameras and fans swarming everywhere I go, can I?" What did he mean he needed to find a future princess? Was he here to find a wife after all? Why would he come to America for that? Didn't they have noble women lining up to marry guys like him back in Europe? "You don't even know how much I need," she said, "or why I need it." He leaned against the glass window behind him. "How does 10,000 sound?" She gawked. "What? I couldn't accept. That's too much." "Okay then, 15. "You're full of it." "But I'm not. Think about it, will you? You know where to find me." And with a wink, he strolled back toward the elevator and slapped the down button. A woman and her young son passed Lily in the hall. Lily smiled at them, waiting for her thoughts to settle. She wasn't sure what to make of Prince Henrik's offer. How could she accept? That was a disgusting amount of money. She could never pay him back. Then again, he hadn't said he expected her to. If she agreed to help him so he could find a wife. Who even does that? she asked the quiet hall. She could help him, she supposed. But how could she know he wouldn't turn it on her and hold it over her head for the rest of her life like Damon would? How she wished she could call Ethan right now. Her big brother always knew what to do. Even when her parents had written them both off, he'd kept in touch. Ethan would tell her not to get in over her head, but the money would help with her goal. She wouldn't have to use the funds she'd been saving up and have her animals be without food, not to mention the rent she needed to pay. It wasn't easy to find a landlord who would agree to let her keep so many pets. Aaliyah texted. Any luck contacting the prince? It was now or never. Lily smoothed her thumb over the screen a few times before answering. I just spoke with him. He'd like help remaining incognito. We can do that, Aaliyah replied. Please tell him we can help with whatever he needs. Whatever he needs. Lily wasn't about to tell him more than that. She finished the remainder of her tasks, including sitting in on several meetings between Mr. Elir and his board of trustees, taking notes and bringing drinks as desired. The final meeting lasted far longer than she'd expected, and by the time she'd ensured things were settled, the sky was dark. Tired to the bone, but knowing she had to give the prince an answer, she slipped back to the 9th floor. The halls were eerily silent. She made her way to door number 904, knowing how odd it was to be visiting not just a man, but a prince. Steeling herself to keep from bolting back down to her car, she knocked. Prince Henrik answered in shorts and a muscle tee. His hair, tousled high over his head, gave him more of a youthful appearance. She wondered how old he was. Oh, good, you're still up. Course I am. Even though it's the middle of the night back home, I've taken one too many naps. Jet lag is a bugger, isn't it? She smiled in spite of herself. Right, I can't say I've ever experienced it before. You don't like to travel? He rested an arm on the doorframe between them, exhibiting his muscular arm and tilted toward her. Lily's mouth watered, but she shook herself. They weren't here to talk about her passport's lack of stamps or her plans for disappearing completely off the map, or the fact that his display of muscles qualified him to occupy her dreams later that night. She had to get through what she needed to say before her exhaustion took over and she let him do something foolish like kiss her. Look, you're not tired, but I am. I just came by to tell you that I agree. I accept or whatever. The prince's smile spread and stole a few of her breaths with it. Goodness, but he was handsome. Excellent. You won't regret this. I seriously hope not, she murmured. Composing herself, Lily ran a hand across her abdomen. Is there anything I should know? No? Like princely protocols or something? He laughed at this. She glanced around, worried, but then remembered they were alone up here. You must bow to me at every interaction, he said with a twist on his lips. He was teasing her. She wasn't in the mood. Okay then. I need the money before tomorrow night. Is that doable? It is. I require your phone number and a name would be nice. This pulled her up short. That's right. I guess we haven't been introduced. That we haven't. She wondered for a minute if he was serious about the bowing thing. Flaring her hands on either side of her, she gave a little curtsy. The flame in his eyes doubled and he fought another smirk. Well then, Your Majesty, my name is Lily Hope. She pulled a business card from within her purse and handed it to him. Taking the card, the prince fired out his hand. Prince Henrik Noah Andre von Frosk. That's a mouthful. Delicious, isn't it? His eyes twinkled. Lily wasn't sure what to make of him, but she was tired, both from the stress of her job and also the emotional strain of worrying over Damon's threat and the money he demanded. She needed a hot bath and her bed and a few cats to snuggle in with for good measure. She backed away. Thank you for doing this. You don't know what it means to me. I'm sure the tale is thrilling. He nodded. Meet me here tomorrow during your lunch break. Bring me food, and I will have the money for you as well as my first request." Oh, yikes. That sounded all kinds of awful. What was she getting herself into? "Tomorrow, then," she said, smiling like the weight of the world wasn't crashing onto her. Chapter 5. Henrik wasn't sure what his parents would think if he withdrew the equivalent of 15,000 American dollars from his account. But they'd seen him do worse. He only hoped this wouldn't reflect too badly on the new reputation he promised them. But Lily was beautiful and intriguing, and he needed some way to come and go from his hotel without people flocking around him. A woman in a desperate situation would make that happen. After giving her fur babies fresh food and water, Lily settled onto her bed across from Norman's turtle cage and flipped through the paperwork in the bubble envelope she'd received that morning. Lily perused the fake ID she'd ordered from what looked like a legit site online. The driver's license was identical to her actual one, bearing her name, though it had a different picture of her and bore the name Celeste Daring. Celeste Daring was the moniker her dad had used when he would make up bedtime fairy tales about a warrior princess when he would tuck her in at night. Those stories, and her childhood persona as a bow and arrow wielding warrior woman with fearless gusto against the treacherous mountain beasts in her dad's stories, were one thing she'd never confided in Damon. Lily hugged the ID to her chest and cradled all the different emotional implications using it would bring. If she used the name Celeste Daring, she hoped if her family ever wanted to find her once she took off to Florence, they could. With Damon's latest call, he demanded more than the last chunk of money she'd managed to save. But with the extra $5,000 from Prince Henrik, she could finally get away. She would talk to Ethan, see about saying a last goodbye to her parents, if they were willing to see her, and then she would disappear. The prospect of fleeing to Italy frightened her, but she couldn't keep living in heart-pounding anxiety the way she was now. Patrick Billingsworth's agent had been explicit. Under no circumstances were the details of those emails to come to light, and she had agreed. She dressed, bracing herself for her second meeting with the prince. At least she could do so a little more comfortably today. Mr. Elir wouldn't need her until later that afternoon. She would wear jeans and bring work clothes and change in her office on the 10th floor. Sick inside, Lily returned to Henrik's floor with a tray laden with today's lunch special. She hadn't been sure what the prince preferred to eat, so she'd had Stella order a steak with steamed vegetables. His door had a wedge in at its corner, keeping it propped open. "Good morning, Your Majesty," she said, thinking of his joke about bowing. She wasn't going there again. Instead, she placed the tray down beside a basket of fruit on the coffee table. "Lily," he greeted. "Thank you," he said, indicating the food and snatching an apple from the basket she'd moved. Henrik slumped against the couch, not giving her the respect of even sitting up. He tossed the apple over his head and caught it again. "I've been here in America for 3 days now, and my father only gave me 30. You need to get me out of this hotel so I can meet the girl of my dreams." He spoke with such cynicism she had a hard time believing him. "Do you have someone in mind?" she asked, attempting to treat this exchange with as much professionalism as she could muster. That got him. Henrik held the apple and straightened. "Why, have you someone you want to, how do you say, set me up with?" He laughed. Her cheeks heated. Did he always joke about everything? "No, it just sounded like you had someone in particular to meet." "Not yet," he said. "The only woman I know here is you." "I'm not available," she said immediately. He laughed harder. "Then it's a good thing I'm not interested either." She clenched her hands at her sides, choosing not to respond. Instead, she remained unsure how to bring up the mention of this part of the bargain. He saved her the trouble. Henrik tossed the apple back into the bowl on the coffee table and dove for a bag tucked away on the side of the couch. Why is it these backhand transactions always involve black duffel bags? He said, rising to his feet. He was a handful of inches taller than she was, and close proximity and the whiff of his musky cologne didn't lessen her awareness of his features. He handed her the bag. Lily muscled down the shame rising inside of her. "This won't happen again," she told herself, taking it from him. This was the last item she needed to do what she needed to. She would pay off Damon, pack her things, disappear. "You were able to get it all?" she asked. "Yes," Prince Henrik assured her. "If you'd like to count it, be my guest." I'll trust you have it all." She unzipped the bag, and sure enough, it was filled with stacks of $100 bills clustered together within. Her stomach gave an uneasy lurch. "Good, because I do. I'm a man of my word, Lily." His use of her name was so sincere the sound caught her off guard. She found herself ensnared by his unusually sincere gray eyes. "Thank you," she said. "Now," he clapped his hands together, "this meal smells wonderful. I'd like meals at the usual times, breakfast, lunch, dinner, but you're to deliver them, no one else." "I can't promise that," she said, quickly rethinking her resolution. Okay, so she would have to wait until after Christmas, until his 30 days were up to run away. Fair enough. "I work for Mr. Elir, and we often discuss his business affairs during mealtimes." "I'm sure you'll figure out how to make it work," Henrik said. She gripped the bag in front of her with both hands. "All right, meals. As far as meeting someone, there is a dance on the beach tonight if you'd like to go. I'm sure many worthwhile future princesses will be in attendance." He snapped his fingers in unison, face beaming, though somehow she sensed he was making fun of her. "That is the kind of gumption I was hoping for from you. What time shall I be ready?" "I get off at 5 o'clock tonight. The dance starts at sundown, which is a little after that." "Marvelous." The longer she stood there, the more the bag in her hands felt as though it was filled with dynamite about to ignite instead of the bills he'd provided. Lily hesitated a moment more. She felt as though there was something else they should discuss about this entire transaction, but at the moment, she couldn't pinpoint what that might be. "Need any help?" Henrik asked, as if guessing at the reason for her hesitation. "No, thank you." "Very well then, carry on." He grinned like this was some adventure. For him, it probably was. The sensation that she'd been granted watch over a live bomb never left her. Not as she removed and safely stowed away the extra $5,000 in her apartment. Not as she made her way down to where Mr. Lear's driver Michael stood waiting to take her across town. Not as she passed the luxurious beach and its deceitful promise of a day free from cares. Not as Michael turned into a less vibrant part of Clearwater Beach. Lily choked down her regrets. Damon's neighborhood, his apartment, his everything. Damon was handsome in a devastating way. He was the kind of handsome made to sparkle and glint, to distract from his jagged edges and the snap of his snare. Lily recalled how easily his charm had swept over her the day they'd met. He'd worked at her parents' company in the packaging department back in Westville, Vermont. She'd bumped into him during a work party where a thank you lunch was being served to all the employees. She should have known he was only interested in her for her family name and the trust she was poised to inherit. Mom and Dad had told her to break up with him or lose her place in her father's company. Curse her foolish romantic heart. She'd refused. She'd chosen Damon over her family, not realizing until too late how controlling and belittling he was, how manipulative. When he'd heard she'd been cut off, that was when the insults started. When he found microscopic ways of patronizing her and yet somehow managed to make them sound compassionate. He'd monitored her schedule, telling her when she could go and when she couldn't. He'd even stole her car keys once. His knack for interfering with technology was how he'd found out about her negotiations with Patrick Billingsworth's agent in the first place, something she'd been under contract not to divulge until the details were settled. Patrick Billingsworth was considering becoming the spokesman for King Toothpaste. Somehow, Damon had been added to the recipients of this correspondence without Lily realizing how. He'd begun chiming in with his opinions, attempting to convince the agent to cut him a portion of the payments Patrick would receive. Needless to say, Patrick's agent hadn't been impressed by the interference, and the entire situation had backfired. Her parents had already purchased large orders with plans to push the brand into Europe with such a competent spokesman. They hadn't been able to figure out why Patrick had backed out, and they had ended up losing a lot of money because of it. And Lily hadn't had the guts to tell them her part in the screw-up. Lily had waited in agony for weeks, knowing any day word about the truth of what had happened and her place in the fallout would come to light. But it never did. In the meantime, in her panic and shame for the expensive outcome, she deleted the emails between her and Patrick's agent, emails that included agreements she'd signed. These agreements basically said she would share Patrick Billingsworth's involvement with her parents' company only at the risk of paying exorbitant fines. But she'd forgotten Damon also had access to the entire email chain. When she'd broken up with Damon, he sent her the emails with a threat of his own, that he would manipulate the wording to tamper with what had been said and shed Lily in a bad light. Lily didn't take him seriously, but when she'd left Vermont to get away from him, after trying to make amends with her family, Damon followed. He packed up and left Vermont too, just to torment her here in Florida. He'd continued to text screenshots of the emails to her, filling her with anxiety and dread that he'd send them to others as well if she didn't do what he wanted. And every time, the money he demanded increased. He knew she was ostracized from her family, that she didn't have ways to keep accessing this appalling amount he asked for. But he didn't care. She wasn't sure how she would have handled the situation this time if it hadn't been for the prince's help. What if Damon found out she was being helped by the Prince of Envar? Damon would manipulate her even more for sure. She couldn't keep this up. The weight of the $10,000 in her grasp was so much more than pounds. It was dreadful, inescapable pressure as surely as the underside of a coffin lid. The last amount she'd given Damon hadn't done much good. He'd claimed an idea for a new social media site that would take off like nothing anyone had seen before. "All I need is the capital to launch my idea," he'd said. "It'll pay off. This one will work." It hadn't. He was still here in this crumbling complex. The boarded windows and piles of garbage out front. People glowered at her as she passed. She covered her nose to block out the stench of rotted food and garbage that had been sitting out in the sun for who knew how long. A small strand of Christmas lights in one of the windows was the only cheerful thing about the place. Steeling herself, Lily entered the building, walking up the creaking stairs. Holes in the industrial carpet revealed the wooden floorboards beneath it. Reaching her destination, she stopped at Damon's paint-stripped door. She gripped the bag's handles. What would Ethan think of her doing this? Ever After Sweet Shop was a national candy company, and Ethan headed security at the business's corporate office. He was trained in takedowns, target shooting, and profiling. Really, he was one of the best men for the job. She could use some of that training right about now. With a grimace, she knocked on the door. Damon opened it with the same gleeful smirk he always wore when he saw her. That expression used to thrill her. She would get lost in his eyes, love being the object of his adoration and attention. Now he repulsed her, and she saw every flaw. The crooked waywardness of his smile, the deceit in his eyes. "You got it?" He didn't even say hello, but instead reached for the bag. Lily drew it back, clutching it tightly. The bag's weight pulled. "Hold on. Before I give you this, I want those emails deleted." Damon laughed. Not happening. You can't keep holding them over my head. Let them go. Let me go. Delete them or I'll tell the cops. Sure, she'd already tried as much, but she hadn't told the police about the evidence Damon had, only his abusive behavior. She had already messed things up with the celebrity's agent and had agreed not to divulge any of it, and Damon knew it. He yanked the bag from her hand, simultaneously jerking her close enough to smell his onion breath. Careful now, or one might just go viral. Fear gripped her. With a panicked squeal, she stepped away, releasing the bag into his clutches. Pleasure doing business with you, he said, laughing and slamming the door in her face. Sheer hopelessness crashed over her. She felt so helpless, so powerless. Once back in the car, she scanned her social media feed with fear, finally closing every site with relief and praying he wouldn't do something stupid. Chapter 6. Henrik dressed in his most casual clothes, board shorts with cargo pockets, and the green tie-dyed Clearwater Beach shirt he'd picked up at the airport gift shop when he and Louise had first arrived. He ran a squirt of gel through his freshly showered hair and checked his appearance. A knock sounded, and for a moment his chest seized at the thought that Lily had arrived, until whoever it was tried the handle. Typical Louise, knock once and then enter. He almost laughed that she couldn't do as much here. Henrik allowed his old nursemaid in. Louise's mouth was downturned in its usual fashion. "Where are you off to?" she asked. "I've found someone to help me in my search." He returned to the bathroom to brush his teeth, knowing Louise would follow. "You hired help finding a wife?" "I suppose you could say that." He ran the toothbrush over his pearly whites. "Where is this person taking you? Can he be trusted?" Henrik spit and rinsed his mouth, wiping his chin with a towel before giving Louise his most annoying smirk. "She can be, yes." "She?" Louise's dismay was stark. "Oh no, Henrik, what are you up to?" "Finding a bride," he said with innocence, passing the nursemaid and looking for his shoes. His suite hadn't yet been cleaned by the hotel staff, and he supposed the room might not be until the next morning. "Prideful boy," Louise snapped. "Foolish man. What's so wrong with doing as you're told once in your life?" Shoes found, Henrik slipped them on and bent to kiss a fuming Louise on the cheek. "No one likes to do what they're told," he said. Louise stood her ground. "Lady Eden knows how to run a kingdom, Henrik. She knows what managing a castle home with all of its staff entails, and exactly what support you'll need once you ascend. None of these women here in America have the slightest idea." "Exactly," he said. "I don't want a stuffy princess whose only appeal is her bloodline. I want a connection. If Lady Eden, or any other noblewoman, can be taught how to manage a castle and rule by my side, there's nothing saying another woman, a common-born woman, couldn't learn to do the same. I at least need someone whose company I can tolerate." "Eden didn't always rankle you," Louise admitted after a drawn-out moment. "Yes, she did. Still does, in fact," he said, thinking of the autumn ball he'd endured in her company earlier that year. His parents and hers had both hoped something between them might happen for years now, but their personalities clashed harder than pan lids slammed together, and the result was never pleasant. He couldn't be around her without arguing about something, and not the fun kind of arguing, the annoying kind where he couldn't wait until the evening was over so either of them could leave. "Think if you tried, though," Louise began. "Try getting along with Lady Eden? What did she think he'd done all these years?" "I'm sure about my course, Louise," he said. "I'll find the right girl. Why not wish me luck? All you've done since we left Envar is try to get me to give up and go back home. She sniffed. At least let me give this a chance. Henrik wasn't one for pleading, but if he needed anyone's support in this, it was hers. Mother and father were against the notion of him marrying a commoner. They were determined he would come home a failure and find himself proposing to Lady Eden a week later. He could handle the challenge from them. Their skepticism was his driving force to prove them wrong. But if Louise didn't support his efforts? As a child, whenever his parents had scolded him for his failings, Louise had been his source of comfort. She'd been his sounding board. She'd cheered him on, encouraged him, snuck him food from the kitchens. Louise's scowl softened. She raised a leathery soft hand and patted his cheek. If you think I'm worried you'll fail at this, don't be. Failure isn't in your nature, Henrik. He breathed in relief. Be sure you move with caution. That's where my concern lies. You've always jumped into everything with both feet, but you're a real catch, Henrik. I'm blushing. I mean it, boy. You are handsome and sweet and very rich, and I don't want you mistaking a woman's interest in you when she truly only wants your prestige. Louise's concern meant more to him than he could say. I know. I'll be careful. I'm hoping to get to know women without the need to reveal all of that, the prestige bit. Your public persona has made that impossible, Louise said. You'll have to settle with her knowing all your faults before you know any of hers. She gave him an almost imperceptible twinkling grin. Don't forget my virtues, he said. The media rarely raves about those. Louise had a point. Depending on who he found because of who he was, of how he'd acted, if she kept up with any of the gossip magazines, the girl he found would indeed know more about him from the start, which could be an advantage for her, but a disadvantage for him. He'd never regretted his behavior as much as he did now. The tabloids don't know everything about me, he said, more for himself than for Louise. There's still a chance this could work out. It had to. The last thing he wanted was to go home with his tail between his legs. A knock stole both his and Louise's attention. Henrik's heart leaped. Lily had been agitated and borderline paranoid when he'd given her the money this morning, a fact he'd chosen not to reveal to Louise, who certainly would not have approved. Had Lily gotten her worry resolved? Henrik opened the door and Lily stood in the hall wearing shorts that accentuated her great legs and a baggy Wonderland theme park t-shirt knotted at her hip. She gave a small wave and the smell of plumeria teased him. Hi, Lily said. There you are, he said. Did the dinner meet your liking? Dinner? The tray I had sent up for you. I apologize I couldn't bring them myself. Mr. Elir had a matter for me to attend to at the time, and... She glanced toward Louise, who cleared her throat and stepped forward. Louise Perry, the prince's advisor, she said sternly, as if her tone needed to reprimand Lily for not noticing she was there sooner. Nice to meet you. I'm Lily. Henrik was just telling me of your arrangement. Louise stiffened in displeasure. She could be stodgier than an old barnacle, and Henrik didn't want to subject Lily to that, not when she'd agreed to help him at his request. Louise is a mother hen, Henrik interjected, stepping between the two women. And the dinner you had sent up was satisfactory? Truth be told, he'd loved every bite of the cuisine she'd ordered, but he couldn't give her that much, not when he was bothered she hadn't brought the tray up personally as he'd wanted her to. He would give Lily a talking to about his request that she bring his meals. He'd wanted time to talk to her before going out tonight. Interesting, Louise said from behind him, making him turn to face her. I seem to recall you devoured every bite, moaning over how delectable it all was. Traitor, he mumbled. Lily smiled at the exchange, though he could tell she wasn't sure if she should or not. Henrik bade Louise good night and closed the hotel door behind him, and then it was just him and Lily. You didn't want me to know you liked the meal I selected? She asked as they proceeded into the elevator and down to the lobby. I never want to come across as easy to please. How can I order dinner for you if I don't know what you like? Touché. Their elevator pinged, but Lily didn't move as the doors gaped open to reveal the lobby's brilliant tropical Christmas tree and its towering fountain. We aren't using the lobby? His confusion was evident. Someone else must have pushed the button for it to open here. We're headed down one more floor. Didn't you also request that I sneak you out? We're taking the hotel's back entrance, though I will tell you that also means the resort owner's daughter would like to meet you. Don't worry, she won't give away your location or your identity. Once the elevator opened again, Lily walked with purpose down the much more industrial-style hallway on this basement level. Henrik thrived on her energy. Why ever does she want to meet me? To formally welcome you because her father regrets he hasn't been able to. Here she is. Lily guided him to the hotel's exit, where a beautiful woman with olive skin, dark hair, and wearing well-fitted jeans and a sequined shirt, with a long necklace, smiled and offered her hand. Prince Henrik? Lily began, stopping as they approached the dark-haired woman. Meet Aaliyah, daughter of Ahmed Elir, who owns the hotel you're in. Your Highness, welcome to the Elir, Aaliyah said. Lily is my father's assistant, and she told us of your wishes to remain as anonymous as possible during your stay. I wanted to personally assure you that my father and I, as well as the staff who know you're here, will do our utmost to accomplish that. Thank you, Henrik said, liking her instantly. Her black eyes were bright and alluring, and she gave him another ravishing smile. Was this one of the women Lily planned on setting him up with? If so, he wouldn't complain. Thanks, Aaliyah, Lily said, as if the words had some bearing on her, too. Have a great night. Aaliyah nodded her farewell and strolled down the hall in the direction Henrik and Lily had come. Before he could catch his thoughts, Lily was already outside in what appeared to be a covered parking lot. Several cars were parked in various stalls. The December night was warmer than any this time of year in Envar. He had to say he didn't mind wearing shorts in the winter. You're an assistant? He asked. Lily had referred to her job with Mr. Elir before, but she'd never told him specifically what she did for the hotel. To the hotel owner? She waved to a man in a suit walking toward one of the parked cars and tucked a hand into her pocket. Guess you picked the right person to help you with your cause, Lily told him. Apparently he did. And Aaliyah? What about her? Is she someone you're going to be setting me up with? Is that why she wanted to meet me? Lily could have passed on the Elir's feelings easily enough, without him having to hear it directly from them. Still, the gesture had been kind. No, she isn't. Of all things, Lily sounded annoyed as she made for the cement stairs at the south end of the parking lot. Henrik hurried to keep up. She's newly and very happily married. Henrik raised his hands as they climbed the top step and broached the sidewalk. Hands off, I get it. The Elir from this vantage point towered over the street and the ocean across from it. Many of its windows were covered, though some were open to reveal light in the rooms within. The sun was close to setting over the ocean, its light pooling like spilled orange paint over the water. Where did you say we were going? A dance? On the beach, Lily said, stopping to push the crosswalk button on the corner street light. She spoke over the noise of passing cars. There's a small smoothie stand and a seafood place that also throws raves on the sand. The light turned green, and Henrik and Lily strode across the painted lines. I know I asked you this before, Lily said as they reached the other side of the street. The only thing between them and the ocean was a strip of sidewalk and a wide border of sand. Couples walked, a few teenagers were out with a volleyball net, and one boy zipped past on a bicycle. But you never really told me what kind of woman you're looking for, Lily said, leading the direction of their walk. Driven, beautiful, well-organized, reliable. Henrik held up a finger each time he listed a characteristic. Very specific, Lily said, lips pouted in confusion. It's easier to call out what's right in front of me. He winked. She glanced away, rejecting his shameless flirting. Better women than I have those qualities, Lily said, putting herself down. Okay, beautiful is a given. Do you prefer any particular hair color? Not blonde. He jammed his hands into his pockets and stared at the sidewalk straight ahead. What do you have against blondes? Nothing, except that blonde is Lady Eden's hair color. Lily clasped her hands behind her back. And who is Lady Eden? Their steps took up the lag in the conversation for a moment. Henrik filed through about a dozen things he could say that would describe Lady Eden, but none of them were very nice. The woman my parents think I should marry, he finally said. Lily stopped on the sidewalk. Henrik noted the lack of scuffing feet and joined her. Her full mouth was turned down into a pout with just the right amount of lip gloss. Look, Your Majesty, she began. Henrik, please call me Henrik. This didn't seem to ease her all that much. She kept her tone tight. Okay then, Henrik. I have no desire to get caught in any kind of disagreement between you and your family, or to be held accountable because of my part in helping you find someone else to marry, when it sounds like they have plans for you already. I have enough trouble of my own and I can't— Stop there, if you please, he said, realizing at once how his admission about Lady Eden's identity had come across and why it would set Lily into a tangle. Let me put you at ease. You needn't worry about anything of the sort. I am here in America with my father's permission to find a bride of my choosing, again with my father's permission. Your part in helping me do that will never be held against you in any way. Will you agree to as much in writing? She asked. He met her gaze, and with the sunset as her backdrop and the pleading light in her green eyes, he was momentarily captivated. He shook the sensation off. Is that necessary? He asked. He supposed he did give her a rather enormous amount of money earlier. He counted that as all they needed to proceed with their arrangement of receiving her help in return, though he supposed she may be right about this for both their sakes. Louise had told him to be careful. He did tend to act impulsively around beautiful women. When he told her he wasn't interested in her earlier, that had been a complete lie meant to put her at ease. The truth was, he'd been taken with her from the start, and the condition only worsened the more time passed. I'd feel better about having something written up, Lily said, that outlines the amount of money you gave me, and that if I somehow fail to help you find a bride, you won't demand repayment, which I can't do. Her cheeks were turning pinker by the minute. Was she that bothered by this? Yes, he said, hurrying to mollify her. We can have something drawn up if you'd like. Maybe for tonight, for safety reasons, you should be on your way. Her brows knitted. You want me to leave? He indicated his indifference with a single shoulder. Only if you're feeling uncomfortable. He wasn't usually this down to earth on a first date, but this wasn't a date. As she was pointing out, as he should have considered but had been too flirty and flighty to think of at the time, he needed to put her mind at ease. She didn't seem like the type of woman to take the money he'd given her and not carry out her end. I made you a deal, she said. And you got me out of the hotel without being noticed, he argued. You kept your end. And helping you find a bride? Did you have a specific woman besides your boss's married daughter for me to meet tonight? There was that pink tinge in her cheeks again. The color was lovely in combination with her vibrant hair and pouty lips. Not exactly. I'm not the best at things when it comes to dating. Henrik, I'd probably suggest you find someone else to help you if you hadn't already done me such a solid favor. That was twice she'd put herself down. Hearing her say she wasn't good at things went against the impression she'd given him thus far. Why had she said it? Very well. Do you have other plans tonight? He asked. She glanced up at the hotel towering across the street from them. Cars swept past on the street, spitting their exhaust and filling the air with a pungent gasoline smell. No, she said. Then I see no reason for us not to continue on our current venture, he said. "We'll dance and mingle, without any notice. I'll stay off the front pages and be able to enjoy myself, and you can do the same." You want me to go to the rave with you?" "Of course." He started walking again in the direction they'd been headed. It was a risk, but she kept pace with him, thankfully. "I paid you for helping me. How can I know about any of these American women without your help?" Lily laughed, and Henrik puffed his chest a little more. "You have a joyful laugh," he said, needing to raise his voice over the increasingly louder sound of heavy beats and techno music. The restaurant and smoothie stand Lily had mentioned came into view. Several tall metal beams were placed around a platform in the sand, casting light over a crowd of moshing people. She blinked at him as though she'd never been paid a compliment before. "Whatever you say," she replied. "Here we are." She made for the ticket line next to the smoothie stand. The line moved quickly, and soon she removed a card from her wallet and told the girl she wanted 2 passes. Whoa, a gentleman never lets a lady pay his way," Henrik said, interrupting the transaction. "You already did so much for me." She nodded to the girl to swipe her card. Before Henrik could do much else, the deed was done, and Lily was handed 2 flimsy tickets. The girl stamped each of their hands, and they moved toward the stand of lights, flashing around a crashing crowd. The music was so loud Henrik could barely hear himself think. Though he had fun thrashing around with the best of them to the infectious music, striking up conversations would be nearly impossible with such pounding. He attempted to dance for a while and found himself surrounded by several good-looking women, but his attempts to talk to them were overridden every time. Tired of the whole thing, Henrik found Lily sitting alone and looking miserable at one of the umbrella tables by the smoothie stand. Her hand propped up her head as though she'd rather be anywhere but there. Without a word, Henrik left the sweating, pulsing crowd, the obnoxious beats, and pulled Lily through the sand back to the sidewalk. They didn't speak until they could do so without having to shout. The music's heavy beats continued pounding in his head even after they'd left it far behind. Lily couldn't tell by Henrik's expression, but she wondered what he was thinking. He'd yanked her to her feet and guided her across the sand, away from the noisy, headache-inducing rave she'd suggested, and guilt collected deeper with every step. Was he going to reprimand her? Was he the type of man who would mansplain all the reasons she'd failed? "You're upset, aren't you?" Lily asked. Henrik dug his hands into his pockets. "Not in so many words," he said in a patient tone she hadn't expected. Lily had been bracing herself for backlash, not kindness. He was definitely not like her ex. "There was a time this would have been the perfect scene for me, but I think more one-on-one situations with a woman would be preferable." Lily stared straight ahead, so he was disappointed. The night had a deep blue cast, and stars twinkled over their heads as waves crashed to their left. "Henrik, I'm not a matchmaking service," she said with defeat. "Surely you have friends who I might be compatible with?" he suggested. She still couldn't believe he wanted her to keep trying. Why wasn't he telling her to forget the whole thing, demanding his money back? Couldn't he see how wrong she was for something like this? Lily thought this over. They walked in silence with the boisterous, busy street on one side and the peaceful spread of ocean and sand on the other. What a juxtaposition, just like his situation with Lily was. If only she hadn't agreed to this. She regretted it more and more with every step. But she couldn't risk him pulling back and demanding a refund. Come to think of it, Henrik hadn't even asked what she'd needed the money for. He'd had total confidence that she would carry out her part in this deal. She needed to ensure he still felt that way. They crossed the street and she guided him back to the parking lot and the employee entrance. "All right then, Mr. Von Frosk. You have a suitable contract written up for me by tomorrow, and I will see to it that you have a quiet date ready for you tomorrow evening." "Excellent," he said with that effervescent enthusiasm. "Pleasure doing business with you." The two shook hands, And then Lily pulled away at how warm his hand felt holding hers. "Good night, then," he said. "And I like sausage and pancakes, by the way." "You got it." She held her smile until he was inside. Lily exhaled, relieved and tired. Henrik wanted to continue. He wasn't demanding the money back. She snapped her fingers and bopped her fists together a few times, staring out at the parking garage in thought. She'd promised him a date tomorrow night. Now to figure out who that date could be. Chapter 7. "What about Becca from accounting?" Aaliyah suggested when Lily filled her and Mr. Elir in the next morning. Henrik hadn't seemed bothered by the fact that Aaliyah knew he was there or that Lily had been the one to tell her. She took that as a sign she could continue to fill them in as they'd requested. "Becca is always so grumpy," Mr. Elir argued. He was sitting up in his bed this time, with papers spread across his lap. Lily insisted she could help him look over the reports that had been sent in, but Mr. Elir wanted to do as much of his job as he still could. Who better to cheer her up than a prince? Aaliyah gave her father a cheesy grin, but quickly relented and paced the room. "What about Shanice?" "I think she's with someone now," Lily said, thinking of the head of housekeeping and remembering her mention her new boyfriend only a week before. "You know," Mr. Elir said, lowering the paper he was reading and pinning his black eyes on her. "Why not you, Lily?" "Oh, no, sir," she said too quickly. "Papa's right," Aaliyah said, acting as if the realization had just dawned on her, too. "You work so hard and do so much around here for us. You deserve an opportunity like this." "Since when is dating an opportunity?" "Since now," Mr. Elir said. "You find the right man, and it is always an opportunity." "He is very good-looking," Aaliyah added. "I noticed." Lily willed her cheeks not to give anything away. "And you are very lovely," Mr. Elir said. "He would be lucky to have a woman as reliable and kind as you." "I'm not all that," Lily said, shy under the weight of their praise. "You deserve a good man." Mr. Elir sounded more like a father than an employer, something Lily hadn't had in far too long. Her eyes stung, but she blinked and spoke through the emotion, refusing to think of how her father hadn't said anything at all to her in a few years now. "I think I'll give Becca a call," Lily said, smiling at them both to punctuate the statement. Mr. Elir looked to Aaliyah as if wanting his daughter to contradict her, but Lily rose and left the suite, needing to breathe different air than they were for a moment. Too soon, Aaliyah followed her out into the hall. "I'm sorry," she said to Lily's back. "I know you were in a bad relationship before, and that you weren't ready to date again anytime soon. I just thought you'd be a perfect fit for this situation. And Papa is right. You deserve so much." Lily thinned her lips and smiled at Aaliyah. The two of them had always gotten along well over the years Lily had worked for the Elirs, but it was only months ago that their relationship had turned into something like a friendship. Aaliyah had confided in Lily while Mr. Elir had been in the hospital. Lily had confided in her as well, though she hadn't specified about Damon or why she didn't want to ever date again. "I know you mean well," Lily said, pressing Aaliyah's arm in a soothing gesture. "But it's okay. I've accepted that there isn't anyone out there for me. Have you ever considered Prince Henrik might be?" Lily shook her head before Aaliyah could finish. "He's a prince." "So?" Lily couldn't think of how to voice her reluctance. "So he's spoiled and a playboy and charming and considerate and easy to talk to?" Aaliyah's eyes took on a knowing gleam. "You like him, don't you?" "What? No, I mean, he's nice and I like him as a person, but—" The more she argued, the hotter her face grew. "I won't tell anyone, but I hope you know you can talk to me if you need to." "Thanks, Aaliyah." Lily's shoulders sagged. I don't know how I'm feeling. Henrik is completely beautiful, and conversation comes so easily between us I almost forget that he's royal. And I could listen to the soothing hum of his voice with that accent all day long. Aaliyah laughed. But... Lily exhaled and stared off. But burns take a long time to heal. Aaliyah gripped her shoulder and didn't speak until Lily met her gaze. Make sure you don't let them take too long, she said before returning to her father's suite. Lily internalized Aaliyah's parting words all the way to the basement floor where several offices were located. She found Becca scowling at her computer, as if daring the numbers on it to attack her. Lily couldn't say she would love being an accountant for something that brought in as much revenue as the Elir Clearwater Resort. Soon, Becca's frown flipped when Lily suggested she let her set Becca up with the prince that night at the Sierra Gardens, Lily's favorite restaurant in Clearwater. Lily's suspected dislike of her job kept the woman perpetually surly. Maybe Aaliyah had been right, and dating a prince would be just what Becca from accounting needed. Lily then messaged Henrik, not wanting to see him again if she didn't have to. He'd requested she bring him all his meals, but that was nonsense. She didn't have time for that, not when the room service staff was more than capable. The truth was, though, Lily's heart agreed far too much with Mr. Elir's and Aaliyah's insistence that she would be a great fit for the prince. Lily had loved talking to him the night before. She loved the excuse to look at him as he spoke and to note the quirk in the middle of his lips or the way his eyes captured light when he got excited about something. His body was nothing to balk at either, with broad shoulders and lean, strong legs in his board shorts. She needed to keep her feet on the ground and her head as far from the clouds as she could. Your date for tonight is all set, she texted him. Wonderful. Her name? Also, my lunch tray was delivered by someone who wasn't you. I was busy, Lily replied. This was one thing she could insist on, and something told her she needed to keep as many cards in her hand as she could to keep the prince from taking too much. Her name is Becca Townsley Stewart. She will meet you at the Sierra Gardens downtown at 6. And you'll join us? He asked. I think not. At least stop by beforehand. I have your contract. Blast! She'd forgotten all about that in her determination to keep away from him. Lily had intended on going home to spend some serious snuggle time with Frou-Frou and Artemis, and Dr. Grumbles would never let her hear the end of how workaholic she'd been the past several days. But she had to sign that contract. Tasks finished, Lily hurried to the 9th floor, though she wanted nothing more than to go home. Perhaps once she saw the prince off, she could do just that. Henrik was brutal in a button-up shirt, tie, and slacks. He cleaned up like red velvet cake and made her mouth water just as much. Lily caught herself staring several times and had to shake herself when he turned his back to her. The TV blared from within the suite, though she hadn't made it any farther than the doorway. Good, you're here, he said, as if he hadn't been sure about going without her approval. Hello, she said. You look nice. Thank you. I'm heading out, but you're to meet me here when the date is over. What? Henrik, I'm going home. He stared in the mirror and straightened his tie, though it needed no such attention. I should like to give you a rundown of how tonight goes. Henrik, she began. He gazed at her with innocence. She supposed she could arrange for a driver to take her home after hours when he returned. She wanted to request he not be out too late, but that sounded too mother hen. I'm sure Louise would love the company, he added. She would love to glare daggers at me for 2 hours, you mean? Henrik laughed. Come in, here are your papers. He indicated the table where they were situated, across from a cranky-looking Louise, who clearly hadn't liked what Lily had said about her. Whoops, Lily hadn't known she was in the room. Louise had a pair of knitting needles on her lap and gave Lily a pointed look. Mother hen indeed. Look over the contract, he said. Sign the papers and await my return." Before she could argue, he took Lily's hand. "Until we meet again, my lady." He pressed a kiss to her knuckles. She was suddenly boneless. She was filled with particles, dazzle, and wonder, and she only managed to shake off the sensation when she noticed Henrik noticing the effect he had on her. Rascal. "Have a nice time," Lily managed. "I will at that," he said, and soon Lily was alone with his advisor. She smiled tentatively at Louise, though she could tell the older woman wanted her gone as much as Lily wanted to leave. Doing her best to act like the situation was completely normal, Lily sat on the far end of the couch and slid the contract closer. "He already signed it?" she asked, flipping to the last page. "He trusts you," Louise said through her clacking knitting needles before adding, "I hope you won't give him any reason not to." She eyed the contract again, making Lily wonder what Louise knew of her bargain with Henrik. "Me too," Lily mumbled, thinking of Damon and how badly this whole thing could backfire if he ever caught word of it. Still, she had to protect herself with Henrik too, and so she signed the contract, agreeing to help him find a bride and not reveal his identity without his permission. In turn, Henrik promised not to press charges if a bride wasn't secured within the end of the 30 days or ask for his money back. Lily sank back on the couch and answered some emails on her phone, watching I Love Lucy reruns with Louise and wondering with every passing minute how Henrik's date was going. Finally, footsteps were heard, the key inserted, and the door opened. Lily half worried Henrik would have Becca with him, but he was alone and looking far less pleased than he had when he'd left. "So, you are back," Louise said, rising. She'd long since set her knitting aside. "I'm going to bed," she added, as though she'd been Lily's babysitter. Henrik loosened his tie and thanked her, walking her to the door. Lily remembered River saying Henrik had called Louise a childminder, too, during the conversation he'd overheard the two of them having. Once Louise left, Lily asked, "How did it go?" "Dumpster fire," he said. Tie gone, he began unbuttoning his shirt. Flames shot to Lily's cheeks at the sight of his smooth, chiseled chest. He untucked the shirt from his slacks. She was about to protest when he stepped into the suite's adjoining room and returned in a t-shirt. Her heart thudded as though she'd run laps around the hotel. "Dumpster fire?" she repeated, her voice higher pitched than before. "That's mean." Not Becca, she was lovely. He sank onto the space Louise had occupied and took up space, spreading his arms and legs the way men did. The date itself didn't go well. "Why not?" "We had nothing to talk about. I almost wished for the heavy pulsing music to drown out the silence between us the whole time." "Was she intimidated by you?" Lily asked, venturing a guess. The likelihood of that was high. He was extremely good-looking and a prince. Blind dates freaked many women out. A blind date with a prince would be enough to make any girl squirm, depending on her personality. "Do you think I'm intimidating?" he asked. "No. Not now, anyway, as long as he kept his shirt on. But your status might be." Henrik groaned, leaned his head onto the back of the couch, and ran his hands through his hair, mouth-wateringly tangling it. Lily had the sudden urge to run her hands through his hair as well. Yikes, she really needed to leave this room. "Is Lady Eden looking good to you right about now?" she said. His hand slid from his face. "No, and thank you for the perspective." He sat up and indicated the signed contract, which she'd taken a copy of. "Was everything to your liking?" "I signed it," Lily said tiredly. She'd had a long day and was ready to go home and see how Snow had done with her fur babies. "And I'm leaving." "Wait now." He rose to his feet as Lily slipped her shoes back on and gained a few extra inches in the process. "I'm tired, Henrik. It's late, and I have to work tomorrow." He slumped against the wall and crossed his arms over his chest. You never told me what you do for Mr. Elir. Assistant isn't very specific. I manage his schedule and business affairs, Lily said, fighting a yawn. There was more to her position than that, but she wasn't going to go into it all now. Sounds like something you'd be good at. Only because I've had practice, she countered. Would you like another date tomorrow? They needed to stick to business. Small talk would get them nowhere, especially not this late at night, and not with the image of him untucking his shirt playing in her mind on repeat. No. No? He shook his head. What am I thinking? Yes. Maybe something earlier in the day, that way you won't have to rush home right afterward. She decided not to read too much into that and slung her messenger bag on her shoulder. All right, I'll see what I can come up with. She made for the door. Wait, he said again, inching closer but still keeping his distance. You never told me. Did it help? She closed her eyes, keeping her hand on the door. Did what help? The money I gave you, he said softly. Did it help? Lily lowered her head. She'd been wondering when he would mention the money. I don't know yet, she said honestly, not looking back at him. I'll be in touch about tomorrow, okay? And she stepped out before he could ask her another question. His words accompanied her during her entire drive with Michael to her apartment across town. They followed her up the stairs, and as she paid Snow for watching her fur babies. The money had silenced Damon for now, but who knew how long that silence would last? Lily sang loudly to the music blaring from her phone as she scrubbed her morning dishes. Her apartment was a safe haven, her pets clearly happy to have her around for a little while at least. She called in some French toast and eggs for Henrik and Louise, but she didn't have to be at the hotel until later that morning, and she was going to take advantage of the time. Dishes done, Lily hopped onto her computer to check the website she discovered the day before. The site featured Italian flats for rent, something she'd been looking into for months. She didn't know how to go about scheduling anything right now, not without revealing who she was. She didn't have all the steps for her name change in place yet, and securing a place to live in Italy might have to wait until she arrived there. She knew well enough that if she left for Italy, Damon could still release the emails, but he wouldn't know where to find her to demand money, and she wanted to put everything behind her and start over. Maybe a new name in a new country would give her the confidence she lacked. Dr. Grumbles came skidding out of the hall with something in his mouth, Frou-Frou and Artemis following after, Pooksky barking happily at the commotion and wagging his tail, and Lily bent down to scratch him behind the ears. They're just playing, she told the husky doodle. Her phone buzzed, and she happily swiped to answer Ethan's call. Hey, Lily, her brother said. Just calling to see how things were going. This was another reason she couldn't move forward with her plans to leave just yet. She wasn't sure how to let Ethan know. He would panic if she disappeared without a word, but she also didn't want to tell him why she was leaving. Hi, she said. I've got a few hours this morning, so your timing is perfect. They talked about his girlfriend Charlotte and how things at work were going. Ethan mentioned how he'd seen their parents on a TV program featuring the King toothpaste brand. An additional cinder slid into her stomach. If she hadn't botched the deal a few years before, that could have been Patrick Billingsworth on TV, not her parents, which had been a long-term dream of theirs. But they were doing the marketing now, just like they always had. Do you ever talk to them? Not much, he said. They wrote me off too, remember? Ethan had denied the position of inheriting the company. He'd gone into the military instead, and Mom and Dad hadn't liked that much. So you're coming for Christmas, right? I don't know, Lily hedged. They talked about her visiting for a few days during the holiday, but her financial concerns had held her back from agreeing. I can't afford a plane ticket right now. Not one going to Vermont, anyway. She needed all she had if she was going to pull off a disappearing act. Well, I already got you one, he said. What? Ethan, you can't do that.
It's already done. You need to come home. You're not spending Christmas alone down there without any snow.
Lily laughed, and the delight of his thoughtfulness touched her to the core. That was so sweet of you.
Of course, my treat. You're clear down there all by yourself. I don't know why you don't just come back home.
It was easier to deal with the humiliation when she didn't have to face her family every day, or at least her brother, since he was the only family talking to her right now.
You'll have to schedule your dates, but just know your ticket is set. You need to plan on coming to Mr. Danielson's Christmas ball.
The ever-after Sweet Shop Christmas Ball had not only become an annual event, attendance had become something like a treat because invitations were exclusively given and typically only reserved for those who worked for Hawk Danielson. Ethan had handled the event's security for years, but it wasn't until last year that he'd received an invitation himself. Something to do with the fact that he'd helped clear his boss's then-girlfriend's good name after she'd been wrongfully accused of theft. Really? She hadn't had a good reason to dress up like that in so long. She had the perfect dress, too.
Really?
Ethan said.
You take care. We'll talk later, okay?
Okay. And Ethan?
Yeah?
Thank you. The words didn't seem like enough, but she needed him to know how much his thoughtfulness meant to her. Christmas was in 1 week. She needed to get her schedule with Mr. Elir cleared so she could leave. Lily followed through on that when she arrived at work. Mr. Elir cleared her to leave for as long as she wanted, but Lily wasn't comfortable being gone from her fur babies for so long. She called Snow. Of course I'll watch them for you, Snow insisted. You go enjoy Christmas with your family. Don't worry about a thing. Your pets are just fine where they are. With things all settled in that aspect, Lily decided to bring Henrik his dinner in person tonight since she hadn't done so since he asked her. Her stomach grumbled from the smell of pork down in the kitchen, and so she had 3 meals prepared rather than 2 and brought up to Henrik's room. Henrik and Louise made great conversation, joking about the lack of snow in Florida and about how festive the hotel looked in preparation for the holiday. Lily thought it was classy of the Elirs that even though Mr. Elir didn't celebrate Christmas, he still chose to decorate for the holiday for his patrons and offer festive events because most of them did. Louise asked Lily what kind of things a hotel did for their guests on Christmas, and Lily explained the hotel-sponsored ride around town to view light displays and the breakfast with Santa where guests could enjoy quality food along with the jolly man in red. Louise left for her knitting and Henrik leaned over. Sneak me out of here, he whispered. Excuse me? Lily's stomach fluttered. He gestured toward the window beside them. I assume you don't have a date for me today. That sunset is unsurpassed and should be experienced rather than only looked at. Would it draw too much attention if you snuck me away to the beach? You can ward off any paparazzi. Henrik, I'm so sorry. Lily was embarrassed to realize the aspect of preparing another date for him that afternoon had completely slipped her mind with everything else she'd been taking care of. It's all on you now, he winked. So come on, sneak me away. She couldn't suppress a smile at the secretive request. The prospect of slipping away to be with him was more appealing than it should have been. Lily told herself it meant nothing. They were just 2 friends out for a stroll on the beach. Waves stroked a lullaby against the sleepy sand. Lily removed her shoes and allowed the grains to squeeze between her toes as the tide lapped up her ankles. Henrik did the same, though he tossed his shoes onto the sand rather than carry them. She was glad she wore shorts. Though colder than summers, Decembers in Florida were still a good 20,000 degrees compared to Vermont. Here we are, Scarlett, Henrik said, gazing at the blazing sky. Lily was born with ginger hair, but she decided to take its carrot resemblance to cherry heights instead. She'd gotten good at touching up the color to keep it a spitfire red that would make tomatoes jealous. It was ostentatious and loud, and something she would have to change once she took off to Florence. But for now, her vivid hair was the only thing she liked about herself anymore. She hadn't always had such a bleak outlook toward herself, but every glance in the mirror, every step she took at the hotel, every calorie she consumed, resonated with criticism. The truth was, she'd messed up. Big time. She was one wrong move away from losing everything she'd gained since coming to Florida. Though she'd gotten some of her mojo back by working at the resort, the reminder of her failure in Vermont was always there, a reminder that told her she wasn't deserving of such a great position. "Scarlett is putting it nicely," she said, warding off the compliment. Whether she liked her hair or not, she didn't want him to know he cheered her with his words.
Why do you do that?
Henrik asked, strolling beside her. Do what?
Put yourself down. I've heard you do it several times now.
Did she do it that often? There was a time back in high school when she'd been genuinely happy. She'd lost that version of herself somewhere along the way. As she questioned why, everything pointed to Damon. She'd put so much stock in his opinion, which was rarely good, that his poor viewpoints had been set to an instant replay in her mind. I dated a guy once who wasn't very nice to me. I guess I still hear him in my head. Henrik gave her such direct attention it made her self-conscious.
Okay then, what do you still hear him say?
Why?
Because I want to see if I can refute it.
No.
It's a matter of pride, he said carelessly. I want to prove I'm better than that buffoon.
You're shameless, she said, smiling in spite of herself.
Go on then, start with an easy one.
Lily considered for a moment before settling on one of Damon's many complaints. My cooking, Lily said. He constantly compared my meager fare to what his mom could do. Being part Italian is a matter of pride, especially when it comes to food. And Lily had certainly never measured up. She'd always felt so self-conscious cooking for him, especially when he would eat and never thank her, and then proclaim with a shrug that whatever her fodder was, it wasn't as good as his mom's. I'm not Italian, she said, pulling a strand of her shocking red hair. Henrik dusted his hands, and a startling wave lapped over their feet.
Being Italian is not a prerequisite for talent in the kitchen. I can vouch for the French, English, and Invarian chefs we've had at my home, and while Italian food is divine, their cuisine can rival Italian cuisine in delectability any day.
And American food? She asked. He glanced out at the ocean.
American fast food far outweighs them all.
Lily's laugh deepened at the cheeky comment. He kept a straight face.
There, that has been resolved. Next insult?
My housekeeping, Lily said, thinking quickly of another aspect Damon always put her down for. He knew she loved animals, and animals were, well, animals. She wasn't always the best at cleaning up after them in a timely fashion. I'm terribly disorganized and have too many pets, which results in poor financial decisions because I spend too much to feed them. They're often messy, too.
I see. But how could a woman with a heart as gold as yours reject the poor creatures who benefit from your assistance?
She was taken aback by this. She'd expected him to turn his nose at her admission to having multiple pets. You don't know what my heart is made of, she reminded him, not when they'd only interacted a handful of times now.
Having never seen your heart firsthand, no. But putting others before yourself means you have a generous spirit. Everyone knows gold is the color of generosity. Therefore, I made a simple deduction. Heart of gold.
He winked. Arrogant, prideful man. Still, she couldn't help feeling lifted by his simple praise. It was so long since someone besides Mr. Elir had complimented her so straightforwardly, without any speck of sarcasm or underlying hints of insults. When Henrik spoke, the words were right to the point and voiced in a more logical way than romantic.
A new wave cast in, washing over their feet. The sand sifted beneath her steps. "Come on, then," he said. "Let's have your next fault. These are proving to be less of a challenge than I expected." "My faults aren't a challenge for you?" "Not as of yet. You sound human to me. What else about you is so abhorrent?" "My kissing," she blurted. The minute it was out, she wished she could take it back. For some reason, this one amused Henrik more than the others. He stopped in the tide, and more than the sand swayed beneath her as she met his gaze. "While I pride myself on my astute skills of deduction, I'm not fool enough to give an opinion on which I have no experience." She decided to jump on his playful tone. "You're saying you have no experience? You've never been kissed?" He reared back and opened his arms, offering himself to her. "I don't keep track, love." A flock of butterflies erupted in her stomach. "I'm saying I have no experience kissing you, and therefore I cannot in good conscience give an opinion." "In good conscience? I'm nothing if not full of integrity." Sure he was. He slanted forward, closer to her. His voice deepened, piggybacking from playful to overtly seductive in an instant. "If you'd like to change the situation, I can happily give you my feedback." Lily folded her arms, trying with all she had not to be charmed by his flirting or by his outright offer to kiss her. "That is not romantic." "Are you going for romance or honesty?" "I'm not going to let you kiss me just to get your feedback on my lips' abilities." She released an embarrassed laugh. Damon's words had been hurtful enough. She couldn't up and kiss this man and leave herself that vulnerable. Cooking and housekeeping were one thing, but kissing? Why had she even brought it up? Because the insults had hurt so much, probably, and something about Henrik made her a little too comfortable. Damon had muttered the words as she'd broken up with him, insulting her with every curse word in the book and calling her out for being such a bad kisser, which was probably why she'd refused to take things further with him. He claimed her refusal was because she didn't want him to know how bad she was at that either. Shame poured through her at the reminder of his meanness. She was saving herself for marriage, a fact Damon detested. Of course, someone like him had flayed her from every angle he could once he realized she wouldn't give in to him. "It might be interesting," Henrik said. Interesting? That was something her kisses had never been called, at least. "Sure." He took her face in his hands, his touch feather light, as though he were a jeweler trained to handle breakable things. It was the tenderness that stopped her pulse, that made everything within her pause as she held her breath. He tilted her face to one side, leaned in close, and stared at her mouth. "I'd say with lips like these." His thumb stroked her lower lip. "They look absolutely kissable." Her knees slackened. She was putty in his hands. His warm breath coaxed her lips to part, and she waited with agonizing anticipation for him to place his mouth on hers. Tempting idea, isn't it? She swore his lips brushed hers with the question. Her lids fluttered, and her body became hyper-aware of every place it collided with his. His eyelids closed, his nose brushed the side of hers, and he moved with intention and delicacy, as though being this close to her was tantalizing, and he wanted to indulge in every second of the buildup. Her lungs burned. Every one of her nerve endings flared, wanting him, craving his mouth on hers. Lily shook herself and pulled free. She couldn't do this. Henrik's jaw moved and he pulled away, running a hand through his hair and staring at the ocean. Based on his expression when he turned it to her again, he knew the way he just made her yearn for a taste of him. Tempting was putting it mildly. The man was impulse on a leash, and she couldn't follow that tether to see where it led. She'd seen the news and the social media gossip about how he trifled with unsuspecting women's hearts just because he could. Any other flaws for me to debunk? Henrik asked. His voice was slightly less stable than it had been before. Lily still hadn't recovered from his intoxicating proximity or the way charm slipped from his tongue with every word he spoke. She didn't want to be attracted to this arrogant prince. He'd be another notch on her list of dating mistakes. He waited for an answer. I always choose the wrong men, she said, leading off from the direction of her thoughts. Maybe if he knew how he'd made her heart tick like a wind-up toy and how badly she'd wanted to kiss him a few seconds ago, he'd get the hint that he was included in this statement. Good old Exie told you this? Henrik sounded skeptical. Doesn't sound like our cynical friend at all. No, it's just something I tell myself, Lily said. He rested his hands on his hips, carelessly oblivious to how vulnerable this entire conversation was making her. Pity, Henrik said. Sometimes the wrong choice can seem so right. He gave her that shameless grin, the one that spelled confidence and a charming disregard for the fact that he was tying her up in knots. The sun sank lower toward the horizon behind him, and he bent to the ocean and splashed in her direction. Lily squealed in delight and dipped down to return the favor, glad for the distraction. The wet spray splattered on Henrik's chest and legs. He gave out a playful groan, pulling her into his arms and threatening to dunk her in the water. Lily clung to his firm arms, laughing and enjoying the sensation of being held. He paused beneath the sky, keeping her body close to his, and gazed into her eyes. His lids closed to half-mast, and he took in her features, from her forehead to her cheeks to her mouth. Lily froze inside, her heart thudding against his. Was he going to kiss her after all? The moment came and went. Henrik released her feet to the sand once more, pausing long enough to brush a strand of hair from her face. She needed oxygen, stat. Lily prayed he couldn't tell how erratically her heart was beating, or how much effort it took just to breathe. Somehow she managed to shake sense into her brain. Okay then, Lily said. Significantly wetter than they were before, the two continued their stroll through the damp sand and lapping tide. She didn't want to keep talking. She wanted him to sweep her into his arms again and kiss her. Really good and long kiss her. Since you're logical and all-knowing, how do you know? How do I know what? To her relief, Henrik sounded a little shaken. Was she having the same effect on him as he was having on her? He couldn't almost kiss her twice in a row and not have it affect him. If someone is right for you, how do you know? Do you believe in soulmates? Have you found the right one? No, he said, sounding genuine, kicking his bare foot through the tide. I believe happiness with someone else isn't prescribed. I think you find someone you can love and then you love them. Love them? Just like that? You love them. He said love as if it meant more, as if it wasn't the falling into kind, as if it was the perfect fit kind, where you try on different sizes until you find just the right one. And this lady princess of yours, you can't love her? No. Henrik said this with absolute certainty. Why not? It was her turn to pester him for answers to difficult questions, anything to make her forget the way he just made her feel. When you know a person after having been forced into conversations and time spent together, you learn quickly that while she is beautiful, not all shoes are meant to be a pair. Shoes? Indeed. If we were shoes, she would be a high heel, and I would be a mountain man's boot. Those two could never be paired together, no matter how interesting the combination. He emphasized interesting again. Imagine the atrocious hobble trying to walk in a pair of that making. He demonstrated a tiptoe step and a lower one, making Lily laugh again. Interesting, she said, deciding to bring up her thoughts. Are you referencing her kissing this time? Have you kissed her? A kiss is a good indicator. You have to want to kiss the person you marry, wouldn't you agree?
Probably, Lily said.
At least you and I have that going for us.
He gazed out at the ocean again. Waves lapped the shore in gentle motions. She cinched inside like a pleated seam. What? Henrik's touch was something she could never quite become accustomed to. He stroked her arm like a breeze, lifting every one of her hair follicles and sending goosebumps down her skin. His eyes gleamed with seduction and delicious possibilities.
Admit that you didn't want to kiss me just now.
Heat flared in her cheeks, but she couldn't pull away from that glance. She couldn't deny it, so she chose not to. Are you always this straightforward? Lily was embarrassed to hear the weakened lilt in her voice.
Only when I'm with someone I can be open around. Another thing you and I have going in a matter of days that Lady Eden and I have never and will probably never have. A fact my father doesn't care to note.
If he kept implying this connection between them, it was going to go to Lily's head. That was the last place she needed any kind of ideas about being with a prince. She was running away to Florence. That was that. Dating is hard enough without a deadline hanging over you, Lily said. They walked in silence for several more footsteps.
One would never know it was almost Christmas,
Henrik said, changing the subject. She was grateful.
She wasn't sure how much more talk of kissing she could handle without laying one on him herself. She'd been the one to pull away after all.
What would have happened if she hadn't?
I must say, though this is beautiful, I do miss the snow.
What are your plans for the holiday? Lily asked. Are you going home?
That would be like admitting defeat.
So you're spending Christmas alone?
I won't be alone.
Henrik adjusted his shirt and cemented his gaze to hers. The sunset's fire reflected in his eyes. I've got you.
Lily didn't know what to say. She supposed she had agreed to bring him meals and arrange dates for him, but for some reason she hadn't included Christmas in that.
His timing was terrible.
Henrik, I'm going home, to Vermont.
Oh.
His face fell so quickly she couldn't help the regret she felt. She thought fast. There was a way she could keep up her end of the deal with this prince. She'd be attending the Christmas ball with Ethan, and there was nothing to say that Henrik couldn't find a bride there as easily as he could here in Florida.
Would you like to come? She asked.
Henrik's smile was a sight made for young girls' dreams, girls who fantasized about princes being real and whisking them off their feet. Her heart gave a surrendering thump.
Would this entail meeting your family? He asked.
My brother, yes. We'd be staying at Ethan's.
How long will we be gone?
A few days, 3 at most.
Mr. Elir had offered her more, but she decided to keep her schedule tight. Henrik didn't respond. The only sound between them was the soft rush of waves on the sand. Just when she was ready to rescind the offer and call herself out as a fool for suggesting it, Henrik inclined his head.
I'd be honored to join you, he said.
Chapter 8. Lily reached up to adjust the AC spewing from its small duct over her head. She wasn't sure why she felt so warm. Flying had never bothered her before, but she would be sitting knee-knocking close to Prince Henrik von Frosk for the next 2.5 hours. That was more time than she'd ever spent in his company at once, and they didn't have the distraction of Lily's responsibilities with Mr. Elir or an upcoming date with someone else. She'd stewed over this entire brainless idea since she'd made the offer a few days ago. She'd forgotten to cover up Petrie's cage last night, and so the parakeet chirruped at his mirror around 3 this morning. She'd gotten up to lay a blanket over his cage, and naturally, the other animals in her apartment heard her movement. Soon, Frou-Frou was rubbing at her ankles, and Dr. Grumbles was demanding attention, and so Lily turned on a quiet show to give them the impression she was awake, and attempted to drift back off again. But thoughts of traveling with not just a man, but a prince, had refused to give way and let her go back to sleep again.
Henrik had tried talking her into upgrading to first class, but eventually they agreed helping him keep that low profile he was after would be better served sitting in coach. He stood now in the aisle, arms lifted to the overhead compartment to stuff his designer luggage within. Again, she noticed how muscular his arms were and ripped her gaze away before she could be caught staring. She couldn't figure out how this was okay. He was a prince. Shouldn't he have an entourage of bodyguards or something traveling with them? He hadn't had them in the resort either. And as for Louise, he'd said she would get used to the idea, but something told Lily that his nursemaid didn't like him traveling without her. Henrik waited for a woman to pass with her child and their suitcases. He offered to help them lift their luggage into the compartment, and then he ducked his head and took the seat beside her. "Nervous?" he asked. Her head whipped up. "Me? Why do you ask?" With a smile, he placed a hand on her bouncing knee, pressing just enough to still it. Flushed, Lily smoothed the hand over her cheek. Caught. "Maybe a little," she admitted. "Why is that?" More people streamed down the aisle and took their seats, and the flight attendants went through, closing the overhead compartments to make sure the luggage within was secure. Lily didn't want to admit the way Henrik made her jittery, as though a bouncy ball were pinging around inside of her from her torso to her legs. She decided to go with the other part of things that made her skittish. "Did you know Westville is where I grew up?" "I didn't," he said, securing his seatbelt at the little light's request over their heads. Lily did the same, and soon the flight attendant stood at the head of the aisle, waving her arms in conjunction with the safety announcement. "Yeah," Lily said. "Why did you move so far away?" Henrik asked. "Remember that bad relationship we talked about?" she said, venturing not to remember all the times she daydreamed over their beach stroll and the different outcomes it could have had. She should have let him kiss her. "I moved to get away from him." "I'm sorry you had to do something so drastic just to escape an evil ex." If only the move had worked. She smiled, not wanting to give him the impression it hadn't. "Yeah, it's been all for the best. My parents—" Another touchy subject. How much should she tell him? The plane began taxiing around the tarmac and Lily gripped the armrests. Takeoff was the worst part of flying. Once they got into the air, she could relax, but she didn't like the extreme gush of pressure or the flip in her stomach when the plane lifted from the ground. "You don't get along with your parents?" Henrik guessed. "Not exactly," she said. "We haven't spoken in a few years." "I wish I could not speak to mine sometimes," he said. "No, you don't." He lifted a shoulder. "Okay, I don't. I'm sorry," he said as the plane picked up speed. Lily pinched her lips, closed her eyes, and gripped the rests, waiting for the worst of takeoff to be over. When the plane leveled again in the air and her stomach stopped flipping, she opened her eyes. Henrik watched her. "Better?" he asked. Lily relaxed against her seat. "Better. So tell me," he began, "what happened with your parents?" They had time. Once this was all over, Henrik would be marrying someone else and wouldn't remember Lily for long anyway. Might as well talk. "Have you heard of King toothpaste?" "I can't say I have. Is it an American brand?" "Ironically enough, yes. My father owns the company, and he hoped my brother Ethan, the one we're going to stay with, would be interested in picking up where Dad left off." "But your brother didn't want to be the toothpaste king?" "Ethan joined the Marines right out of high school, and Dad was so angry. He removed Ethan's name from the family trust and intended me to step in and take over the company." "I can see you dominating the head of a successful company." "Me?" He brushed a finger near her hairline. The feel of his skin on her forehead sent tremors down her spine. "I've told you many times the excellent qualities I see in you as you quietly go about your duties for the Elirs. You're also a knockout in a suit." Lily laughed, if for nothing else than to avoid the way he made her want to touch him back. Because that's one of the qualifications? It is. But let me guess. You didn't want the position any more than your brother did. I wanted it, she said, glancing out the window at the tuft of cloud in the still blue sky. But remember that bad relationship I told you about? My parents didn't like him. They insisted I end things, but I thought I was in love with him. So I chose him over my parents, and they didn't like that much. Talking about the fallout was like a vice on her throat. Lily's words grew tighter and tighter the more she spoke. How could I pick a good-for-nothing scoundrel over such a promising position? She said, quoting her dad's words. We do foolish things for love, Henrik said, but he is the bad relationship you left? Lily sniffed, talking through the tightness in her throat. My family had already written me off. I figured I didn't have much to stay for and had a new opportunity. With the Elirs? He said. Actually, my friend Snow and I grew up together in Vermont. She got a job offer at the Elir Resort from her aunt who worked there, and Snow suggested I could get a job there too. I worked as a maid, changing bed sheets and cleaning up when guests came and went. Then one day word was spread that Mr. Elir was looking for a new executive assistant. I'd had experience with scheduling and business dealings for my dad, and you got the job, Henrik finished. The flight attendants came around with their drink carts. Lily and Henrik both requested their drinks, water for Lily, soda for Henrik, and Lily crinkled open her package of cookies. I tried telling my parents I'd gotten such an amazing opportunity at this job, and that I broke up with the guy. Evil ex? Exactly. Lily popped a bit of the cookie into her mouth and chewed for a minute. Henrik opened his peanuts and took a small bite as well. But my parents are very prideful and set in their ways. I know it would kill my dad to admit he was wrong. Even if it meant repairing the breach between you? Henrik asked. Lily nodded and took another bite. They wouldn't answer my calls. They haven't spoken to either Ethan or me in years. How sad for them. Henrik ate another peanut. Think of the wonderful things they're missing out on, Lily. You're a lovely person, and I'm looking forward to meeting your brother. Thanks, she said, touched. Henrik stretched his long legs, which appeared longer in the small space between their seats. A small bit of turbulence shook the plane, but it ended as quickly as it came. I don't always see eye to eye with my father either. The 30-day thing? Lily asked. He inclined his head. My parents threatened me with disinheritance as well. I, unlike you, may have earned it, though. I haven't always paid as much attention to important matters of my heritage as I should have. Lily wasn't sure what to say. She'd read plenty of gossip about this man in magazines, but she wasn't sure how much of it was true. Why did he agree to let you have 30 days then? She asked. Why are they still giving you leeway? My mother insisted she raised me better than I had been behaving, he said, dumping the last of his peanuts into his hand and tipping them into his mouth. And I suppose she's right. I have had a lot of time to soul search on this trip. I have been flighty and foolish, Lily. I shouldn't have been so careless about what persona I gave to the public, but I haven't had the right perspective until now, I suppose. It's never too late to give yourself a new image, she said. It's not like your images have been inappropriate. For a prince they have. She nibbled her lip. They weren't compromising by any means. I just mean this is an opportunity for you to set the record straight. The man you've shown me these last few days hasn't been the one I associated with those articles. You read about me? He sounded far too excited about this. He leaned his arm on the armrest in between them, brushing his shoulder and his cologne against her. Her mouth twisted. I may have. That's beside the point. She basked in the way his proximity warmed her. What I'm saying is, the media has portrayed you as a playboy who only wants to see how many girls he can kiss before he turns 25. but you're a thoughtful, caring person. You haven't pushed your way to be with women while I've been around you, other than the first time we met. I think you were just trying to stick to that persona, but that's not who you are." Henrik's eyes turned pensive and serious. Lily swallowed and went on. "You helped me with that money, with something I never could have done myself. You've been kind to me. You make sure I feel special. You spent the whole time we boarded to help others with their luggage. You were disappointed that you couldn't find a connection with someone the way you wanted to. I think you want that deep connection with someone, Henrik. This is your chance to show your parents, to show the world who you really are." "Thank you, Lily," he said. No snark, no snappy remark. An invisible cord strung between them, hooking somewhere inside of her, latching onto him. "That is very kind of you to say. Well, it's all true. When are you going to tell me what the money was about?" he added, lowering his voice. Lily kicked herself for bringing it up. She finished the last of her cookies and stared out the window, trying to sort through her thoughts. "It's okay," he said, drinking his entire cup of soda in one swallow. "Another time. Tell me about your brother." The two of them talked through the rest of the flight. Their conversation came as easily as it always had, so that by the time Lily felt the wheels shift for their landing and peeked out at the growing snowy buildings below, it seemed as though only minutes had passed. Soon enough they landed and exited the plane. Ethan was waiting near the baggage claim that had started rotating and spewing out suitcases. He looked the same as always, though he had been balding the last time she'd seen him, and now he'd shaven his head completely. "There's Ethan," Lily told Henrik, dragging her suitcase behind her and picking up her pace. Ethan beamed and lifted a hand in greeting. "He looks like a security guard," Henrik said, keeping up with her. Lily hugged her brother fiercely. The last time they'd been together had been when Ethan had helped her pack up her things for the move with Snow to Florida. After getting Henrik's permission, she'd called Ethan to let him know she was bringing the prince home with her. Ethan had been shocked, but once the news settled, he was cool with it. "Is this him?" Ethan asked, turning to Henrik. "If by him you mean me, then yes." Henrik offered a hand. "Henrik von Frosk. Pleased to meet you." The two men shook. "So you're serious? You don't want me to call you Your Majesty or anything like that?" "Please, call me Henrik. My friends do." Ethan took Lily's suitcase from her, and the three of them made their way toward the exit. Outside, snowflakes flurried, and a coat of white layered the ground. Lily dug her coat out of her suitcase, and Henrik did the same before nodding to Ethan. "Okay, then. Anything you two need before we head off?" Ethan asked. "I think we're good," Lily said, smiling. The frigid bite of winter was the December Lily had known all her life, but she couldn't say she'd missed it much. She thought she had, but now being back in the frosty air when she'd been wearing shorts the day before was a rush, to say the least. They made their way out to Ethan's car, engaging in small talk until Ethan pulled beside the curb in front of a duplex. Lily was glad she'd opted to only stay a handful of days. Traveling with Henrik was nerve-wracking, especially with the way he wanted to stay low profile. Too many people stopped and stared before going on their way. It would be better to get back to Florida where he could hide on the 9th floor out of the public eye. She wasn't sure how the ball that night would go, but Henrik insisted on it. "In fact," he said once they arrived at Ethan's apartment and discussed the ball itself, "instead of a date, I'm hoping you'll be mine." Her mouth went dry. "You want to go to the ball with me as a date?" She supposed she hadn't had much time to plan other arrangements for him. She hadn't even thought to ask if he still wanted her to find someone for him to spend time with while he was in Vermont. "Of course, if you would. I thought only of you as I packed my suit." The words were a love song. He'd thought of her. He'd wanted her. The prospect of traveling with Henrik, of staying a few days with him, had unrattled her, but this This was an entirely new level of unsettling, one that she was entirely willing to see through. "I would love to," Lily heard herself say. Chapter 9. Lily aired out her dress and laid it on the bed in Ethan's spare bedroom. The fabric was exquisite, cream silk with intricate gold designs dazzling their way across the bodice. She'd found the dress at a thrift shop in downtown Clearwater and immediately fell in love. Her nerves rattled at the prospect of wearing the gown to the ball now. Going with Ethan and his date Charlotte had been one thing, but now attending with a date of her own, a date who was a prince, whom the rest of the world had seen as cocky and entitled, who was better looking than any other man in the room would be. He was a map someone had handed to her upside down, and no matter which way she turned it, she couldn't figure out the correct way to know where she was or where she was going. Butterflies flurried in her stomach. Her other interactions with Henrik had been attempts to set him up with someone else. He'd joked about dating her instead, but she'd brushed the remark aside, not taking him seriously. Tonight, however, she would be his date. Even Aaliyah and her father had suggested Lily try for him. What would they think of her now? She was eating all her words, and her nerves went into a frenzy at the thought. Whether it was the date part of things or the Henrik part of things, she couldn't tell. Was he as nervous for tonight as she was? The man was so confident and suave, Lily suspected nothing fazed him. For a man so used to getting his way, he was being extremely flexible during this trip. Lily dressed purposefully, relishing the feel of the dress fabric against her skin. Doing her hair was the part she most looked forward to. She twisted her vivid red tumble on top of her head and took more time than usual on her makeup. A knock came and Ethan's voice followed. "You about ready? We need to head over and pick up Char." "Just one sec." There was more snow here in Vermont than Florida ever got, but she wasn't going to wear her coat. She tucked a wrap around her shoulders, gave herself one last glance before opening the door. Though her brother looked handsome, Lily swore Ethan's black suit was the same shade of boring he wore for his security guard duty position at Ever After Sweet Shop's corporate offices. Henrik, on the other hand. Her lungs squeezed, caging her breath. He rose from Ethan's couch the instant she entered the room. His blonde hair was no longer wild and adrift, but tamed back away from his face, giving her full view of his chiseled jawline and the spark in his eyes. Shades of pink dusted his cheeks, and Lily noted the movement in his throat as he swallowed. "You're beautiful," he said. Ethan cut him off. She'd momentarily forgotten he was there. "Looking good, sis," he said. "Let's go before we're late." The three of them stepped outside. Cold instantly bit into her skin. She shuffled to Ethan's car parked on the snowy street. Henrik got her door and closed it before making for the car's other side. Ethan took the driver's seat and started the engine. The darkened back seat heightened Lily's senses. She also didn't fail to notice the way Henrik slid past the seat closest to the window and opted for the middle next to her. His warm side brushed hers, and when Ethan started the car and pulled out into the street, Henrik's breath stroked her cheek. "You," he breathed, low and intoxicating. "You are enchanting." Her hands stilled in her lap. She didn't dare meet his eyes in the darkness. Turning her head would put her face much too close to his. "Thank you," she managed. Ethan prattled on about being head of security, so this was his second time attending Hawk Danielson's annual Christmas ball as a guest. But Lily couldn't concentrate. He had been dating Charlotte since last year, and Lily was glad to finally meet the woman her brother loved. She wondered if their parents had met and approved of Charlotte the way they hadn't approved of Damon. She couldn't blame Mom and Dad, and now she'd wish she'd listened. She knew Ethan had tried talking to them on her behalf, but they hadn't been willing to talk to him much either.
Would they ever open up to either of them again? The ballroom was an explosion of red. Red tulle bunched in corners flowed along the ceiling as if being poured from above. The tufted fabric coordinated perfectly with the scarlet decor collecting on Christmas trees in every corner. Lily was aware of Henrik no matter where he was in the room. It was as though he were a part of her orbit. No matter which way she turned, she knew where he stood, felt his gaze on the side of her face or the back of her neck. He was in no want for attention. Women flocked around him, eager for a selfie with the Prince of Envar. The sight enraged Lily, though she did her best to brush off her irritation. Her annoyance made no sense. The attention of women was why he'd come to the States after all, despite his attempts at staying incognito, and she was simply keeping up her end of the bargain, providing the interaction. Ethan and Charlotte moseyed their way through the throng, and Lily turned to her brother, grateful for the distraction. He was joined by a handsome blonde man in a tux with a pretty brunette on his arm. She wore a stunning black gown covered in sequins. "Hey, sis," Ethan said. "I want you to meet my boss. This is Hawk Danielson and his wife Ella." Lily smiled, grateful for someone to talk to. "Hello," Lily said. "Ethan told me all about your proposal at this very ball last year." Ella dipped her head down with a coy smile. "It was pretty romantic of him," she said, sliding an adoring gaze at her husband. "Char and Ella are sisters," Ethan added. Lily perked up at this. "Oh, I never would have guessed." "Stepsisters," Ella interjected with another becoming blush, "though sometimes it feels more like the real thing than anything else." Ella's smile was contagious. "I get that," Lily said, "though all I've got is this big lug for a brother." "You're extremely lucky." Hawk remained poised and serious, though his eyes twinkled, indicating how much he meant the words. "Ethan is the best there is." "I can't argue with that," Lily said. "So you live in Florida?" Ella asked kindly. "I do. I just came home for Christmas." "You couldn't have picked a better time," Hawk said. "I hope you enjoy the evening." Hawk and Ella left to mingle with Ella's cousin Adelie Hatter and her husband Maddox, who Lily discovered owned Wonderland Theme Park. Lily moved her attention away from the good-looking billionaire and his pretty petite blonde wife, who were lost together in a slow dance. Something from their adoring expressions told Lily they weren't paying any attention to the music at all. "Where's your date?" Ethan asked, soaking in as much attention as he can. Lily didn't mean to sound so derisive, but she'd momentarily forgotten her irritation with the prince while meeting Ethan's friends. Having the reminder that her date was off flirting with other women riled her all over again. "I thought he was here with you," Ethan said with a scowl, mimicking her thoughts. Before she could respond, Lily's phone pinged. She checked it to find a text from Henrik. "Rescue me," was all it said. She fought the urge to roll her eyes and made her way through the crowded ballroom. At least 3 women had Henrik surrounded, fawning over him. The thinnest woman, with pasty pale skin and jet-straight black hair, toyed with his lapel. The blonde, just as viper-like in her hungry eyes, toyed with the sleeve of his jacket, and the third kept batting her eyelashes at him more than seemed humanly possible. He was engaged in conversation with the Morticia Adams wannabe, but he kept shrinking away from her touch in such an obvious way, Lily was baffled these women were so bad at reading body language. "There you are," Lily exclaimed, pushing her way through to take Henrik's outstretched hand.
"Ah, my date, if you'll excuse me, ladies."
He slipped from their holds like an eel, and his arm hooked so instantly around Lily's waist, she released an audible gasp. He pulled her to a stop feet away, guiding her in closer to him than she expected, so she stood flush with him. With a gentle yet intentional hand, he brushed the coils of hair away from her neck. He dipped in and grazed his nose against her throat in a way that shot fiery awareness through her entire body. His breath stroked her skin. He leaned in close enough to whisper, "I was wondering how long it would take you to steal me away." Lily's body trembled at the sultry, intimate tone of his words. Her lids fluttered. "You looked like you had plenty of company." "Not the right company." "No, why not?" "They weren't you." The music changed to something less robotic and more festive, with cool tones that made her want to sway. Taking command of the dance, he guided her with such sureness that even though she didn't know the steps, he made her feel proficient at them. "You were the one who deserted me," Lily argued. "The minute you were recognized, you let your fans whisk you away." "That happens everywhere I go. It's getting rather dull." "That's not the impression I got," Lily said. "What? You think I like being the fox at the end of their hunt?" "I think that's exactly what you like." He cast his head back with a groan. "Couldn't you tell? I was practically begging you to intervene." "Is that what those desperate looks meant?" she teased. "I thought it was my job to help you find a bride." His grip at her waist tightened. "Didn't I tell you?" He rested his cheek against hers. His freshly shaven skin was so smooth, Lily's brain grew foggy. He pulled her closer, so they weren't so much dancing as hugging, and she lost all capability to do anything more than breathe. The low rumble of his voice reverberated from his chest to hers as he said, "I no longer require your services." His breath added to the heat climbing her spine and up her neck. Something stroked her earlobe. His lips? What did he mean? And what was he doing holding her like this and kissing her ear right here where everyone could see? She wasn't sure if he was showing his feelings or trying to send a clear message to all the women who might be watching him. Humiliation flooded Lily's cheeks in a gush, turning her vision red. Regaining her capacity to think, Lily pried herself free of his grasp and became suddenly aware of the attention on her. Ethan and Charlotte spoke behind their hands, their eyes on her as they clearly talked about her. Others watched her curiously. Lily gave way to her coursing emotions. She tore herself away from Henrik and pushed through the throng of dancers to the nearest exit. Passing a row of chairs and those in attendance choosing to fill them rather than dance, she dashed out into the hall where there was less noise and much less rubbernecking. She paced, plunging her face into her hands and trying desperately to reach some kind of grounding. Henrik's words played over and over in her mind. He no longer required her services? Did that mean he was interested in her? Or had he found someone tonight and he was going to expect Lily to refund the 15 grand he'd given her? That was part of their contract. He couldn't legally do that to her. She hoped it wouldn't come to that. That thought, combined with the affectionate, almost possessive way he'd held her, made her blood race. Henrik seemed too decent to do something like that, but she couldn't ignore the possibility. Chapter 10. Henrik approached her in the comparatively quiet hall. Music from the ballroom still wafted its way out here, but the bustle and movement in there were lacking out here. Lily groaned, wishing she'd hidden herself better. The darker side of her craved his company, while her sane side told her to break for it. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Physically, I'm fine," she said. "But other than that?" Damon had given her mixed signals as well. He'd flirted with other women and dated them behind Lily's back. Then he'd gotten angry when Lily had confronted him about it, like his cheating was her fault. "What is the problem?" he asked with too much innocence. Lily released a scoff. She couldn't come out and admit she was jealous and have him get upset with her. "I know you're not my date in the real sense,"
she said, but she couldn't say it. I am cornered everywhere I go. I thought you noticed this by now. She had noticed as much, and the fact wasn't always as innocent as he was making it sound. Just on the plane, she told him she thought there was more to him than that. Stupid, stupid words. It's just that. Their attention doesn't seem to bother you. I see. And you think it should? His grin had too much delight in it for her comfort. He was teasing her again, the rascal. She thought he was different. She thought he wanted to be here with her, not seek anyone else out. But she wasn't going to admit that either. Why do I bother? You don't need one more woman fawning over you. Not when he had them in droves. Whether Lily liked it or not, being close to Henrik had unraveled her like a loose thread. Little by little, every soft-spoken word, every touch, every breath had unwound her that much more, and the fact that she'd seen him dote on countless others through magazines and entertainment news only made her more disgusted with herself for falling for his antics. She didn't want to be just another one of the crowd. She wanted his touch, his gaze, his affection to mean something. She wanted the kiss they hadn't shared on the beach. Not as something to prove, but as a token of his genuine adoration of her. Henrik's fingers found hers. The touch was a lit match sparking off the tip of her fingers. Lily pulled away. She didn't want his attention, not if it didn't mean to him what it meant to her. "Why do you pull away from me?" he asked. "What else am I supposed to do?" "Those other women are just women," he said by way of explanation. "I don't even know their names." "Yet you let them lay their hands all over you?" "I couldn't get away. Why do you think I texted you?" "Come on. You could have gotten out of there." "I tried many times," he said. "Each time I was surrounded." Lily leveled a glare at him. He lifted his hands. "It is a selfie battle. All they want is a picture with the prince." "Don't tell me you don't enjoy the attention." Lily had seen it so many times since meeting Henrik. He gave a little half-hearted shrug. "Usually, I do like the attention." "But not tonight?" He was unbelievable. "No. Tonight I'm surrounded by other women, but I only wish to be with you. Why else do you think I asked you to be my date?" Lily waited for his playful little smirk to emerge, for him to dart his glance or add in some other little joke, but he kept his gray eyes focused solely on her. She was transfixed, caught in a state of in-between, wanting his words to be real, dreading the reality of them. Fairy tales weren't real, she reminded herself. She couldn't get swept away thinking that this was the exception. Men weren't reliable. They spoke pretty words and then used those words to get back at her. The inner argument didn't pack as much punch as it usually did. This wasn't entirely true. Ethan wasn't like that. And neither was her dad, prideful as he was. Just because one man had treated her in such a horrible way didn't mean they all would. Henrik had been a flirt and a playboy, but he was never cruel. Louise cared for him in a way she wouldn't if he treated her unkindly. Louise had even warned Lily not to hurt him. On the plane, Lily had been certain Henrik could be more than the persona he'd given off. Maybe she needed to show him how she believed what she'd said. "I've had enough of crowds, haven't you?" he asked. "We can go back in, but I suspect it will only be more of the same." Lily was slow to respond. "Why?" she finally asked. "Why me?" "I can be myself when I'm with you. You don't like me because I'm a prince. You like me for me. Otherwise, you would not have invited me home to spend Christmas with you." "I never said I liked you." Henrik's hands slid around her waist. She released a gasp at the unexpected spark in his touch. His barely there grin deepened. "I believe you just did." All arguments fled, including her ability to form any kind of coherent thought. The music drifting from the ballroom magnified, filling Lily's ears with thunderous sound as she became nothing more than beats and pulses in Henrik's steady arms. "The walk on the beach," he said. "Your brusque manner with me, you treat me as any other man." She knew it wasn't entirely true. Inviting him home for Christmas had been common courtesy, though he'd certainly taken the offer to mean more than it had. That didn't mean she was unaffected by him, by his lonely plight. Henrik had also helped her with Damon, whether he'd known it or not. While those had been her initial reasons for her offer, something in her heart softened toward him, a locked-away crevice where impossible was transforming into possible. Maybe fairy tales didn't come true, but this one could. Lily had pushed away her feelings for Henrik before, after he'd walked with her on the beach. Feelings were a hazardous thing then, but now they sensed a weakness in her line of defense, and she felt them trickle in once more. Instead of casting those feelings aside, Lily let them settle in as surely as Henrik's hands at her waist. These feelings she had for him were real, not imaginary fantasy, made all the more real by the burnished, unruly intentions in his eyes. To her relief, he only danced with her, holding her like she was something precious, allowing whatever unspoken intensity she felt to build among the silence of his gaze. Henrik sat on his side of the back seat when they left for Ethan's apartment and didn't attempt to hold her hand. Ethan dropped Charlotte off, and Lily wondered if her brother could sense the emotional confusion swirling in the back seat. Tiredly, each of them lost in his or her thoughts, Ethan, Lily, and Henrik went to their personal space in Ethan's apartment. Lily closed the door to his guest bedroom and changed into her Christmas pajamas and tried to sort through her thoughts and feelings. Something had definitely shifted between her and Henrik during their dance in the hall. She wasn't sure what, and part of her was too scared to find out. When she estimated that a reasonable amount of time had passed so she could prepare for bed in Ethan's only bathroom, she opened the bedroom door. Henrik had to be asleep now, didn't he? As tradition would have it, Ethan left his Christmas tree lights on all night. The rest of the room was dark enough. Hopefully Henrik would be able to sleep. She attempted to tiptoe past him when he stirred from his position on the couch. "There you are," he whispered. Lily's eyes closed. She forced a smile and turned on her socked heel. "I thought you'd be asleep." Not without saying goodnight. He held out a hand, indicating his desire for her to join him. Lily paused long enough to peer toward Ethan's door. Her brother's light was off, and no sound other than his soft snores came through. She knew there was a valid argument why she shouldn't give in to Henrik's request, but at the moment, that argument didn't surface. Still, she couldn't give in. "Good night, Henrik," she said, turning into the bathroom instead. Lily's heart pounded as she closed the bathroom door behind her. She'd just rejected a prince. What was she doing? Would it have been so bad to join him on the couch? Yes, it would have. She brushed her teeth, all the while wondering what he'd meant, wondering what might have happened if she'd given in. She rinsed toothpaste from her mouth when a soft knock struck the door. "Ethan?" she said softly. "Open the door?" Henrik's voice, not her brother's. Lily exhaled. Fingers trembling, she managed the knob. Henrik stood with a hand elevated on the door jamb beside him, emphasizing the defined shape of his bicep. His hair was devilishly rumpled, his clothes were casual, and his expression was up to no good. "May I?" he said, and then without waiting for an answer pushed his way into the bathroom with her and closed the door. The bathroom shrunk in size. A lump leapt into Lily's throat. Henrik smelled good, so good, and he was looking right at her with a drowsy kind of desire in his eyes. "You Americans are so peculiar," he said. Lily tossed back her hair, attempting to act completely immune to the siren call of him. You mean you're just now figuring that out? Do you not leave out shoes for St. Nicholas? He'd rammed his way into the bathroom with her to ask this? Is that a tradition you have in Envar? It is. We leave our shoes by the fireplace. St. Nicholas comes into our homes and places presents within them. Her nose wrinkled at the thought of presents inside of shoes. Here, we exchange gifts on Christmas morning, and we call St. Nicholas Santa Claus. Although when Ethan and I were kids, my mom always gave us new PJs on Christmas Eve. Henrik stroked a lock of her vibrant red hair as if fascinated by it. Though the touch didn't actually reach her, every tiny hair on her body raised. I see. In Envar, it is tradition to give one gift on the eve of Christmas. Lily shifted, diverted and uncomfortable. Was he saying he was going to give her a present now? Did he have something behind his back? She hadn't noticed. She'd been too distracted by the size of his arms. I don't have yours ready, she said, flustered and thinking of the socks she'd gotten him last minute from the Elir Resort gift shop. It's all right, he said, his voice low. My gift for you requires no preparation. Her heart throbbed inside of her chest. The weakness in her limbs at the intimate hitch in his voice nearly made her lose her balance. Henrik's hand coaxed her cheek, stroking her skin with all the heat of a flame, yet none of its burn. She was helpless but to let him give whatever gift he intended at that moment. Slowly and purposefully, he guided her to meet the glistening truth in his gaze. Connected as their glances were, Henrik's eyes flicked to her mouth. Her lips parted, making way for a series of rattling erratic breaths, and then his eyelids drooped to a hazy, delirious level. He lifted her chin, directing his own. Her toes curled, her free hand fisted in his shirt, and she braced herself for the feel of his lips. It came, and it was just as luscious as she dreamed. His mouth touched hers. His kiss sparked through her fingertips and spiraled through her body. She felt everything he'd said. This kiss was a gift. It was every bit about sharing himself with her as she wanted to do the same for him, to add meaning and definition to the shift she'd felt pass between them earlier during their dance. Lily moved closer, encouraged by Henrik's secure, strong hands, until she pressed herself to him. He responded, gripping her waist. Henrik turned her. The counter was at her back, and he lifted her to sit on its surface where he had better access to her mouth. I want you, he said between kisses. Lily didn't stop to ask for clarification. She explored his mouth, savoring every tantalizing moment of him. I want you, Henrik said again, pulling back and stroking her face to keep her inches from his. What? It's you, he said. That is my gift, my request. Lily was thrown by his explanation. You what? She was torn between trying to comprehend his words and the pulsating longing to kiss him again. Henrik brought her mouth back where it belonged, and their lips moved in unison, burning through every inch of her, making her want him just as much as he craved her. My father gave me 30 days, he said against her mouth, stealing kisses as he went. Instead of flying back to Florida in 2 days, I want you to fly home to Envar, with me. His arms enveloped her. His hands swept up her spine and across her curves. Lily broke free of him then. She thought through every implication of his request as much as her mind would allow and attempted to catch her breath. 30 days to find a bride, and out of scads of other women he'd chosen her? He moved in again, nudging his nose against hers before finding her lips. She kissed him a moment more before rearing back just enough.
"No," she said.
"It is my wish," he said simply, as if that would solve everything. Was he given everything he asked for? Why else did he think that was enough of an explanation to get her to agree? "No, Henrik," she said again, retreating from the impact his lips intended to make with hers once more. She wished she wasn't perched on the counter. She wished she could stand on her feet. Why not? I must make my decision, and I have made it. I want you. A golf ball lodged in her throat. This wasn't how their agreement was supposed to go. She wasn't the right one for him, for a myriad of reasons. Lily nudged him aside so she could return to the bathroom floor. "Henrik, I'm flattered, but there are things about me you don't know." "My father only gave me 30 days. I've expended a portion of that already and only met one woman whose company I constantly yearn for. I can't promise that I love you yet, but I know it's possible." "You hardly know me, and I know nothing about you or what expectations will be had of me if we don't have to marry right away," he said. "There will be time to figure all of that out. I must make my decision, and I have made it." He brushed her long, thick hair away from her shoulder for a better glimpse of her face. "Please," he said, "think it over." "I will," she told him, though the words were the worst lies she'd ever told. They gave him hope, as evidenced by the final sweet, heady kiss he punctuated them with. And while she hoped there was something more between them, she couldn't allow that hope to sprout. Because of Damon, she couldn't consider such a request. And when she returned to her room, she wet her pillow with her tears. Chapter 11. Lily rose early Christmas morning, slipping into her warmest clothes and boots, and with a beanie on her head, she tiptoed past Henrik's sleeping form to the apartment door. Christmas had left its touch on the sleepy town. Snow blanketed every surface, contrasting the dark morning sky. Soft, glittering flakes drifted their way to join the rest. Though Lily had been dismayed to re-enter the whiteness of winter, she'd forgotten how much she loved the quiet hush, the feeling that she was the only person in the world awake at this very moment. She stepped carefully, noting the shape of her boot prints in the new fallen snow and the crunching noises each step made. It was a wonder she'd been able to sleep after her kiss with Henrik. His kiss alone had jangled her like bells and continued to ring even now, hours later. Adding his offer of marriage to that had made her blood and thoughts whirl. She'd planned on running away to Europe, but she'd never imagined doing so to marry a handsome, arrogant, charming, infectious prince. The idea had been to change her name, to slip into the sidelines and start a new life, a new existence, one where Damon could never find her again. This running away to Europe, however, would be the opposite of hiding. If she agreed to marry Prince Henrik, her whereabouts would certainly be known, and Damon would bombard her for the benefits. Lily couldn't do that to Henrik. Lily sighed in the stillness, admiring her breath puffing from her open mouth, and paused to glance at her old elementary school. She wasn't surprised where her feet were leading her. She'd had the thought to visit her parents' home, which was about a block away from the school, if for nothing else than to give Mom and Dad a final, distant farewell before she left as she'd intended. But that had been the plan when she'd intended on changing her name. What was she going to do now? Staying in Florida wasn't an option once she returned. Though she had a wonderful job, she was one screw-up away from losing it. What would the Elirs think if they knew she was the reason her parents had lost such an important account? They certainly would find out if Damon carried out his threat. He didn't care that doing so would put her in breach of her contract not to share the information. And then there were her fur babies. The thought of leaving them all behind hurt. But she needed peace of mind. She considered taking one of her cats with her at least and finding good homes for the rest. Lily needed to be away from Damon like she needed food and water to survive, Perhaps he would give up the constant threats if he could no longer find her to make them. On the off chance that he did leak the emails that had destroyed her future with her parents' company, coward that she was, she wouldn't be around to witness everyone's disappointment and harsh response to them. Even if Patrick Billingsworth's agent found her, she could deal with whatever he would throw at her without bearing the shame of everyone knowing about it. I have to let Henrik down easy, she decided, not liking the idea any more than leaving the Elir's employment or her beloved pets. She turned the corner, and the Hope estate came into view. A solid clamor of longing struck her as surely as if her heart was a gong that had been hit. Lily approached the gate surrounding the mansion estate she'd grown up in, and tears burned her eyes all over again. How much of her life had she thrown away? How much she'd lost because of her decision to date Damon Neely. Even now, Damon was the true reason she couldn't allow herself to give in to Henrik's request. She'd paid dearly for her association with him and would continue to do so. Memories of conversations, of her parents' disappointed looks and their threats of disinheritance, threats she'd never taken seriously enough, panged with renewed stings. She was ostracized by them, and she couldn't be the reason Henrik faced something similar with his family. Though he'd claimed to pick her, she wasn't royal material, and her acceptance could only lead to problems for him and his parents, too. She had her fake ID. She had the means to leave and live until she could find work as her new self. That was the best option. Soft voices trailed from down the unshoveled sidewalk surrounding her parents' estate, and the last people Lily expected to see rounded the corner. "Mom?" she breathed. "Dad?" Mom's red hair was tucked beneath a knitted hat, her arm hooked around Dad's. Their breath preceded them in little puffs. The two of them stopped and stared at her. Lily lived as if that single moment was a world all of its own. Would they ignore her? Turn without a word? She knew they often walked in the mornings, but she didn't think they would go walking Christmas morning. "Lily?" Mom's voice was soft and filled with surprise. Relief stole over her. They weren't going to ignore her. She took a few more steps. "Hi," she said. The shouts the three of them had exchanged the last time they'd stood this close to one another stamped through her memory. "Merry Christmas," Lily said, not knowing what else to say. "You too," Mom said. She'd been the angrier of Lily's parents, but Dad had been the one to threaten disinheritance and carry it out. Lily didn't care so much about the money and position as she did the last words Dad had said. "If you stay with someone like Damon, then you are no daughter of mine," Mom had added. "If you leave with him now, don't bother coming back." Lily hadn't taken them seriously. Sure, they were upset and she'd botched the account with Patrick Billingsworth, but they didn't know exactly how, and she wasn't about to let them know Damon had played a part. She'd only been heading out for a night bowling with Damon and had come back to find a moving truck being packed with her belongings. She'd begged for them to understand, to see things from her point of view. She'd shouted how selfish they were for not considering the fact that she and Ethan might want something different with their lives than their parents wanted for them. Bringing Ethan up had been the final straw for Dad. Not knowing where else to go, Lily had gone to Snow's house. Damon had been so angry about her disinheritance, he'd threatened to demand money from the Hopes. When that hadn't worked, he'd targeted Lily, and things had flipped downward so fast Lily had hardly been able to believe that had been the same man who'd been so sugar-sweet to her before. And then she'd ended things, only to remember that Damon had access to the emails she'd deleted. She'd tried making things up with her parents, tried going to them for help. Nothing worked, and moving away from Damon had seemed like the only option. But she was back home now. She stood face to face with her parents, and they weren't walking away from her. "How have you been?" Dad asked. Lily was heartened by the question. Maybe her visit here had been good. Maybe all they'd needed was time. "I've been okay," she said. She wanted to tell them so much. Her job with the Elirs, she'd broken up with Damon, her life-altering regret. But those admissions could lead to more problems, more questions, more hard words. I came to visit Ethan for Christmas. I just wanted to see you both before I left again, to tell you I love you. We love you too, Mom said. She broke away from Dad's arm, closed the final few steps between them, and put her arms around Lily without another word. The touch was a sundrop on a frozen lake. The ice melted, starting in the center and moving to the edges. Tentatively, Lily returned the embrace until she buried her face in her mom's warm coat. Dad rubbed a hand on Lily's back, and when she pulled away, he was smiling at her. "Do you want to come inside?" he asked. "It's Christmas." Lily longed to say yes. She wanted to fill them in on everything that had happened since that horrible, terrible day, to make amends. But Damon was an impediment here as well. He still had those emails. She still had to leave. And leaving would be easier if the rift between her and her parents remained. "No, thanks. I've got to get going." Mom lowered her head and Dad nodded. "You said you're staying at Ethan's?" She smiled. "Yes, it was good to see you both." "You too." Dad had a pensive expression when she turned and walked away from them, away from the love she'd been craving, the love they were offering, just as she'd done before. Lily knocked softly on Ethan's door, kicking snow from her boots as she did so. Several moments later, Ethan opened the door. "I called you a couple of times," he said with concern in his voice. Of course her security guard brother would keep tabs on her. She was touched to know he cared, that he'd worried when she hadn't been there. What would he do when she disappeared for good? "Where did you go?" Lily stepped in out of the cold, leaving trails of snow she'd neglected to kick from her boots on the rug. She unwound her scarf and hung it and her coat on the hook behind the door. "Sorry," she said. "I woke up early and didn't want to disturb anyone." "So you couldn't hang out in your room until we got up?" Lily met Ethan's gaze, decidedly avoiding Henrik's, though she could see him standing near the fire, crackling behind its glass beneath Ethan's mantle. "I just needed to think." Ethan frowned, but jutted his chin toward the kitchen. His cell phone was visible on the counter's corner. "In any case, you'll never guess who just called me." Henrik approached the bar where they stood, curiosity in his gaze. Lily wondered if he'd heard the conversation and wanted to know its gist. "Who?" she asked. "Dad," Ethan said. The word was a finality like a door slam or an ended call. Lily's body jolted. Ethan pulled at his neck. "He said they want us to come over for lunch today." Lily couldn't believe it. She hadn't been invited home in years. "Why?" "I don't know. Maybe because it's Christmas?" A noticeable pause bounced from Ethan to Lily and finally made its way to Henrik. Lily wondered what he was thinking. She told him about her and her brother's fallout with their parents over a lack of interest in the family business. Other Christmases had passed, and her parents had never reached out for those. She couldn't help but wonder why they were doing so now. Mulling through every possibility, Lily sat at one of the bar stools. Henrik took the one beside her, and Ethan stepped into the kitchen. He bent at the waist to rest his arms on the counter across from them like a barista waiting to take their orders. "I saw them during my walk this morning," she said. "I wonder if that has something to do with it." "You saw your parents?" Henrik asked. She loved his accent. Even a night away from him was enough to make her shiver hearing it. Not to mention the kisses they'd shared the night before and the offer he'd made. She forced her gaze away from him, not wanting to get awkward on Ethan. If he didn't know anything had gone on between them last night, there was no need for him to find out now. "Yeah," she said. "And?" Ethan prodded. "What happened?" "I was standing outside their driveway. They were out for their morning walk. I said, 'Merry Christmas,' and they were nicer than they've been in a long time. I almost thought they might ignore me, but they didn't." "Your parents wouldn't ignore you,"
Henrik said. Lily and Ethan exchanged another look. They would, they said in unison. Then what's changed? Henrik asked. Lily looked at her brother. Did Dad say anything about why they want us to come over? Is it... Had word spread? Did they know the Prince of Envar was with them and were only wanting to make nice because they wanted to kiss up to royalty? She wouldn't put the notion past them, but she wasn't sure how they would have found out Henrik was here. Lily brushed the thought aside. Her parents had seemed genuinely surprised and pleased to see her. Mom had even hugged her. I think we should go, Ethan said. Lily's mind gradually shifted from the finality she decided on earlier. She couldn't say she'd mind ending things on a better note than she had the last time she'd been home, especially if she was branching off to change her name and live in Europe. What about Henrik? She asked. I told them I want to bring Charlotte and that you had a friend here too. They said they're welcome to come, if that's okay with you. Ethan gestured a hand in Henrik's direction. Henrik straightened on his stool. He rested his wrist on the edge of the counter. It is fine with me as long as they don't broadcast that I'm coming. I don't want this to turn into something it shouldn't. Like a news crew or something? Lily added. At least there hadn't been anyone covering the Christmas ball. I'll make sure that's not their intention. So we go? Lily glanced to Henrik. He was her guest here, and if he truly wasn't comfortable, she wouldn't abandon him. What do you think? Do you want to go? He asked her. Not Ethan, just her. Lily's stomach squirmed. I would like to, yes. Would you like to come meet my parents? Either not realizing Ethan was watching them or not caring, Henrik's hand slid to hers and he pressed a comforting gesture against her fingers. I would love to. After a small traditional Christmas moment where they exchanged gifts, Henrik loved the socks Lily gave him, and he had brought a pair of earrings for her and a platinum keychain for Ethan. The three of them readied themselves for the day. Lily was a bundle of worries. She had already planned on dressing nicely for Christmas Day, but she was even more relieved she decided to bring a flowy white blouse with a bow tied across the waist and her nicest jeans. She spent extra time in the bathroom, applying her makeup and curling her cherry red locks so they had the perfect tumble down her back. Remembering her moment in here with Henrik the night before might also have had something to do with her slow pace. Her entire frame hummed. Every time she touched the counter or leaned against it, memory flooded, letting her relive the moments from last night, having Henrik's mouth on hers, remembering how she'd leaned against the counter to keep herself stable and grounded because everything about him was topsy-turvy. She wanted a kiss like that again. She wanted to get lost in him again just once more. He kissed her like she'd never experienced. Kissing Henrik was like an unplugged device finding its charge. He was live voltage, bringing every part of her to life as she never had been. He knew exactly how to hold her. His lips knew just how to move, teasing and taking and testing. His hands had just the right pressure, and she touched him back like he wasn't real, like she couldn't believe she could. Being around him lifted her to somewhere higher than she currently stood. Could she accept him? Could she go off to Europe with him and become his bride, his princess? Lily shook away the questions, not wanting to see the answers. She examined herself in the mirror. Was it just her imagination, or were her eyes brighter? Was her skin more luminous? Was this what happy looked like on her? Henrik was one thing, but couple that with seeing her parents, and this day became less and less real as it went on. She hadn't been able to get over the accepting way Mom and Dad had acted either. One of the reasons for their earlier fallout had been her failure to secure a celebrity as their company spokesman. What would they do when they realized the man she'd brought home was a prince? Chapter 12. Henrik peered through the windows for a better look. Lily had said her parents were the toothpaste king, or rather behind the King brand of toothpaste. This was how toothpaste manufacturing treated their owners.
If so, they were not doing too badly. The estate was vast, with light-colored stones and varying roof lines settled at the end of a long drive. The closer they arrived at the house, the more Lily clenched her hands into fists on her lap. "Are you all right?" he asked, keeping his voice low so Ethan and Charlotte in the front seat couldn't hear them. Lily glanced at him. She was ravishing this morning, her lashes long and accentuating the brightness in her celery green eyes. Henrik could stare into those eyes for an eternity. "I don't know," she said. "They were nice enough this morning, but the last time we talked, things had been a little rough. Are you ready for some family drama?" She added a smile to the statement as if to lighten things. Henrik waved her off. "You haven't seen family drama until you meet my parents." "I wouldn't be so sure," she said. Ethan pulled to a stop in front of the main entrance. Henrik exited, closed the car door, and rested his hand on its roof, staring at the grand, snow-covered estate sprawled out before him. Though Lily seemed unsettled, he was sure the afternoon would go well. Her parents wouldn't invite her and Ethan home after all this time only to be cruel yet again. Not on Christmas. Charlotte stood beside Ethan on the mat as he tapped the doorbell. A friendly chime rang, and then the door was opened, bringing with it a warm rush and the smell of ham and cinnamon. Henrik's stomach rumbled in anticipation. Whatever they were preparing for lunch, he was ready. While Henrik was on new ground, he didn't take in the elegant setting, warm carpets, or sweeping staircase as much as he did Lily's reaction to those settings. Was this her childhood home? She gazed around as though the room were laced with spikes rather than comforts. Henrik touched a soothing hand to the small of her back, and she jumped. "It will be fine," he leaned in to whisper and received the scent of her coconut shampoo in return. She lifted her eyes to his, and he was pleased to find a small dose of relief in them. She reached for his hand and squeezed. "I'm glad you're here with me," she whispered back. Footsteps came, and a woman with hair more ginger than Lily's cherry red and wearing a pink wool suit and skirt strode in a pair of beige heels. She lifted her hands. "You came," she said cheerfully. Did she think they wouldn't? Then again, Henrik wasn't sure. He knew there was some troubled past between these parents and their children, a past he didn't fully understand. His parents had threatened disinheritance on him many times, but he wasn't sure even if that was the case that they would write him out of their lives completely. What had made the Hopes change their minds now? "Hi, Mom," Ethan said, stepping forward to introduce Charlotte. Mrs. Hope pulled Charlotte into a hug, and then Lily stood as her father joined the group. He was a would-be stern man, whose lines on his face gave the appearance of rare smiles and plentiful scowls. Even still, he smiled as well. "Charlotte, looks like Ethan is a lucky man." "That I am," Ethan said, and Charlotte gave a nervous chuckle. Henrik wondered if she'd ever met Ethan's parents before, but from the sound of things he guessed not. "Lily," Mrs. Hope said with an apologetic smile. "Hello again," Lily said, and then she was wrapped into a hug as well, a hug made of patched holes and things found that had been misplaced. Mr. and Mrs. Hope enveloped their arms around her. "I'm sorry," Mrs. Hope said. "Me too," Lily said, her voice muffled from being in such an embrace. Soon Ethan joined the hug, and Henrik and Charlotte stood by with smiles. He wasn't sure if Charlotte knew the full extent of everything that had happened either, but what Henrik knew was enough. Things had been broken between them. They were being fixed in this moment, and he felt that as much as he witnessed it. Laughter was shared as the four of them pulled away and smiled at one another, wiping tears long overdue. "Enough of this," Mr. Hope said with a jovial tone. "Lily, we haven't met your friend." Henrik's chest tightened, but he stood straighter. He'd insisted on being allowed to travel without a bodyguard. Having a bodyguard in tow would have only brought more attention to him, he thought, and his parents had relented. He hadn't ever wished he'd chosen differently during this entire American venture, at least not until now. These people only wanted a reunion with their children, he told himself. Still, should he introduce himself as, well, himself? He'd told Lily he would take care of it. He'd gotten too much unwanted attention at the ball the night before, and that had rattled him. "Oh," Lily said, cheeks coloring as she wiped more tears from them and returned to Henrik's side. "Mom, Dad, this is Henrik Frosk," Henrik finished. Thinking it might make him too recognizable, he left out the Vaughn. In a split second, he decided he wanted to just be a man coming home to meet his girl's family. He didn't want the added awkwardness that was sure to come once they discovered his title or position. They could learn his true identity as things wore on, and he didn't want to sully or influence their opinion of Lily in any way if he could help it. "Interesting accent you have there," Lily's dad said, stretching a hand in Henrik's direction. Henrik shook heartily. "He's from Europe," Lily hedged. "I see." Her dad placed his hands behind his back as the group made their way toward a seating area. "And what part of Europe, Henrik?" "Let's finish this in the dining room," Lily's mom said, interrupting and gesturing in another direction. "Our lunch is ready in case you can't smell it." "Smells so delicious," Charlotte said sweetly. "I'm starving," Ethan added. Grateful for the sidetrack, Henrik fell into step with Lily as the group was led instead toward a splendid dining room. The table groaned beneath a platter of sliced ham, bowls of salads, and decadent breads. Lunch was served by the Hopes. Mrs. Hope mentioned she'd let their maid have the holiday off. "Thoughtful of you," Ethan said, and they all smiled at each other again. Even though a fair amount of making up had happened, clearly no one at the table knew what to say to one another. Henrik wished he could think of a way to smooth things over. More than once he thought of blurting out, "By the way, I'm a prince," just to get the conversation started, but thought better of it. For a long time, they spoke in a chime of clinking utensils against silver plates until Lily released a heavy exhale and lowered her utensils on either side of her plate. She looked across the table at both of her parents. "I'm sorry," she said. "I just have to say it again. I'm so sorry." That did it. The bubble burst and conversation spewed out. "You don't need to be," her mother said. "We all make mistakes," her father added. "That's why we've invited you here. After seeing you this morning, we were both completely stunned. You'd come home, yet you stood outside like you didn't feel that you belonged, and I can't tell you how much that shook me." "Me too," her mother said. Tears sprang from Lily's eyes again. "I just wanted to see you," she said. "I wanted you to know I'm not with Damon anymore and that I know now what a mistake I made by picking him over you. I should have listened to you, and then because of him, I lost the account with Patrick Billingsworth, and I should never have—" Her voice broke. She lowered her head as more tears flowed. Ethan and Charlotte gave her sympathetic looks. Henrik couldn't help himself. He put his arm around her and guided her against his chest. She rested a hand there against his heartbeat and then composed herself. When Henrik glanced across the table again, both of the Hope's chairs were empty. Soon Lily's was too, as they guided her to her feet and into another hug. Her father stroked her back. "Never mind the lost account. Things worked out. And as for Damon, we knew he was bad news," Mrs. Hope said. "We'll never turn you away again," her father soothed. "I'm only sorry we did so in the first place." Lily held her father, and Henrik's respect for this man grew. He placed him in comparison with his own father. The king would never be this penitent. He and his father had gotten into plenty of rows over the years, but Henrik wasn't sure his father loved him as much as Lily's father apparently loved her. Had he ever been held like this by the king? Not once. Not even as a boy. Henrik pushed the painful thoughts away. Soon they all finished their dinner,
and Lily, Ethan, and Charlotte went to the sitting room they'd passed by when they'd first arrived. Henrik, however, was distracted by Mr. Hope clearing his throat.
"Why don't you join me for a moment?"
Mr. Hope offered. Henrik inclined his head, not minding the opportunity to speak with Lily's father. Curious, he followed Mr. Hope down a different hall. He wasn't sure where Lily's father was headed, but when he stopped into an office of sorts and left the door open behind him, Henrik took that as a sign he could follow.
"I just need a moment,"
Mr. Hope said, taking a seat at the desk across from a grand window.
"But I was hoping you might join me. This day hasn't gone at all how I thought it would."
The view was gorgeous, reminding Henrik of the stretch of snow out of his bedroom window back home. He experienced an unexpected longing for home, something he hadn't felt since coming to America.
"Thank you, sir."
Henrik took the chair Mr. Hope indicated and sat.
"How long have you known my daughter?"
Mr. Hope began. "Only about a week," Henrik said. He knew this conversation might take place. In fact, he'd hoped it would, considering the fact that he wanted to marry this man's daughter.
"Yet she brings you to meet her parents."
Henrik stared at his fingers for a moment.
"It's a complicated situation. Care to uncomplicate it for me?"
Mr. Hope faced Henrik and leaned back into his chair as though settling in for a nice long chat.
"Are you dating my daughter? Do you love her?"
Henrik was taken aback by the man's directness, but this was one reason why he'd followed her father in here. He'd made Lily an offer the night before without fully thinking through all the parameters. She'd said she was written off from her family, but now that they were part of her life again, or so Henrik supposed, he needed to make sure her father knew of his intentions.
"I believe love for us is possible, sir,"
Henrik began. Mr. Hope frowned.
"I see."
The conversation didn't have a hopeful outlook.
"May I tell you the truth?" "Please."
Henrik inhaled. He'd never had to do this before. Lady Eden's father had known and been behind the arrangement their parents tried to force them into. Even if Henrik had decided to propose to her, he wouldn't have had to approach her father like this because her father had already given his permission for their union.
"My name is Henrik von Frosk, Prince of Envar. I have been allowed to come to America for a short time in hopes of finding a bride. Your daughter offered to help me, and I accepted her help, neither of us knowing that she would be the one I would fall for in the process."
Mr. Hope held up a hand.
You're a prince?"
"Yes, sir." His brows lifted. He analyzed Henrik's appearance, and Henrik waited, wondering if he kept up on gossip magazines like his daughter did. Chances were he didn't follow royal chatter. This was a successful man of business. Why would he need to keep tabs on monarchs?
"You can pull up any of my social media profiles if you need proof," Henrik added. "If you'll give me a moment, I'm going to do just that."
Henrik waited for Mr. Hope to peruse his phone for several moments. His glance darted from the phone to Henrik and back again several times. A faint redness overtook his cheeks, and then he lowered his phone.
"I see."
Mr. Hope cleared his throat and stared in disbelief out the window for several moments.
"Why didn't she tell me who you were from the start? Why didn't you?"
"I didn't want to draw attention away from what needed to take place." Acceptance strung between the two men.
"Thank you,"
Mr. Hope said with meaning.
"We had quite an unusual reunion. I'm sure you thought so."
"It doesn't matter what I think."
"No? Then, Your Majesty—"
Henrik waved him down. This was his least favorite part of people finding out who he was. Americans especially didn't understand how royalty was meant to be addressed, though he was grateful they tried to show respect to his title.
"Please, just call me Henrik."
Mr. Hope shifted uncomfortably in his chair. He cleared his throat and adjusted himself in his seat.
"All right then, Henrik. What can I do for you? Do you have a specific reason for coming here with Lily today?"
"I do, sir," he said. Another throat clear.
"Okay then, you have my attention." This time Henrik shifted. He hadn't fully thought out how this conversation would go, but it had been on his mind since he'd found out he would be meeting Lily's parents this afternoon. I must marry before I turn 25, or I lose my claim to the throne. You failed to mention the stakes. Did I? Apologies. In any case, I have come to America to find a bride. Why here? Because I didn't want a pompous royal for my bride. I wanted a woman who I could come to care for and love. And you couldn't come to care for a royal? Mr. Hope sent Henrik through the gears. He quizzed Henrik on several different subjects, and Henrik felt more like he'd finished a scholastic examination than a discussion with his future father-in-law. When Henrik felt as if the questions had reached their peak, he posed the question he'd been practicing for the last 2 hours. Mr. Hope, I have asked Lily to come to Envar with me. I want her to be my wife. I would like your blessing for this. She will be taken care of. She will be well situated and never want for anything, food, clothing, or attention from me. But do you love her? Mr. Hope asked. Henrik blinked. He'd explained to Mr. Hope why he'd chosen Lily, how she'd stood out like a vibrant light apart from every other woman he'd ever come into contact with, how he adored conversing with her and how she brought him down to earth, how he felt as though he could be himself around her. He'd thought he'd covered this question. Sir? Mr. Hope placed both feet on the floor and leaned over his desk, spearing Henrik with stark green eyes a darker shade than his daughter's. Henrik saw other traces between them then, the shape of her nose and her face. She was a good blend of traits from both of her parents. Do you love my daughter? Will she be happy and safe with you as she deserves? I will take care of her, sir. That's not what I asked. Do you? I want to love her, Henrik blurted. More brow-raising. Want? That's not the same thing. Henrik considered. I think it's part of love, sir. I think what I feel for her is the beginning of something that will last if we want it to. And does she want to? Have you asked her to marry you? You're in the wrong business, I think, Henrik said with a smirk. Toothpaste didn't suit this man at all. He should have been a lawyer. Henrik hurried on. I haven't asked her officially, but I suggested the matter to her last night. After the most amazing kiss of his life, Henrik decided not to add that part of things. And? She has yet to give me an answer, sir. But you're still asking me. It's the right thing to do. Mr. Hope nodded, thinking through this aspect. Then he lowered his hands and stood. She deserves to be safe, he said. She deserves to be loved and adored, not used. I would never use her, Henrik said, with so much defensiveness in his tone her father couldn't mistake it for anything else. How could Mr. Hope think he would? I will love her, sir. I'm falling in that direction every moment we spend together. I intend to make her my queen, and I'm asking for your blessing. Your queen? My Lily? Yes, sir. He supposed speaking of kings and queens was different here, where Americans had only governors, senators, and presidents. Very well, Mr. Hope said. If Lily agrees, I have no objection. Thank you, sir, Henrik said with relief. He chuckled, not realizing how tense his shoulders and neck were until he was able to relax them again. The muscles in his back shouted, That was more hard-won than I thought it would be. Mr. Hope wove around the desk and clapped a hand on Henrik's shoulder. Of all things, he was smiling. I wanted to make sure you were sure. The last man I had a heart-to-heart with about my daughter's feelings didn't treat me nearly as respectfully as you just did. I tried to talk her into ending things with him, and she... He shook his head. Never mind. She told me about all that, sir. Oh, she did? Henrik nodded. He didn't have the full story of what had happened with this ex of Lily's, but he had enough details to know the man had been an absolute loser. And I assure you, I will treat her like a woman should be treated, with love and respect. I will listen to and value her opinions. She will have a say. She will have a stand at my side, sir. Not below my feet, but at my side. Lily wouldn't have it any other way either. Mr. Hope gripped Henrik's shoulder. Good, I like you better already. Henrik wished he could say the same. In a small way, Henrik felt strange trying to prove himself to this man who had cut his daughter off and hadn't behaved as Henrik believed a father should. Still, he wanted to leave the best impression that he could. Lily's father seemed to read his mind. You know, between you and me, I'm ashamed of how I acted. I tried forcing her to leave the other guy. I threatened something vast, something I never thought I would have to follow through on. To disinherit her? Exactly. Why did you do it then? Henrik ventured. Because I'm a man of my word, Mr. Hope said with a sigh. I've always believed in the importance of doing what you say you will, and I made a serious threat that in my pride I couldn't back down on. I know that sounds harsh, but what I'm trying to say is, I hope you're as strong to your word, Prince Henrik. Don't make promises you can't keep, and those promises you do make, keep them as rigidly as you can. A woman needs to know her man is someone she can rely on. Henrik understood, and his respect for this man deepened just enough. Mr. Hope wanted to make sure Henrik wasn't breathing out empty promises just to get what he wanted. I keep my word, sir. Good. Another clap on the back. Good.
Chapter 13. They had one more day at Ethan's. The day after Christmas was spent playing board games and eating too much popcorn and cheesecake. At one point, Lily asked Henrik what he and her dad had talked about for so long when he disappeared, but Henrik only told her they were getting to know one another. Fair enough. The visit with her parents had been better than she ever thought could happen again. Hope had sprouted from a patch of her heart that had been barren for too long. Maybe Lily didn't have to pack everything in and leave so no one could find her again. Then again, she doubted her parents' newly returned good faith in her would remain long if those emails surfaced. They would know she was the reason things with the celebrity spokesman had fallen through, so she would take what she had, delicate as the reunion between them felt. Things packed, Ethan dropped Lily and Henrik off at the airport. Henrik had brought all of his luggage and did not need to return to Florida for anything. Apparently, he was done with his wife hunt in little over a week, which meant the pressure of his offer weighed on Lily. She hugged her brother fiercely. "Thanks for everything," she said.
What's that for?
Ethan asked. "Because I'm about to do something profoundly stupid, and I don't know when I'll see you again." She didn't yet know which category of stupid her decision was. That was yet to be determined when she finally decided whether she was going to Envar or Florida.
Lily,
Ethan reprimanded.
does this have to do with that secret you're always hinting at?
"I'm hoping this will fix it," she said, hoping it was enough. She should tell her brother the truth about Damon and the threats he'd been making for the past few years. She'd always wanted to run away to Europe. If this went as she hoped, this was her chance. She still wasn't sure what she was going to do, whether she'd go back to Florida to truly close her life in such a final way, or if she would accept Henrik's offer and go to his home instead. In some small way, that felt like she was taking advantage of the prince, and Lily couldn't bear that. Lily had made up with her parents. Would they care if the emails portraying the truth of what had happened with Patrick Billingsworth surfaced now? Perhaps if she stopped responding to Damon's threats and no longer gave in, he would stop attempting to blackmail her. That didn't change the fact that he could leak the email and Henrik might discover the worst of her past at King Toothpaste. She had the feeling if Damon couldn't get a hold of her, every email he had would be leaked to every source out there. Then Henrik would realize she wasn't worth his time. She was trapped. Constantly, truly, every turn trapped. Maybe someday she'd be able to explain everything to Ethan. Until then, this goodbye had to be enough. This was the last time she'd see her brother, and they both had to accept that fact, whether Ethan knew it or not.
Face plastered into concern, Ethan said goodbye to Henrik as well and watched as they made it through security. Anticipation built the longer she and Henrik stepped together in such silence. They meandered through the line, removing all metal from their pockets, placing their shoes into plastic gray tubs, and setting their valuables on a conveyor belt. Arms raised, the computer's full body scanned, and then one by one they made it through to the open airport where people meandered in much less of a rush. Lily noted the smoothie shop, the pizza parlor and hamburger places, the bookstore and the token airport gift shop. A small part of her wanted to meander through just because there was something fulfilling about browsing little shops. Instead, they strolled to a central area in the Vermont airport where skylights allowed bucketfuls of sunlight to spill over them. Lily could feel Henrik watching her with every step she took. She knew why. She still hadn't told him her decision. Truth be told, she wasn't sure of it herself. "It's so empty today." Henrik gazed at the bare seats where people usually gathered to wait for their flights. Lily was quiet beside him. She'd been too quiet during their traipse through security, and she pulled her suitcase now absent-mindedly, staring at her ticket. She still hadn't told him what her decision was. He hoped, regardless of whatever this secret she held, that she would choose him. He'd already purchased an additional seat beside him on the plane, first class this time, for her. People were always stronger together than they were apart, and if she were going to be his wife, Henrik could use his substantial resources as heir to the Anvarian throne to help her with whatever troubled her. An intersection at the airport awaited them, marked by a larger sign overhead indicating the various directions of the gates. Henrik didn't need to check his ticket to know that his direct flight to Sweden, which neighbored Envar, was to the left, or that Lily's ticket to Florida was at Gate 9 in the opposite direction. Wordlessly, they paused beneath the large sign. Lily's beautiful brow knitted above her exquisite eyes. She pulled her thick, voluptuous hair into a cluster of wavy curls at the nape of her neck. Henrik's heart panged with longing for her, longing he couldn't fully explain. Maybe it was the shape of her face or the luster in her tea-leaf eyes, the pout of her full lips, or the fact that if she parted from him now, he would never taste their shape against his again. He would miss all of that about her, but more than that, he would miss her inquisitive mind, her unpredictability, her strong ideas, and the flurry of her laughter. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked. Based on her smile, she was pleased by his inspection. "You still haven't told me what you've decided." Her brow quirked. "That's because I haven't decided yet." "You are running out of time." "I'm always running out of something." "Why don't you come with me?" he pleaded. "What can I do to ease your mind about it?" He considered telling her of the conversation he'd had with her father, but she'd only just reconciled with her family, and Henrik wasn't certain her father's approval would be as convincing as he wanted. "I have an apartment full of animals who've kept me better company than people lately," she said. "It doesn't seem fair to abandon them now." "Your friend is feeding them, no?" "Yes, but—" "Easy. We pay her extra to help your favorite ones make their way to Envar. The others we find new homes." Henrik splayed his hands before her. "Yes?" he said when she didn't respond. Lily released a reluctant laugh. "Okay, fair enough. What about my job? What if I go with you, but it doesn't work out between us and I lose my position with Mr. Elir?" "You enjoy my company, yes?" "Yes, but—" "And I know how you kiss me." His voice dropped. "We have passion. You can't deny that. You are attracted to me, and I have a harder and harder time keeping my distance from you. In fact, we just might scandalize the flight attendants and other passengers during the entire flight." Her cheeks turned an adorable pink. He went on, "I fully intend to continue testing the depth of that passion between us in a variety of circumstances." She chewed her lip while color heightened in her cheeks. "What else does a relationship need?" he asked. She dropped her smile and met his gaze.
How about honesty? He touched a hand to his chest in false effrontery. I have been nothing but honest with you, my lady. Rather than continue to banter, she stared at the linoleum. I mean me. I haven't been honest with you. Overhead, the announcement came that the flight to Envar was boarding in 10 minutes. The ticket he'd purchased for her could be scanned from Henrik's phone easily enough, which was nestled in his pocket. Henrik stroked her arm. He couldn't fathom what she could be lying to him about, especially since she was apparently being honest about her dishonesty. Have you committed a crime? He asked. She shook her head. Robbed a bank? Another shake. Kidnapped a small child? Gone to jail for plagiarizing important documents? Stolen someone's identity and used their credit card to purchase lewd magazine subscriptions? Each of his suggestions only heightened the becoming flush of her cheeks and made her fight harder against a smile. No, she said, rolling her eyes. Are you already married? He said by way of suggestion, hoping this wasn't it. No. She gave him a playful tap. Nothing like that. Then is it really so bad to keep you from living the rest of your life with me? Her eyes met his, and he noted the conflict within them. What could she possibly be so worried about? If only she knew she could confide in him. Part of him considered the money he'd given her when they'd first met. Did her reservations have anything to do with the man who demanded such an amount from her? I just don't want you to regret me, she said. He drew in a full breath. Not possible. You keep kissing me with the same abandon you had Christmas Eve, and I'll never regret a moment of you. He brushed his lips softly against her cheek. She shivered in response and twisted her mouth into a delicious pout that pulled him in like catnip. He gave in, pressed a full kiss to her mouth, enraptured by her response to him, and kept his forehead to hers. There's more to a relationship than attraction and kissing, she said. We have whatever else that is, he said, sure that whatever other important factors she was referring to, they could work it out. He'd spent days with her and enjoyed her conversation. He'd found her ideas gripping and captivating, and he'd wanted only her company, even when he'd consented to meet other women. Do it. Come with me to Envar. See the palace. See if it is a life you might want. And if I don't, then you come back to the U.S. He could sense her resolve wilting. Her body trembled against his. And if I do? Her eyes met his, pleading for his reassurance. Henrik kissed her again, keeping her close. Then I will gladly go down on one knee for you. Lily nibbled her lower lip, thoughts furrowing her brow, but she didn't let go of him or step away. Slowly, he felt her relax in his arms. Nervousness left her, and her smile was his sunrise. Okay. Okay? His grin spread. Consequently, so did hers. Unable to help himself, he caught her in his arms and spun to the sound of her laughter in the center of the airport. Together, they made their way to the left where the gate to board a plane to Envar waited. Chapter 14. Sunlight shone when they left Vermont. The flight's 7-hour duration pitted them to arrive in Sweden in the middle of the night. By this time, Lily was exhausted and ended up sleeping during their entire drive across the Swedish countryside. She missed the crossing into neighboring Envar. While she regretted missing the countryside, she was glad for the small amount of sleep she'd managed to get. Now she didn't dare close her eyes now, for fear she might miss something. I don't think I've ever seen this much snow, and I'm from Vermont, so you know that's saying something. Sunlight broke over the little Scandinavian country, making it too beautiful for words, too beautiful to be real. The lightning night sky hugged the tips of trees, iced with white lacquered layers of snow that refracted the sunlight in breathtaking luminescent sparkle. Quaint cottages, neighbored by stone walls, probably older than Lily could count, interrupted the snowy hillside. The narrow road meandered through the whiteness as if reminding passers-by that there was no hurry.
They could take the time necessary to enjoy the sights. Lily's nose even pressed against the car's chilly window a few times because she was so bent on taking in as much as she could. "Don't worry," Henrik said with a laugh beside her in the luxury car's back seat. "It will still be there tomorrow." "I know, it's just I've never seen anything so pretty." "You say that now, but you may think differently when we arrive at Onsker." "Onsker?" Dark circles loomed beneath his eyes, but they didn't detract from how handsome he was in the shadowed car. "My castle is called Onsker Got Castle. It means wishing well." A little gasp escaped. "Your castle is named Wishing Well?" "Yes. Here we are coming to it." He directed her attention out the window once more. Onsker Got was a remarkable structure, all stone and turrets and pointed arches. The dark exterior stood out against the snow piled on its slanted roof lines and squared chimneys. Lily's favorite part was the rotund addition circling the side and marked by wide arches. The fountains in the center of a circular drive glittered with dangling white icicle lights. Holly garlands and wreaths hung over the main windows and balconies, and still more festive lights bejeweled the scene, giving Lily the sense that this royal family had lassoed the stars themselves and bidden them to decorate the castle. "Henrik, this is the most exquisite—" She couldn't even finish. Even the Elir Clearwater Resort, which was decorated to the max this time of year, couldn't hold a candle to this. The Elirs had insisted on keeping the decor in sync with the sunny beach setting, so the ornaments Lily had ordered for the Christmas trees featured flip-flops and Santas on surfboards. This was a more traditional Christmas scene. Their driver stopped and Henrik exited his side first, hurrying around to offer Lily his hand. Lily barely noticed the cold. She was too entranced by the awaiting castle. A castle! She'd never so much as set foot in one before. Talk about fairy tales. She paused for her bags, but he waved her off. "Don't mind your luggage. Leonard will get them, and Evelette will see they arrive in your room." "I have a room?" "You will have." Her enchanted bubble popped. A brisk wave of winter air rushed over her. You told your family I was coming, right?" Henrik opened his mouth, but the front door opening beat him to it. A fine woman with Henrik's jawline scurried out, a shawl wrapped around her shoulders. "Henrik!" She spoke briefly in Norwegian before switching to English. "Who is this?" "Mother, meet Lily," he said. Lily waited for the Queen's swift rejection. Instead, the woman gathered Lily's hand in hers. "Lily, I'm Annika. Please come inside where it's warm. Cook has some delicious chocolate waiting. The two of you can fill me in." She immediately turned. Henrik gave Lily a bemused "I told you so" look, but while the Queen had been friendly enough, an undercurrent Lily couldn't quite identify swam around them, making the ground unsteady. Lily stepped through the large front doors and gaped. A brief set of wide stairs greeted them, leading up to a landing hosting a stone table laden with pine swags and starlight twinkle lights. From this landing, two more sets of stairs curved up to an opening on the second level, and the grand cases were accentuated by the most extravagant chandelier Lily had ever seen. Everything was stone walls, stone floor. Wrought iron banisters curling around each staircase were like decorative jeweled finishing touches. Lily's parents owned a mansion, but their home was grand and extravagant. This castle was old-time elegance and majesty. "Your home is beautiful," Lily said on a breath. Before they managed to go much farther in, footsteps sounded and an older man with graying hair and stern but handsome features, wearing a suit jacket and slacks, entered from a side door Lily hadn't yet noticed. "Who is this?" the man demanded. "Father, this is Lily, my bride, as promised. I even made it with a few days to spare." Though she could hear the joke in Henrik's tone, his father didn't crack. "Lily, This is the King of Envar, Thomas Simon Niles von Frosk." Lily got the impression he was used to trying every tactic he could to get on his father's nerves, including referring to him by his full name and title. "Louise arrived a few days ago and mentioned you'd be bringing a woman home with you." The king didn't acknowledge Lily at all, but rather kept his nose high. "You cannot marry a woman you picked up in some hotel and who you know nothing about." Putting it like that, he made her sound downright cheap. "Excuse me," Lily began in an attempt to defend herself, but Henrik spoke over her, offering a soothing hand. "She isn't someone I picked up in a hotel, Father. You agreed to this." The king remained aloof and maintained his rigid posture, feet from his son and wife. "Yes, but I didn't think you'd follow through on your part. I figured you were off for one last jaunt before you were forced back home to settle down." One last jaunt? The king's insults kept pelting right into her. How many jaunts had the prince had exactly? She knew he was a playboy and a flirt. Was that all the king saw in her? Queen Annika stepped around Henrik and rested a hand on Lily's back. "Come, my dear. I fear they may be at this for some time." Lily wasn't sure if Henrik wanted to be alone to argue with his dad, but he turned to her with an encouraging nod. The queen led Lily into an adjacent library. At any other time, Lily would have been as taken by the room as she had been with everything else, but she couldn't let herself bask in its beauty or the sheer number of books it held. "Was Henrik wrong to bring me here?" she asked, staying close to the closed door. Henrik and his father's voices carried down the hall, though she couldn't make out their angry words. Why had he brought her here if he'd known how much it would anger his father? Then again, she couldn't judge. She'd defied her parents for Damon, foolish as the choice had been. Queen Annika didn't sit on one of the sturdy leather chairs either. She rested her hands on the back of the chair across from Lily. "No, darling girl, the king did agree, and even shook to solidify his word. It's only that, well, never mind." He had someone in mind for Henrik. Lily finished what she assumed the queen had been about to say. Henrik had told Lily about Lady Eden. She'd begin to wonder what qualities this noblewoman had that Lily herself lacked. "He did," the queen said. "We've been discussing arrangements with the young lady's family for quite a few years now." Years? Henrik had told her as much, but he'd made the situation sound so dismissible. Did Lady Eden love Henrik? Was she going to have her heart broken by this? "I see. Thank you for telling me." Lily sank into the seat. She'd been so stupid to be so entranced by Henrik. What was she thinking? To marry a prince? She'd been fed on fairy tales from the time she was little. She knew how this worked. Princes married princesses. Still, she thought maybe real life was different. Apparently not. Shouting resonated from the entry room. Queen Annika flinched from time to time. Occasionally, Lily considered interrupting and asking to be taken home, but she needed to at least speak with Henrik. After what seemed like hours, Louise appeared and offered to take Lily to her room. "Thank you, Louise," Lily said gratefully. She wanted to be somewhere to think, somewhere she didn't have to wonder how she should sit or what she should say. Surprisingly, Louise smiled. She took Lily's hand and patted it, deferring to the queen before leading Lily out of the library and down the second-floor corridor. Tall, old portraits were situated every few feet along the walls. "They'll get this sorted out, don't you worry. Henrik is just as hard-headed as his father, and from what I can tell, he's not backing down just yet." Lily supposed she should be relieved to hear as much, and she was, but she was too caught up in wondering what the king would say to being called hard-headed by Henrik's advisor. The room Louise led her to was lovely, quaint and old-fashioned in every sense except for the electricity that had been installed. Despite the light blazing from lamps on either side of her bed, a friendly fire crackled in the fireplace. A fire in her bedroom. Heat emanated from it, and she welcomed the warmth. Her suitcase had been left on the bed's burgundy spread, and the cushions looked so plump. Lily craved to swim in the bedding and drowned herself in sleep for a while. Louise bade her goodbye, and Lily felt every one of her muscles relax. She kicked off her shoes. Despite the room's warmth, the stone floor was cold. She deposited her suitcase on the floor at the foot of the bed and sat, testing the bed's softness. Tensions were high now, but Henrik had mentioned he didn't agree with his father as it was. She would see what the rest of the day brought. Henrik knocked on her door later that afternoon. He wore a gray sweater and jeans and smiled notwithstanding his tired, rumpled look. "I came to see how you are," he said, holding out a plate of scones. Their delicious, freshly baked scent tantalized her empty stomach. Lily twined her hair into a knot on top of her head and allowed Henrik in. "I'm fine, but something tells me you're not." "What makes you say that?" He took a bite of scone and sat on the end of her bed. While waiting for him and his father to finish arguing, Lily had climbed in and fallen asleep. She hadn't been able to make it quite as prettily as whoever had done so the day before, but she'd done her best. "Your father?" "My father, pfft. The king is so used to getting his way that he doesn't like when he can't with me." How could he dismiss the situation so easily? She and the queen had left the room because the shouting had been too much. Lily's arrival here clearly wasn't okay with the king, and unlike Henrik, she couldn't pretend that it was. "Henrik, what am I doing here? I can't help but think—" She didn't want to say it, but did he sincerely care about her? Or was she some kind of pawn to him? A way to prove a point to his father and shove her in the king's face. He finished his scone and dusted his hands, gesturing to the tray he'd set on the table by the door. "You're here because I invited you. You are my guest, but I hope to make you more than that. Now come, eat some scones and get, how do you say, bundled up. I have something I want to show you." Chapter 15. If Lily needed anything else to make her feel as though she'd traveled to another plane in time, horses would do it. After dressing in jeans and a sweater, she was glad she'd packed for cold weather, even if she had thought she was only going to Vermont at the time. Lily brushed her teeth and hair and ambled out to the stables with the prince. Though she loved animals, she hadn't spent much time around horses. They were graceful and elegant with their long, slender legs and steady gazes. She felt a pang of longing for her fur babies, but she had to admit she wouldn't miss the smell. Litter boxes had nothing on horse stalls. She made a mental note to message Snow and see how things were going. A young man had a large black beauty hooked in the center between the rows of stalls. He patted the horse's side and bent to secure the saddle around its belly. "What an exquisite animal," she said. "Don't tell me you've never ridden a horse before." Henrik made straight for the saddled horse. He said a few words to the stable hand in Norwegian, and the stable hand nodded and smiled, stepping back. "All right, I won't tell you," she said. He rested a hand on the horse's neck. The black horse was stocky, thicker than horses she'd seen in movies. Her legs sturdy and tasseled around each hoof. "Thunder is a draft horse. She's a gentle giant, and she can carry both of us if you're not sure about riding on your own." "Both of us?" Shaggy hair drifted into the horse's eyes. Her ears pricked up, as if she knew they were talking about her. Henrik's breath stroked her cheek. "If you're comfortable riding with my arms around you," he said with a voice meant for quiet secrets and hidden longings. Oh, she was more than amenable to that. She approached the horse. Henrik cupped his hands and she climbed onto the horse's back. Henrik lifted himself after, and a pleasant shiver ran down Lily's spine as he reached around either side of her and took hold of the reins. "Lean back into me," he coaxed, his hand slid around her waist. Drugged by the gentle lull of his voice and the heat of his proximity, by the smooth safeness of his touch, she succumbed.
Lily released an exhale and leaned her back against Henrik's chest. With his arms secured around her, he clicked his teeth. Thunder responded, lifting her great black tufted hooves to trot through the open stable door to sink into the untouched snow. Sunlight gleamed brightly among the trees, casting a sparkle across the ground that made the snow resemble a blanket of diamonds. She scarcely noticed the cold, enfolded by Henrik as she was. "You never told me where we're going," Lily said. "It isn't far," Henrik said. "I'd rather show you than tell you." "All right. Then are you going to tell me what happened with your father?" Henrik's hands in the leather gloves tightened on the reins. She wanted to let the beauty of the woods envelop her and let herself drown in this. But fairy tales weren't real. Frogs didn't turn into princes, and princes didn't marry nobodies from Vermont. She couldn't let the snowy, spectral beauty or his embrace make her lose sight of reality. She'd already made that mistake with Damon, and he'd continued to make her pay for it. "Stop here," she said, pushing Henrik's arms away. "Stop, let me down." "Whoa," Henrik called to Thunder. The stocky horse slowed on command, and Lily slipped to the snow. Henrik slid down as well, comforting the startled horse with a hand. "What's the matter?" "I won't go another step with you until you tell me what happened." Lips pressed together, he exhaled, visibly in the cold air. "All right. My father is unhappy that I've brought you home. He wishes me to marry the woman I told you about, Lady Eden. He has invited her to stay, and he claims she will be arriving tomorrow evening." "Then I don't see any reason for us to continue this little outing." Lily tried to step away, but his arm stopped her. She was ready to board the next available flight. The last thing she wanted was to get in the way of a king. A vengeful ex was bad enough. Why tell Henrik he had 30 days to find his bride if he was only going to withdraw the offer? "I didn't say I was choosing her. Whom I marry is still my choice, Lily." "Don't you need some kind of alliance marriage or something to keep up good relations?" "That is a very old-fashioned notion," Henrik said. "I am at liberty to choose whomever I like. My parents want me to settle down because they're tired of my boyish ways." "That makes things a little different." She relaxed just a little. "Okay, then your father just doesn't like me?" "He doesn't know you. I told him you were the only woman I've been able to tolerate for longer than a single evening, and your lips tasting like red wine don't hurt either." "You didn't tell him that." "Okay, so I may have left the kissing deduction off." She couldn't help laughing. "Tolerate? You tolerate me?" Henrik glided his face dangerously close. Should I have been more explicit with him? He brushed his cheek to hers. "How you amuse me." His lips stroked her skin. "How you make me crazy." Her capacity to think melted completely. In that moment, she existed only to be with him, to feel his breath, his heartbeat, his arms around her. Moments passed before she could regain any sense of coherency. "What about Lady Eden?" Lily asked once she'd recovered. "What about her?" "Is she coming here? Have you promised yourself to her?" His expression turned solemn. "You know I haven't." "Do I? What are her expectations? I don't want to get in the way." "Lily," he said pointedly, simply. He took her hand, still holding the horse's reins in his other. "Lady Eden and I have no agreement. I mean, I still call her Lady Eden and not just Eden. That should tell you much. I detest her company. Our personalities clash, and she brings out the worst in me. I avoid her because I don't like that version of myself." Hearing him put things like this sounded so reasonable. "I told her I was going to search elsewhere, and she admitted she had a boyfriend of her own, which is why I think my father is grasping at straws to get her to come here at all." "So you don't think she'll come?" "No," he said, squeezing her hand. "I don't. My father is full of,
How do you say hot air? So will you stay with me? The fact that he asked meant so much to her. Damon would have held the demand over her head. He would have lorded it over her and manipulated her into staying with the amount of money he'd offered to help her out or something. But Henrik hadn't mentioned the money. Yes, I'll stay. Good. He brushed a stray hair from her forehead. May I show you something now? Yes, Henrik. He wanted to move on. She found she couldn't, not until she said one more thing. Thank you. For what? For listening and being respectful of me. I haven't been around many guys who do that. Then the men you've been around are idiots. She couldn't argue. They climbed back onto Thunder. Henrik led the horse through the mesmerizing woods and finally stopped in a circle of trees. Sliding down first, he offered her a hand. She took it and glided right into his arms. Lily wanted to stay there for a while, but he guided her into the trees until they broke into a small clearing. A little well awaited. The stones comprising its base were jagged and uneven, and some of the cement sticking them together had cracked. An A-line roof with old shingles housed the dark chasm below. Lily had the sense they'd gone back to a simpler time when life was slower, where communities and individuals gathered around a water source such as this for the water, yes, but also to greet one another. She suspected this may have even been a clandestine meeting place for lovers. Whatever it was, magic surrounded this place. Magic and memory and an unspoken invitation to linger and be a part of it for a little while. This is the wishing well, Henrik said. The wishing well? You say that as if it holds some significance. Because it does. Henrik secured the horse's reins to one of the well's wooden posts leading to its roof and stared down into the center's blackness. This is the well where my great-grandfather proposed to my great-grandmother. This is the well where they agreed to defy laws that said he should wed for an alliance, and instead, he married his dearest love. This well inspired the renaming of what was once a war-ravaged land, run by greed and deceit, to a land of fairness for the Invarian people. And it was because my great-grandfather married a commoner that he was able to see the plight of the common people and disband the way the kingdom had been run. Henrik placed his gloved hand on the well's roof. It is a kingdom where wishes can come true, Grandmother Ivy said, and she was right. The people gained a voice, though that voice was hard-won. And so the castle was renamed, and it all started here. He stroked the handle Lily assumed was used to draw the water up from the well. That's incredible, Lily said. She approached the well with caution and curiosity. Henrik waited until she stood beside him. There is something about you that I like, he said, examining her in the sunlight. I don't know why you needed all that money, and frankly, I don't care. But from our time together, something tells me you're not the kind of person who wants me for my title like Lady Eden, or for my riches or a selfie like many other women I've been around. Something tells me you see past that princely part of me and find who I am, Henrik von Frosk. And that's the kind of princess I want. I'm not a princess, Lily said. Henrik smiled. My point exactly. You don't even like me to elevate you in my speech. I need a woman who can keep a level head as she helps me rule. I've never ruled anything, Henrik. I'm badly in debt. I work to try and keep my head afloat, and I live in constant fear of my... She couldn't finish. She wanted to, but part of her realized she wanted Henrik too. If he could see something in her she didn't see in herself? Her parents had told her she was unfit to work in their company. She started to think she wasn't good for anything but for the job as an assistant for Mr. Elir, and even that position had taken her some time to feel comfortable doing after such a massive failure before. Fear of what? Henrik prodded. Of my ex-boyfriend, she said on an exhale. The one who belittled you? The one who wanted money from you?
She turned away from the well, away from him. The too white snow was almost blinding in the sunlight. Yes, and if I do this, he will find out. Henrik, he'll never leave me alone. Who knew what Damon would demand of her once he found out she was marrying a prince? Henrik soothingly rubbed her arm. I'm sure we can keep him at bay easily enough. I can't challenge him to a duel as my great-grandfather would have done, but you'll be secure here, Lily. We can make an arrangement. I will see that he comes nowhere near you again. Lily wished it was that simple. There wasn't anywhere she could hide from the internet. Please say you'll give me a chance, Henrik said. Spend a few weeks here. Get to know me better. Get to know my family. See what see what I can offer you. He pulled 2 large gold coins from his pocket and handed one to her. Was a coin some kind of traditional proposal? He'd said he would get down on one knee for her, but he wasn't kneeling now. Ready? He said, as if her concerns were resolved. She took a coin. To commit to marry you? He grinned. No, infuriating woman, to make your wish. This is a wishing well, after all. Lily clutched the coin. It was larger than a 50-cent piece. Charmed as she was by him, her skepticism still pushed through. Why bother wishing when none of the things she'd wanted in her life had come true? He edged in closer, keeping his closed hand next to hers over the deep chasm within the well. The blackness seemed to dip down forever, making her suspect that if she leaned down far enough, the chasm would swallow her whole. Keep whatever you want most in your heart, he said, but transfer it to your gold coin first. This is gold? She asked. Solid. Gold absorbs wishes best, you know. Sure it does, she said, matching his smile. I'm thinking of my wish, he said softly, gazing at her. Are you? Lily squeezed the gold coin in her palm. She didn't believe in wishes magically coming true. She believed in making things happen, and even then life had other ideas. Still, with his hand at her back, his body leaning over the stone with hers, and both of their fists clasped over the well's bottomless drop. What could a little wish hurt? I wish, she began. Don't speak it, he breathed, trailing heat across her skin. Hold the wish in your heart. Lily closed her eyes, impervious to the cold or the sun's glittering on the snow or the magical moment casting its spell between them. She opened her eyes, taken in by Henrik's grasping gaze, and the words came unbidden within her. I wish to be free of Damon in order to be with Henrik, a man who could truly love me as I am, and who can help me to love myself in the process. In unison, Henrik's and Lily's fists turned, their hands opened, and the flat golden coins tumbled into the well's darkness. Without a word, Henrik brought his mouth to hers, sealing their wishes with a kiss that heated her from her hairline to her toes. Chapter 16. The next day, Henrik had some royal business to attend to, so Lily was free to explore the castle. She took her time getting to know the space, examining artwork, portraits of Henrik's ancestors, scenic paintings and sculptures. She gazed at the walls, remembering the story Henrik had relayed about his great-grandparents, and wondering about what secrets these walls contained. How many families, how many lives, how many stories could these stones tell? She admired the library and meandered to the built-in chapel, whose stone pews were situated in homage to a decadently carved cross hanging before an elaborate stained-glass depiction of Christ. Her favorite room by far, however, was the conservatory. The gardener had been spritzing water on plants with extremely large leaves, and he'd explained that the Van Frosk family had revamped the conservatory to include modern technology in the room's plentiful windows. The specialized glass cooled the conservatory in the summer and kept it warm during Enbar's coldest season. Lily basked in the Florida summer-esque warmth and admired the sheer amount of verdant growth covering practically every surface. Succulents, palms, cacti, and what Lily suspected to be lemon and orange trees climbed and splayed, leaving a path around them for exploration. She pushed large leaves aside and plunged deeper in, imagining she really was a princess lost deep in a hidden jungle. What would it be like to have a room like this at her fingertips? She would read in here for sure.
I see you found the conservatory.
Lily turned away from a plant with wide padded leaves clustered at the base of some climbing vines, reaching to the glass ceiling, and found King Thomas, stalking in with his hands behind his back. She chastised herself for imagining using this room if she ever married Henrik and came to live here. Could she do it? Could she accept Henrik knowing his father was so against the idea? Unlike the other times she'd seen the king, he now had a friendly look on his face.
In the summer, many of these plants will flower with brilliant colors.
I bet that's amazing, she said, unsure how to read this interaction. What did the king mean by talking to her like this, like they were friends? She knew he didn't like her and didn't want her here. He brought his handsome smile to her, though his lips were curved, his eyes were cold.
Too bad you won't be around to see it.
Your Majesty? He straightened his shoulders and his friendly expression melted into sternness.
Let me get to the point. Henrik is going to become king. He has been trained for this position his entire life, and the expectation has always been that he would marry a woman equal to him in status, a woman capable of handling the demands of the crown. His mother and I have pushed the position on him, hoping it would get him to grow up a little bit and start accepting his responsibilities, which is why I offered him a little leeway. But he needs a woman who can support him in his responsibilities, a woman who can raise their children to the same standards. I had hoped by allowing him to frolic with ordinary women as I did, that he would realize this for himself. He didn't. Lovely as you are, you don't fit these criteria either.
Ouch. Damon had said some hurtful things to her before, but somehow she'd never felt quite this small. I understand, she said. She'd known as much, but she'd allowed hope to override that fact. But Henrik chose me.
Which is why he will not listen to reason, King Thomas said. Henrik is a stubborn man and has convinced himself that you are worth risking his position over. That is why, if the right course is to be taken, you must be the one to do it.
You think I should leave? Not a question.
I do. I can compensate you for your time and your silence.
Lily closed her eyes. Small and cheap. Damon had made her feel both of these as well. Was that all men like them cared about? Money, status? The minute Lily's family had disinherited her, Damon's affection and interest turned to abuse. Your offer disgusts me, she said. I want nothing from you. If her words bothered the king, he didn't show it.
And Henrik?
Her lower lip trembled, but she met the king's gaze. He is the one who invited me here. With all due respect, Your Majesty, I'd like to talk to him about this. The king's face reddened.
He doesn't need to know.
Lily had the desire to leave the room. She didn't want to be alone with this man any more than she ever wanted to be alone with Damon Neely. She opened her mouth to excuse herself when Henrik's voice drifted in.
I don't need to know what.
She rotated to find him standing in the doorway between panes of glass connected by mortar. He looked gallant in a suit, branded by a red sash across his chest, bearing his family coat of arms. Lily's heart went frantic. She wanted to rush to him, to have his arms around her and have him stand between her and his father. But she stood her ground.
She had adored the conservatory's muggy heat, but now the humid air was stifling. "Think over what I've said and do what's best for him," the king muttered before making for the door. Lily stood like a trembling pot of water. The room was tilting. King Thomas's words were baseball bats against the glass, hammering hard over and over again, adding cracks in the peace she'd felt moments before. She touched her fingertips to her thumb, needing a different kind of sensation to ground her. "Was he unkind to you?" Henrik asked, stepping toward her. His hand was warm against her shoulder. She worked to get her trembling body under control. How could she tell him what the king had said? He'd treated her like she was nothing more than a servant who'd been caught trying on the queen's dresses. Too late, Lily realized she hadn't answered. Henrik wove around to meet her gaze. He tipped her chin upward. The instant her eyes locked with his, additional heat wove through her. "You seem upset," he said. "What were you talking about?" The king's reasoning for asking her to leave didn't seem like some shrewd ploy. He made too much sense for her to disregard the request as she wanted to, even if he had been rude to her in delivering the message. He wanted what was best for his country. She couldn't blame him for that much, at least. "Do you want to be king, Henrik?" Her voice was a whisper. He pursed his lips, thinking through her question. "I didn't always," he admitted. "Being king has always felt so restrictive, so pressured, and I dislike the way my father has handled things. But reliving the more admirable parts of my family's past these few days with you has changed my mind. You're helping me to see this old place in a different light. That was my wish at the well," he admitted. "To rule better than your father has?" "Yes. He is so steeped in tradition, he cannot see that change would benefit our tiny kingdom." "What kind of change?" Lily asked. "Well, you for one." Lily's mouth parted. "Me? How can I possibly help your kingdom?" "Your fresh perspective is one reason I invited you here. You have a different view, a far less royal perspective that can help me see things from all sides." Warning clanged inside of her. "Don't go against your father, Henrik. Not because of me. I've always been against him." "I'm not worth the trouble it would cause," she said. The trouble it had already caused. Henrik and his father had done nothing but fight since she'd arrived. He smiled tenderly at her and dusted his thumb across her cheek. "But you are," he said. Guilt shrank her insides, making her reel to and fro as if she were sailing on unsteady waters. She could give him the exact reason why she would be no good for him, but she was a coward, plain and simple. Lily had gone over the words 1,000 times to herself, but every order of admission she tried, every approach, only made her sound that much more pathetic in her mind. She didn't want Henrik to think she was incompetent or untrustworthy, but she wasn't sure how to tell him without it coming across as if she had been. There was nothing else for it. The king was right. She glanced wistfully at the sitting room, letting the decision settle. "I think I should go home," she said. Henrik shook his head. "Maybe you're not understanding what I'm getting at." "I understand, only too well. You want to rely on me to help fix your problems with your father." "That's not what I said. I told you I've always been against him." "But of the two of us, he's the only person who has experience running a country, Henrik. I don't have the training you need in a wife." "You could learn all of that. My mother will be here. She will be happy to teach you." "I left a kingdom of my own behind," Lily said sardonically. "Your animals? You can bring them all here. We'll set up your personal zoo. They did it at the Tower of London." "Henrik." Lily knew he would put up every solution he could to her arguments. "My answer is no." "I haven't even asked you to marry me yet." "No, but you're going to." He didn't argue that. I think it would be best all around if I left quickly. I'll go in the morning. I bet your parents won't even notice I'm gone." "I will notice," he said through gritted teeth. "I will follow you back across the Atlantic. I will perch myself on your doorstep every night like one of your strays until you take pity on me and let me in. I can't, Henrik." She rose and headed past lush plants and dripping ivy toward the conservatory's elegant entryway. "Please, don't leave," he said. The pain in his voice thrummed, but she couldn't soothe and reassure him like she ached to. If she faced him now, he might see the sheer agony that had overtaken her as she set her mind to leave. She couldn't run a country. She'd thoroughly messed up her parents' business. How could Henrik trust her when she'd made such a big mistake? She couldn't bear to see Henrik's face when he learned the truth. So leaving now was more than necessary. It was absolute. Henrik didn't sleep that night. He couldn't help but revisit his argument with Lily every time he shifted, lay still, or closed his eyes. What did she mean by leaving now? She knew he intended to propose to her. He'd told her as much, though admittedly, he'd also given her a way out before they'd left Vermont. Idiot, he called himself, pounding his pillow. They'd been here in Envar for less than a week. Perhaps she was feeling rushed, though he suspected her insistence on leaving had something to do with whatever she'd been speaking about with his father. She'd looked so distraught when Henrik had interrupted the two of them. What had father said to her? He'd spoken so softly before storming out, and then Lily had never told Henrik what had been. She thinks she can't trust me, he mused with realization. She told him how insecure she'd felt the last few years with the move and her nasty ex-boyfriend. She'd never specified to Henrik much about the guy or why he demanded money of her on occasion, or why she agreed to give that money to him. Did her ex have something to do with her reticence? Henrik had to make her understand how he felt about her. He had to make her see. A proposal was what she needed to prove just how serious he was about her, because the thought of Lily returning to the United States and leaving him here was too much to bear. Nestled in the comfortable bed, Lily checked her social media feed, grateful to have good signal here on the other side of the world. Ethan had checked to make sure she'd made it okay back to Florida. She gave him a quick reply to let him know she decided to go to Envar instead, and this time he was slow to reply, which was unusual for him. The next message was from Snow, and it included a picture that made Lily's heart stop. She recognized her front door's festive wreath, covered with paw prints in various shades of red, but more than that, the image of Damon bent, hands shielding the sun from his eyes as he attempted to peer into her front window, was arresting. "Thought you should know he's been snooping around," Snow said. "He's been here every day since Christmas, knocking on your door and shouting your name. It's almost as though he thinks you're in there hiding from him or something. He even knocked on my door, but I didn't answer. He swore a couple of times and then called that Doug guy he's always hanging around with. I heard him talking about you as he stormed back to his car. I almost called the police." Ugh. As much as she didn't like Damon, she liked his best friend Doug even less. Doug was a backcountry rustic who always wore camouflage pants and shirts, who didn't know the meaning of a razor or deodorant or toothpaste for that matter, and had no sense of propriety. He'd made more than one lewd suggestion that Lily cheat on Damon with him when they'd been together, and just being in the same room with him had made her skin crawl. "Sorry he's bugging you too," Lily texted. "Does he know you went to Vermont?" "Apparently not," Lily replied. She hadn't told Snow where she was either, and she wasn't about to, not with her future so up in the air. Lily had been pushed against a wall and could see only one way out of this situation. She'd been formulating this plan for years. It seemed as though the time had finally come to put her pieces into play. "Thanks for telling me and for keeping an eye on my fur babies."
No problem, Snow replied. I'm happy to do it. They miss you. This tightened Lily's throat. Her cats, dog, turtle, bird, they wouldn't understand why she was gone. Did they feel abandoned? She wasn't sure what else she could do now, though. Oh my gosh, he's back, Snow said. Now? Yes, he's outside, pounding on your door and shouting again. I think it's time someone told him to get lost. Lily's entire body hummed. Don't talk to him, Snow. Just call the police and... She didn't want to finish the statement. Everything in her told her to wait, to hold off and talk to Henrik, tell him the truth. But her head won. She couldn't do that, nor could she allow this to happen any longer. Snow, I'm not coming back. What? Lily forced her fingers to tap out what she needed to say. The story would sound so unbelievable, but she didn't know what else to say. I didn't tell you this, but the Prince of Envar was staying discreetly at the Elir, and I've been working with him for the past few days. What? You mean haughty Prince Henrik? Lily wished the circumstances of their conversation were different. She wished things were simpler, and that she was just a girl who met a prince and fell for him. Crazy, right? I'm in Envar and the prince is going to ask me to marry him. It felt like such a lie. His intentions may have been true, but she wasn't going to accept. She couldn't, and that wormed inside of her like a snake. She added a selfie and a few pictures of the room she was in for good measure. Oh my goodness, seriously? Congratulations, you deserve something like this. I wondered why you hadn't come back yet. Yeah, I'm crazy happy here. When is the big day? I'm not sure, but can you try and rehome my fur babies? Tears began at this. She wasn't ready. This was too final. The thought hurt so much she couldn't breathe. Lily thought she'd have more time. She thought she could say goodbye, or at least take some of them with her. And then there was Snow. She hadn't planned on messaging her friend, the girl who'd gone through so much with her, again. At least not for a while. Lily had grown up with Snow. She'd gone to grade school and school dances with her. She'd moved across the country with her, and though she'd been alone, things hadn't seemed so bleak knowing her friend lived across from her. How could she live without her friend? Of course I will. Don't you worry for a second about them. They'll find good homes, I promise. And hey, girl, you'd better send me an invitation. I'm coming to the wedding. You got it. Thanks, Snow. Love you. Love you too, girl. Lily deleted her social media accounts after that. She sent a hasty message to Mr. Elir and Aaliyah, apologizing for not giving them both more notice, but she'd left the country and had no immediate plans to return. They would have to find someone else to fill her position. This email brought on an all-new stream of emotion, one she couldn't easily stem. The Elirs had become close to family, the closest thing she'd had since she'd lost her own. She should have given 2 weeks' notice. She should have expressed gratitude to them and told them how much they'd both come to mean to her. But Damon had already discovered her disappearance. It wouldn't be long now before those emails surfaced. It was either stay known and be manipulated, or hide and find peace once and for all. She would let her old self die. She had to. There was no other way to handle this. Lily scheduled her flight next. Her plans had always included Italy, and now that she was here in Europe, she intended on staying. She flipped through her purse and retrieved the fake IDs from their bubble envelope. With a resolved sigh, she tossed her old driver's license into the fire. She did hold on to her passport, though, in case the other IDs didn't work for some reason. Then she sat in front of her mirror and went to work shearing her ruby red locks of hair, so that when she was finished, a set of short bangs dangled to her eyebrows and her cropped mop went to her earlobes. She willed more tears away. While she'd loved her hair, it would grow back.
Flight scheduled under the pseudonym she'd previously settled on. Lily set her alarm to go off before dawn. She would leave before sunrise. She would disappear without a trace, so even if Damon released those emails, no one would know they involved her. She could deny the truth to any new person she met. Henrik would miss her for a little while, but he would move on. He would find a bride better suited for life as a royal at his side than she was. And then Lily cried herself to sleep. Chapter 17. Henrik rose before the sun to get the final preparations ready. The orchestra would be paid double time for agreeing to come at such an unseemly hour, and he dressed in his finest suit and tie. He could picture everything now. Lily would hear the music beckon her from sleep. She would rise to a delectable spread of the most delicious breakfast she'd ever tasted. They would break their fast by candlelight, and then he would dance with her. And then mid-dance, he would retrieve the ring from his pocket. Down on one knee before her, she wouldn't be able to fail to see the sincerity in his gaze, the evidence of just how badly he wanted her to be his bride. Lily would reluctantly smile. That lurid flash of color would blush in her cheeks, and she would see everything she was giving up if she left. Then she would say yes, and together they could handle whatever reservations she still clung to. Henrik's phone beeped its alarm. Nerves spiraling, he adjusted his perfectly tied tie in the mirror and released an exhale before making his way to the door of his bedchamber. He hurried past his parents' rooms in the same corridor, and at the left mouth of the castle's dual grand staircases, he noticed several sleepy musicians assembling their instruments from within their cases in the main level below. "Good morning," Henrik greeted, chipper at the positive turn this morning would take. Darkness still shrouded every window. He didn't doubt the orchestra would also wake his parents, but they wouldn't interfere, not when Henrik insisted how set his mind was. He couldn't picture a life with anyone else but Lily Hope. The ensemble conductor nodded her head in Henrik's direction. "Your Grace," she said in acknowledgement. "We'll be ready in a moment." "Very good. Thank you all for assisting me with something so important." A violinist nodded behind a yawn, and the sight only made Henrik beam. Perfect. This would be perfect. Soon enough, the orchestra began its string of lullabies. Violins chorused in 3/4 time, lulling and tranquil, blanketing the room with poignant energy. The staff paused in their morning tasks and peeked their heads out of nearby rooms with curious glances. Henrik manned his position at the base of the stairs, keeping his gaze upward with anticipation. Finally, though, longer than he thought it would take, a door opened, and the unmistakable sound of a suitcase's wheels joined the footsteps. Wait, a suitcase? Henrik turned and nodded eagerly to the conductor and then straightened his posture. His heart pulsed the closer to him Lily drew. He fought the urge to tug his lapels. The sound of wheels on the stone stopped, then she came into view carrying her suitcase by its handle. At least, he thought it was Lily. She was supposed to be sleep-disheveled in her pajamas, not fully dressed with her coat and suitcase in hand. Most off-putting of all, her voluptuous thick hair. One of his favorite features about her was sheared short. Tiredness and redness rimmed her eyes, and her expression sank as her eyes met his. Henrik's heart plummeted as well. Bewildered and guarded, he climbed a few steps to meet her on the landing. "What is this?" he asked, stroking the side of her face. She closed her eyes while a tear trickled free. "Are you all right?" he asked. Her lower lip trembled, and she shook her head as though she couldn't speak. Unable to watch her cry, Henrik rubbed away the errant tears with his thumbs. "Don't cry, darling," he said. "This was meant to be a happy surprise." She found her voice. "This was a surprise for me?" "For who else?" he said with a laugh. "Come now, we must put this orchestra to good use." He took her hand. She yanked it free. "I'm leaving, Henrik." Her pronouncement had so much finality. More tears welled in her eyes. "Leaving?" He said the word as if it was a foreign concept. "Is that why you cut your hair? So I wouldn't find you?" He could think of no other reason. What had his father said to her? More tears escaped, more head shaking. "No, you aren't the one I'm worried about." So her issue was with his father. Henrik ground his teeth. "Whatever the king said to you, I hope you'll disregard it this instant. He doesn't have my well-being in mind, only the kingdom's." "It's not him either." Her words were so choked he could barely make them out. "Tell me," he pleaded. "What can I do to convince you to stay?" Her shoulders sagged and she let him carry her suitcase down the stairs so the two of them stood between the orchestra and the front door. She glanced toward the door with longing, and then resolve descended within her expression. She folded her arms, but not in stubbornness. Something told him the gesture was more of a self-conscious attempt to hold herself together. "Once I tell you," she said, "you won't want me to stay." "Tell me," he insisted again. He wished they could go somewhere private, somewhere they didn't have an audience. He wondered if the orchestra members could hear them over the music's soft strains. Probably. Lily blinked out tears and cast her eyes to the elaborate ceiling with its marble trusses. "My ex-boyfriend Damon is a jerk." "We've already established that fact," Henrik said with a smile, hoping to win one in return. When she didn't smile back, his eyebrows gathered. "I'm not like him, if that's what you're worried about." "It's not," she said. "He was possessive and controlling. When I didn't give him what he wanted, he found ways to take it out on me." Anger surged. Henrik's muscles quivered, and he couldn't control his tone quite as easily as he hoped. "Did he hit you?" If he did, so help him, Henrik would live to make sure this man regretted such an action. "He was more tactful than that," Lily said. Henrik could see the war going on in her mind, evident on her face. "I refused to move in with him, so he got mean. He poisoned a few of my cats. I found them dead." "That awful man," Henrik said. What a terrible, low-caliber thing to do, especially to someone who loved animals as much as Lily did. Her tears heightened. That wasn't the worst of it. He worked at my parents' company and found out about a deal I was trying to arrange with a famous celebrity to be the spokesman of King Toothpaste. He hacked into my account and added himself to the email chain. He what? If Henrik thought he'd been angry before, it was nothing to the rage flooding through him now. He'd never been a violent man, but he could picture himself approaching this lowlife and punching the living daylights out of him. My parents trusted me so much that they left the entire thing for me to handle. And I completely screwed it up, Henrik. They lost thousands of dollars because the celebrity fell through, and they were no longer able to push their line like they'd planned. So much went wrong, and it was all my fault. "And the money I helped you give him?" I had to sign an agreement that what had taken place with the celebrity would never resurface because word of it would ruin his image. I agreed and then tried deleting the emails, but Damon held on to them. He's been using them to threaten me, to get me to give him money to keep him from posting the emails and exposing the entire mess. "This is blackmail," Henrik swore. He rounded and paced a few steps toward the orchestra and back to her. The conductor continued to wave her arms, but she sent an uncertain glance to Henrik as if awaiting instruction. "Why haven't you done anything?" he asked. "Gone to the police or—" "I promised not to disclose any of it. I've felt stuck between that promise and Damon's threats. It would be too late if I ever did anything like that. Damon made as much clear. I even had a restraining order put on him,
But he was so angry after that I had the police remove it. Henrik ran his hands through his hair, his thoughts sprinting. What could be done? How could they get those emails deleted? I had a plan, Lily said. I've been saving up enough money for the last year to start a new life in Italy. You were going to run away? Yes. Then, he gestured to her. Even without her hair, she was so beautiful it hurt. Then this makeover isn't a last-ditch effort at the latest styles? No. Her weak smile was filled with sadness. She reached out to touch his arm and then seemed to think better of it. Now you know why I can never marry you, why I can never be your queen. Nonsense. How can I help you run a country when I couldn't even manage my parents' business dealings? And what if Damon leaks those emails? My reputation would only ruin your kingdom, Henrik, and I couldn't bear to see you look at me the way you're looking at me now. Henrik turned away and then back to her again. He'd never been this angry in his life. He worked to keep his voice steady, but even he could hear the traces of emotion lacing through his tone. If you think I'm letting you go now, knowing this lunatic will still be threatening you, you don't know me. Let her go, Henrik. The king stood at the base of the stairs in his robe, scowling. How long had he been standing there? Henrik was so distracted by Lily's confession he hadn't noticed anything else. Lily's eyes snapped closed. She's doing you a favor by leaving, son, Father said. Doing us all a favor. I only hope her residence here hasn't completely muddled your future prospects. You heard? Henrik said. Of course I heard. She should have been up front with you sooner. You never should have brought her here. The von Frosk line cannot be sullied by mediocrity. Don't call her that. Henrik prayed Lily hadn't heard, but a flash of red hair and the slamming front door told him she had. Henrik itched to go after her, but Father gripped his arm to keep him in place. Mother appeared in her robe as well, her hair pulled away from her face. Maybe it's better this way, dear, she said with a peacemaking kind of expression. Like Hades it is. Henrik wormed free. The orchestra had stopped playing. He jerked open the front door and ran out into the frigid morning snow. Lily! He called to the cold yard. The fountain, the snow-covered bushes, the frosted air, and the distant mountains emphasizing the sky's lightning color were his only response. Fresh tire tracks circled around the drive. Henrik ran, following them to the street, hoping he could wave the driver down, but it was no use. Though he searched, she was nowhere in sight. Lily was gone. Chapter 18. Lily had to catch a train to the airport in Sweden. The Invarian station was sparse at this hour of the morning. Through her tears, she could still appreciate the timeless stone walls and the sun brightening the painted glass squares that made up the station's high windows. She ran her suitcase on the smooth marble squares beneath her feet. A large board indicated train departures and times, and Lily paused to find her platform. She tried hiding her emotions, but the devastating look on Henrik's face when she told him the truth refused to leave her mind. The king's insulting final words had added more sting, and it was all she could do not to break out into sobs. She'd never felt so lost. In a foreign country, unable to go home, unable to return to the only familiar thing she knew here in Envar. Her anxiety was on overdrive. The only option was to carry out her plan, to disappear to Central Europe and pray even if Damon released those emails, no one would be the wiser. She could start a new life. All she needed was to board a train. You cut your hair. The sinister, low voice was too familiar, too haunting. She considered going on and ignoring him, but Damon gripped her arm and forced her to face him. He stood there, lip curled. Going somewhere? "What are you doing here?" she asked. Had Snow said something? Even if she had, how would Damon have ever known she would be here at the train station? Unless he'd just gotten off a train that had brought him to Envar. "That obnoxious friend of yours tried to scare me off. She said you were engaged to a prince." Why would Snow tell him that? Lily could picture her friend, tired of hearing Damon knocking on Lily's door, tired of hearing his yells, opening her door and telling him to step off. Of course, Damon wouldn't accept that. He'd never liked being told what to do. Lily had never suspected he would come after her so quickly. He would have had to leave immediately after talking to Snow. Lily should have been better prepared to handle it. So much of this situation with Henrik had thrown her completely off course. Why? Why hadn't she had a better backup plan? "Let me go," she said.
"If what Snow said is true, you've got a prince in your pocket," Damon said. "How else did you get all that money to me in such a timely manner?"
"You don't know what you're talking about. I've been saving up. I gave you the last of my savings," Damon went on, rubbing his goatee as if he didn't hear her.
"If he was willing to help you once, I'm sure that prince will do it again."
Grip tight around her arm, he pulled her away from the waiting train. She tried to wrench free. "Stop it," she said. "I'm not going with you." He dug his hand into his pocket. She half expected him to pull out a gun, but he only put his phone to his ear. "Share the first email," he said to whoever was on the other end. "Yeah, right on the prince's social media feed." "No, Damon, don't!" Disgust collided with waves of defeat. She'd been so close to freedom, so close she could taste it. Yet now that freedom slipped through her fingers one dreg at a time. She jabbed her elbow into Damon, knocking hard against his ribs. Stymied, he released her and Lily ran for the exit. He was faster. He gripped the back of her coat and jerked her against his chest so hard her teeth clacked together. His arms snaked around her stomach, keeping her against him. "Don't do that again," he said into her ear, "or I'll have him send another one. You saw how easy it was. Oh, look, there it is." He held up the phone. Prince Henrik's profile picture was evident on his social media page, and there, right in the middle of his feed, was a picture of the first snatch of private correspondence she'd shared with Patrick Billingsworth's agent. Though this had been tampered with, the wording now sounded as though Lily had made improper proposals to the celebrity to get him to agree to become King Toothpaste's spokesman. The caption read, "The prince's new girlfriend will stoop to any level to get what she wants. Is this how she is with Henrik too?" Lily cursed herself. They made it sound like something more than just business interactions had gone on between her and Patrick Billingsworth. Damon's grip on her arm turned into a vice. He leaned in close. "Don't test me," he said. Lily succumbed to a sense of loss. Several people passed, watching them with concern. "That's a good girl," he said, pressing his mouth to hers as people passed with nosy glances. She tore her mouth away. "Wouldn't want to cause a scene now, would we? Kiss me like you mean it. Ease these people's minds." Hating every inch of herself for giving in, she did as he bid. "Now," he said intimately, pressing his forehead to hers, "take me to this prince of yours." Chapter 19. Henrik had had plenty of arguments with his father, but this particular one ranked up there with the "Your Disappointment" speech of 2019 and the "You will marry who I say you will" of last summer. "You didn't hear the full explanation," Henrik shouted. "You didn't see the pain in her eyes." "She made illicit offers to that man," the king shouted, wielding his phone in Henrik's direction,
to display the screenshot he'd taken of the image that showed up on Henrik's feed. He'd ordered their security team to ensure the image was deleted immediately. No one should have been able to post directly to Henrik's page without permission, yet this person had hacked through. Lily would never do that, Henrik argued. You were hoping for something like this to pop up so you could get rid of her. Father released a defeated sigh and rubbed his temples. He was fully dressed now, rather than in the night things he'd worn when he'd called Lily a mediocrity. I don't see why you want to keep her so badly. That's something you'll never understand, Henrik said. What does that mean? Come now, Father. I know all about your situation with Mother. You both hated being in an arranged marriage, yet you insisted on subjecting me to the same torture. I'm no fool. I've watched you my whole life. You despise each other. I swore I'd never do that to my wife. I swore I would marry someone I loved, not just someone you think would be best for my image or this kingdom. And this trollop? Don't call her that. You claim to love her? Henrik thought the question over, knowing he needed to word this carefully. Under the circumstances, I can't call what I feel love yet, sir. I haven't been granted enough time for that luxury. You've had plenty of time with the other women you've been seen with. You of all people should know that being in the same room with someone doesn't ensure love. That silenced him. Henrik took courage and went on. Lady Eden is as daft as a fence post. She cares only about looking pretty and having others tell her the decisions she should make. She constantly bickers with me, and I do not like being with her. I want a woman who is kind and generous, a woman whose drive and ambitions and her ability to use a clear perspective when determining what the people need. Grandfather married a common woman. Why not me? Yes, but this Lily of yours is gone, Father snarled. She left of her own accord. She wasn't cut out for this life. Because you made her feel unwelcome. A servant in all black attire and with a trimmed beard cleared his throat and entered. The king and Henrik both gave him their attention. Excuse me, your majesties, but there is something you both should see. Tablet in hand, the servant showed another screenshot of an email from Lily, this time begging this actor to align with King Toothpaste and that she was willing to do anything it took to have his compliance. The king saw it first. Oh, good heavens, he said at the most recent picture with a derisive caption about the real reason the prince wanted a woman who wasn't quite princess material. How did they manage to post another one? Henrik asked, galled. Poor Lily, how this must humiliate her. I thought you secured my page. We did, sir, the servant said with wide eyes. I'm not sure how they're hacking into your profile. Every security measure we take, these people only seem to find a way around it. Close his profile down, the king ordered. Get that picture removed, Henrik added. At once. Block others from accessing my page or posting on it, and see if you can't track whoever is doing this. Yes, sir, the servant said with a bow before leaving the room. Now you see what she's done, the king snapped, throwing a hand toward the door. She only used you to get herself out in the public eye. She's not like that. She was devastated when she admitted these emails had been tampered with without her knowledge. Lily didn't seem to be the kind of woman who would degrade herself for this kind of attention. She'd held herself too well to surrender to anything like this willingly. She'd also been so distraught when she'd confessed the email's existence. She'd said Damon was holding the threat of posting these over her head. If the imbecile was posting them now, that meant she'd done something to displease him. Worry shot through Henrik in an instant. Was she in danger? Father, I need to find her. Where had she said she was going? She'd only mentioned Italy. She hadn't specified where. Maybe the driver who'd taken her this morning knew. Not now, Henrik. Just then, a booming clang sounded. Fueled by his sudden burst of adrenaline, Henrik dashed down the stairs to the castle's main entrance. The orchestra members had long since gone. They'd been promised compensation for their silence. A footman stood at the open front door questioning whoever had arrived. Cold air swept in, and Lily joined it, short hair, pained, lovely face and all. Her expression wilted, and she caught Henrik's eye with something like an apology. Tears stained her cheeks. Relief flooded over Henrik. He hurried toward her when she was thrust aside by the rugged man who followed in after her. Unlike Lily's apparent misery, this man lifted his chin in admiration of the castle, casting his appreciative gaze around as if the place belonged to him. His expression was full of wicked intentions. This was a man with too many marks on his soul. His countenance shouted with ill dealings, and his lips curved into a derisive smile. "Who is this?" the king demanded. "Henrik," she said weakly. "I'm so sorry. I never meant for any of this." Henrik approached the man, already having an idea of who he was. Lily had never told him what her ex-daemon looked like, but Henrik was sure this intruder was he. "You heard the king. State your identity and your business here, sir, or be gone." "I want half of everything you're giving her," the man said without complying or saying anything about himself. If this man, Damon, meant to make threats and demands, he'd just made the worst mistake he could have. The motivating factor to get Henrik to give him anything would have been a threat to Lily. Damon should have kept her from Henrik to ensure he'd get what he wanted. Instead, the fool had brought her back here, back to Henrik, and lost whatever winning hand he may have had. Henrik turned to Lily. He had every intention of comforting her and letting her know the situation was under control. Whatever happened, she was here and they could handle it. "He's a piece of work, isn't he?" Henrik said. Lily's shoulders remained hunched. She didn't answer. This time, Damon pulled a gun from his pocket. Lily screamed. He directed the gun at Henrik's chest first, and then pulled Lily close to him and pointed the gun at her head, turning the tables in an instant. Henrik cursed himself for underestimating the situation. "Give me half of her share," he said, "or I'll kill her." Henrik held up his hands. Though in many instances he'd had bodyguards, he'd been trained to handle situations like this before. Threats to royalty weren't uncommon. His aim now was to distract this man before he did anything drastic. "Take it easy. We can talk this through, but you need to lower the gun." Damon curled his lip over his top teeth and gripped Lily tighter against him. She released a shriek. Henrik wanted to dash over and rip her from this lunatic's side, but he caught sight of the guards stealing through the entryway behind Damon. "Tell him," Damon ordered her, pressing the gun's point against her temple. "You know the emails I have. Tell him I'll release them all." He'll do it," she said, hardly able to speak. "We can talk about the emails." Somehow Henrik kept his voice level. Just let her go. With Damon distracted by negotiations, the guards rushed through the front door behind him. Damon staggered, his attention wavering as if he wasn't sure of what to do. Henrik prayed he wouldn't shoot. The tallest guard took advantage of the situation and reached for the gun, jerking the weapon from Damon's hand in a swift, practiced motion. Still, Damon didn't release his hold on Lily. "I'll take her!" he shouted. "I'll kill her!" Henrik dashed forward, clenched his fists, and brought it squarely against Damon's jaw. Pain shot into his hand at the impact, but the blow was enough. Lily fell to the floor with a cry of alarm. Henrik dove to her side as his guards held Damon to the ground and secured his hands behind his back.
Blood trailed from a cut on her temple. He stroked her jagged hair from her forehead. "Are you all right?" he asked. Lily lay on the stone floor, hands splayed, frozen as if afraid to move. Henrik stroked her back and pulled at her arm. "You're safe now, all right? Come here." She didn't move at once. Her motions were gradual, careful, uncertain. She pushed away from the ground. Henrik waited for her to meet his eye, but she kept her tear-stained face turned away from him. "Guards, take this man away," the king demanded, "and her, get her out of here." Lily released another feeble cry, her head hanging. The sight pained Henrik. He hated seeing her so defeated. He stretched an arm across her back, trying to pull her to his chest, but she fought against him, and so he released her. He would never force anything on her again, not a kiss, not an embrace, not after what she'd just gone through. "I will take her where she needs to go," Henrik said, holding out a hand to ward off the approaching guards. He wasn't about to let her out of his sight. "Let me go!" Damon shouted from the open door where cold blasted through in a rush, swearing every curse word he could think of. The guards hauled him away, through the entry and toward the east wing where the stairs leading down to the holding cells were located. Once Damon and the guards were gone, silence reigned in their wake. No one dared to speak, not even the king and queen, which Henrik was grateful for. He could see his father swooping in to have Lily removed as well, but Henrik wouldn't have it. At least in this instance, the king was respecting that much. Tears gushed down Lily's cheeks. She pushed herself to her feet. Henrik took her hand, but she shook the touch away and finally brought her green eyes to his. A world of sadness and warning was contained in that glance. "I will go with them," she said. "You don't have to." She bent her head. "Yes, I do." Before Henrik could protest, she made her way toward the awaiting guards by the stairs. Chapter 20. The guards didn't haul her down to the holding cell as Lily thought they would. At Henrik's insistence, they returned her to the room she'd occupied during her short stay at the castle. Lily didn't bother removing her coat or shoes. The maids hadn't been in to light a fire since her too early departure earlier that morning, and a chill lingered in the drafty castle room. Feeling more like an imposter than before, she settled onto the bench situated at the end of the room's bed and stared at the black, scorched stones. She felt like those stones, lit by fire, by a driving force with the power to add heat, light, and direction to her life, only to have the flames be snuffed out. All hope dashed, trailing nothing but cold, dark bleakness. Raised voices echoed from below, making her recall her first night here. No doubt Henrik and his father were arguing again. She hadn't meant to deepen the rift between father and son any further than it already was. That only made her regrets worse. "I never should have come here," she said to herself. She was stranded here, stranded in life. Everything she tried to do to better her situation backfired, leaving her to face the battlefield alone. If only she could talk to Ethan or Snow or even Aaliyah, but Damon had taken her phone and she'd never gotten it back. Damon's arrival, being forced into a car with him, had been terrifying. She couldn't believe he'd posted not one, but two of the mortifying emails. Had Patrick Billingsworth's agent seen them? She could contact him again, try to explain the situation. What would Henrik and the king do to Damon after this? Whatever their sentence was, Lily was sure it wouldn't be near what that lowlife deserved. How many people had seen those screenshots? How could she ever face anyone, face Henrik after this? She hadn't meant to sleep, but Lily blinked awake to find her arms tucked beneath her head on the end of the bed. The sun blared warmth and light against her window. She stretched at the discomfort falling asleep in such a position brought. Tiredness was bone deep. She was so done, so sick, so defeated. The feeling lingered in her chest and beneath her eyes. A knock resonated at her door. The sound baffled her. Why bother knocking? She was a captive here, escorted to her room by the royal guards. Why defer to her before entering? When she didn't respond, the handle clicked and Henrik entered. He'd shrugged out of the fine suit coat he'd worn earlier during his extremely romantic almost proposal. A proposal she completely ruined because of who she was. He'd gotten up just as early as she had, and the day's strain wore on his handsome face. Dark circles lined beneath his eyes and his mouth thinned. Lily wasn't sure what he was doing here. She wasn't sure what she was doing here. "How are you?" he asked. She squeezed her eyes shut. His voice was so tender, so sympathetic and concerned. She didn't deserve his kindness. Couldn't he rail at her, call her names, tell her how horrible she was? "I don't know," she said honestly. Henrik's throat worked. He bobbed his head a few times. "Do you mind if we talk?" Lily shook her head. She couldn't bring herself to look at him, but from her periphery, she watched him slide a chair closer to where she sat. What a mess she must look. She hadn't seen her chop job, but her hair was probably awful. Her eyes felt puffy, worn, and haggard, and probably reflected how awful she felt inside. Henrik lowered himself to the chair and steepled his fingers. His gaze had impact, but she still couldn't meet it. "The man you owed money to when we first met," Henrik began. "Damon, that was him?" "Yes," Lily admitted. No point in hiding anything from him now. Shame spilled over her at the admission. She was the lowest of the low. Why was Henrik bothering to see her or speak to her again? She felt ugly, used, and useless. "He posted a few of the pictures of the emails you mentioned on my social media page." Her stomach turned into a sewer. She knew Damon had posted them, but hearing as much from Henrik only confirmed her vulnerability. "I demanded the photos' removal, though that won't ensure they're not in someone else's possession by now." "I'm sorry," she said. He chuckled humorlessly, bowing his head, shoulders shaking. "You're sorry," he repeated. "A man is blackmailing you, and you're sorry." What else was she supposed to say? Perplexed, Lily chanced to peek at him. Henrik pressed his lips in kindness. "How many emails are there?" he asked. "I don't know," she said. "Originally there was a string of correspondence, but clearly Damon has tampered with what was originally said. I never made any kind of offer to Patrick Billingsworth. Everything had been done with the utmost professionalism, Henrik. Damon managed to add himself to the chain and began propositioning them for money, and that's when it all went south." "Why haven't you had him arrested for violating your privacy?" She swallowed, knowing how pathetic it sounded. "I signed another agreement with Patrick's agent that none of the interactions we'd been considering would surface because every rumor could damage the actor's reputation. So I agreed that we would let the matter end. Damon did too. But then when the threats started, he promised he would make it look like the indiscretion was mine alone. I was scared, Henrik. So scared of what he might do to me. And after what happened with my parents, I didn't feel like I deserved the help. I guess I felt like I brought his manipulation on myself." Henrik bobbed his head as if accepting her answers. She hurried on. "I'm not that kind of girl, Henrik. He added those words to make it look like I said them,
but the conversation never went there during our negotiations. She cringed. He's been holding them over my head since. I believe you, he said, but my father thinks I should sever ties with you. He's right, Lily said. How can you say that? He opened his mouth as if to say more, but then thought better of whatever the thought was. We're holding your ex here for his brooch of our laws. You are? Her heart chirruped. For how long? As long as we can. By Invarian law, anyone who commits a crime here, citizen or not, is subject to Invarian punishment. No one breaks into this palace and doles out threats and gets away with it. He smiled the first smile he'd given her since she'd returned. Lily was glad to see it, though the accepting expression didn't appease the wretched feeling inside of her. Good, she said. You should press charges against him as well. Our police will listen to your story. We can contact this actor's agent, tell him the truth of what happened. Surely he will be understanding. She didn't argue, mostly because she didn't know how laws factored in when a crime was committed by a U.S. citizen in a foreign country. Either way, it sounded like Damon no longer had the upper hand, and she was grateful. But he still had the emails. Something needed to be done about that. Henrik exhaled but pressed on. My father thinks you should also be held accountable for using the crown to further your interests. Lily hated the nauseous feeling swelling inside of her. She examined Henrik's expression, searching for proof of his feelings. This must be tormenting him. Why else was he acting so distant and formal? She thought of the wishes they'd made, the wish she'd made. She'd hoped for change, for a chance with him. That would never happen now. Do you think that's true? She asked. Henrik watched her with steely eyes. His face remained placid, so different from the light-hearted, carefree man who'd offered to help her the day they'd met. Undoubtedly, he regretted that offer now. No, I twisted your arm through this whole debacle every bit as much as your ex did. You never threatened me, Lily corrected. You never hurt me or forced anything on me. You never threatened my reputation. That's true, he said. But I threatened yours. Henrik's gaze snapped to hers, but he didn't deny it. I'm sorry I wasn't honest with you from the start, she said, wishing he could see just how sorry she was. How badly she wished she could undo everything and make things right. It's okay. I wouldn't have wanted to admit the truth either. So, she wrung her hands. So am I free to go? Pain struck across Henrik's face. He opened his mouth as if to speak, considered, and then closed it again. In his moment of hesitation, hope sprang anew. Was he going to give her another chance? If that's what you wish, I can have a car prepared to take you wherever you'd like to go, he said. He didn't beg her to stay. He didn't insist they could work through this. He didn't renew his offer to make her his princess. And why should he? She was unwantable, plain and simple. Her mistake was unfixable. By communicating with someone in the public eye in the past, that communication had been used to cast a bad light on the people involved. It could happen again, so easily, and she didn't want anyone jeopardizing Henrik's reputation because of her. She wasn't fit to run a country, not when she couldn't handle a simple business dealing without messing it up. How could Henrik trust her now after she'd made such a terrible mistake? She inhaled the finality gathering between them. There was no other solution than her departure. Not now. I'm sorry, she told him. Me too. Can I walk you out? No, thanks. I'll find my way. She couldn't bear the shame of having him accompany her to the door. It won't be any trouble, he said. I'm already headed to the holding cell to pay Damon a visit."
This changed things. Lily's moody, solemn self-condemnation momentarily paused. "Can I see him before I go?" If Henrik was mystified by her request, he didn't show as much. "Of course." He rose and offered her a hand, which Lily refused to take. Her legs were stiff. She straightened gradually and stretched from her awkward nap, then accompanied him out the door. Henrik led the way deeper into the castle than she'd ever been, down corridors and more stairs than she could count. Unlike every other time they'd been together, their conversation was stilted and non-existent. The holding cell's entrance was several floors below the castle's main level. The ceiling, the floors, the bars guarding each cell were all white, and the combination of so much whiteness with the fluorescent lighting was almost blinding. Lily had to wait for her eyes to adjust. The air was cooler in here, but not as cold as the dungeon Lily had been picturing in her mind was. Still, she hugged her arms around her chest. Damon sat like a stain in the farthest cell on the left. His dark clothes contrasted with the white built-in bed. He rose when they neared. "I knew you wouldn't leave me in here," Damon began, but Lily cut him off. "I'm not here to help you." His rude tone returned. "Then what are you here for?" Lily gripped the white bars separating them. She'd never been happier to see Damon in any other place before. "Delete them all," she demanded. "If you had from the start, neither of us would be here." Unperturbed, Damon lifted his gaze to the bars and followed their lines from the ceiling to the floor. "I can't exactly contact anyone from in here now, can I?" "Then tell us how to do it," Henrik said. Lily startled. She'd almost forgotten Henrik was standing beside her. Damon glanced from her to the prince and back again. "I demand to see my lawyer." "Things work a little differently when you threaten the royals of Envar," Henrik said smoothly and with confidence. "You're not in the United States now. Envarian law prevails here, and you have no such protections under it. You have broken into my home and made demands as well as threatening us with a weapon. Our family is the law, and you are nothing. You will call him and have the emails, the originals and those you tampered with, deleted now." Damon's lip curled. "Or what?" "Or I have every right to do with you whatever I wish, and you may never see the sun again for a very long time." Lily didn't know if his claim of law gave him the right to hold Damon prisoner or not, but Henrik made it sound convincing enough even for her. Apparently, Damon thought so too. The color drained from his face. His eyes widened. "All right, just as soon as you let me out of here." "You are in no position to negotiate," Henrik said. "You will have your co-conspirator delete them now. Every last image." Defeated, Damon nodded. He glanced at Lily. "You remember Doug? Call him. He knows where the images all are." Lily didn't know the number off the top of her head, and she didn't have her phone. Damon shared the number, and Henrik dialed using video messaging so they could all hear. A gruff voice answered, and Doug's face appeared on Henrik's screen. Wide pores, beady eyes, thin mouth. Lily cringed at the sound of his voice. She'd never liked Damon's best friend. She'd always felt like she was dipped in grease any time he was around. "Did you get the money?" "Wait, dude, where are you? Are you behind bars?" Damon's eyes flicked to Henrik's.
"Yeah, the plan backfired. I'm being held in Envar. Listen, we have a change of plans. I need you to delete all of Lily's pictures, emails, originals, everything."
"All of them? Are you out of your mind?"
"He's in his right mind for the first time in memory," Henrik cut in. "Who's this?" Doug asked. Henrik turned the screen to himself. His stately picture appeared in the screen's top corner. "Prince Henrik of Envar, I second the man's request. You will delete every improper picture involving Miss Hope, or you will witness just how far my royal immunity reaches." "He's serious, man," Damon said with a tremor in his voice, and Henrik held the phone for him once more. "I'm in a freaking cage here. Just get rid of them. Clear out the trash files, too. Just do it." Okay, sir," Doug said, groveling. Lily suspected he added the moniker on for Henrik's benefit. He'd certainly never addressed Damon like that. "Delete them now," Henrik said. "On every device." Lily couldn't help adding, "every possible place Damon stored them. They're never to resurface again. Is that quite understood?" Henrik said in his most dominating tone. He leveled his glare at Damon. Damon's eyes closed, but he leaned closer to the bars so he could speak into the phone. "You heard him, Doug. All the places. Even that one site I uploaded them to and hadn't yet clicked submit on." "We need proof that they're deleted," Lily said, speaking through her panic. He'd almost uploaded them to a public site. "Remove the hard drives from every computer and device and smash them." "What?" Damon's voice elevated. He gripped the bars across from Lily. "You can't do that." "We're not taking any chances," Henrik said. "You'll replace my stuff, right?" Damon asked. "You owe me that much." "I owe you nothing," Henrik snarled. "And neither does the lady. And if you ever treat a woman similarly, your hard drives won't be the only thing I take a hammer to." Henrik's words, his leveled glare sent chills through her. Damon's eyes widened. "Smash them all, Doug," he said, his voice breaking. Henrik nodded with a cold smile. "I knew you would be reasonable." Lily would never forget the sounds that followed. Every smash was a boon to her soul. They watched as Doug fiddled with the back of Damon's desktop computer tower and pummeled the metal insides, crashing hard until the shell and all its pieces resembled confetti. He then set a tablet on the desk and smashed it as well. Damon let out moans every so often, but Lily took satisfaction in those as well. Could she be sure these were the only places the emails and whatever screenshots had been taken of them were stored? If Damon dared double-cross the prince, he was stupider than she thought. His face was pale and gaunt by the time Doug finished. "There," Doug said. "That's all of them." "You're sure?" Henrik said. "I would hate to see you behind these bars as an accomplice." Doug's eyes widened. "I didn't accomplish nothing. They're all destroyed, every last picture." Lily glanced to Damon for verification. "Is he telling the truth?" Damon exhaled, shoulders slumping. "Yeah, man. You only had him shatter all my tech. You saw him clear my files. They're all gone, I swear." "They'd better be," Henrik said. "Thank you for being so compliant." He then turned to Lily and gestured toward the direction they'd entered. Lily's body trembled and floated all at once. Her mind couldn't register the fact, but she was safe. She couldn't believe it, but she'd watched Doug shatter every ounce of metal he could. What about cloud drives? Were the emails saved anywhere else? Doug had said he'd deleted them. She had to trust their fear in the prince's threats. Deep down, her heart told her the pictures, the emails were gone. Well and truly gone. She was free. "I did what you wanted, now let me out." Lily paused and glanced back. Henrik was a few paces away from Damon's cell, but his presence filled the entire area. Henrik eyed the bars, eyed Damon with disdain. "King Thomas wants to speak with you now that I'm finished. The matter of your grievances against Miss Hope has been handled. But the matter of your breaking and entering the Onskar Gut castle and your threats, the king will dole out justice on that front. Try not to worry."
Damon let out a pathetic whimper.
"Let me out of here."
With a hand on the small of her back, Henrik led Lily out the dismal lineup of cells and toward the stairs.
"Lily," Damon called, "don't leave me here."
She turned back to him. Every step she took in his direction was easier than the last. "Goodbye, Damon. You were my biggest mistake." He dangled an arm between the bars in her direction.
"I'm sorry I treated you that way, baby. Just let me out. Tell the prince to let me go."
"It's out of my hands." She took full satisfaction at turning her back to him. The fear and anxiety she'd harbored for years slipped from her a little more with every step she took, so that by the time she reached Henrik near the stairs, she'd managed the deepest breath she'd been able to take in a long time. Lily climbed a few stairs and then stopped. Henrik must have heard her slow because he peered to see why she wasn't moving. "Is everything all right?" he asked. "Thank you," she told him, peering up. His broad shoulders, his confident posture, his heartbreaking expression of softness toward her. She basked in everything about him. "It was the least I could do." He opened his mouth as if wanting to say something else, but then thought better of it. Instead, he lifted a hand to stroke her cheek. Lily closed her eyes, shying away from the touch. The two of them climbed their way out of the castle's lower levels, though to Lily the ascent felt like she was climbing out of so much more. Just a half an hour before, she had been weighed down with so much sorrow and grief, so much worry. She'd never forget the view of those devices being shattered, or of Damon being brought low by Henrik's commanding presence. She wanted to tell him how grateful she was. She wanted to beg to stay, to be given another chance. But how could she ask for one after what he just did for her? The emails were gone, and that needed to be enough. They arrived at the main level once more, and Henrik accompanied her back to the room she'd slept in. But he didn't hold open the door. Instead, the two of them lingered, caught at a crossroads. "So you're leaving now?" he said. She fiddled with the zipper on her coat. "I think it's best, don't you?" Henrik frowned. After a moment's pause, he gazed down the hall in the direction of the stairs. "I think we're beyond the point of my opinion mattering," he said. She knew it. His father had given him a hard time yet again, and he was respecting his duty. That was a good thing. That was what she'd wanted him to do in the first place. Lily just couldn't bear the thought that he would be fulfilling his duty without her. Chapter 21. Henrik wandered his castle like a lost soul. He stepped into the room Lily had occupied several times a day, as though that would somehow bring her back or give him answers to the questions he didn't know how to pose. Had he done the wrong thing by letting her go? She hadn't wanted to come to Envar in the first place. She'd made as much clear. The only reason Lily had come had been because he was arrogant and couldn't take no for an answer. He decided to let no have its place. If Henrik hadn't persuaded her to come here, Damon would never have sought her out. He would never have posted the tampered emails she'd been so worried about. He wished she'd felt she could confide them to him. Henrik would have stepped in and done exactly what he did to the buffoon in the cells below. He would have used as much persuasion as he legally could to get Damon Neely to destroy every shred of anything he owned that could ever pose a threat to Lily. How that must have wounded her. How scared she must have been. Father had indeed invited Lady Eden to stay at the castle, but Henrik had barely been able to spend more than minutes in her company. The king gave his reminder daily. Henrik's birthday was soon approaching, within 6 months. He had to be married before he turned 25 or he would lose the throne. After an exhausting party featuring at least a dozen foreign diplomats, where Henrik and the king had been ensconced in meetings for 10 hours straight, Henrik slipped into the library, needing some time to himself. To his surprise, he found Mother sitting in her husband's leather chair and staring at the crackling fire. She turned at the sound of Henrik's entrance. "Need somewhere to hide?" she asked. "Is that what you're doing in here?" She'd been overseeing the staff and the castle upkeep with so many visitors. Henrik had never considered how much work that entailed until the prospect of teaching it all to Lily had come up. She could learn to do what his mother did, he was sure of it, no matter what his father said. Mother sat up straighter and pierced him with her apt stare. "Something has been bothering you since Lily left, hasn't it?" "I don't like what happened with her mother." He'd been about to propose one minute, only to find that she'd been threatened the next, and then he'd let her go. What kind of a coward was he? "I know," she said. "I don't like it much either. How are things going with Lady Eden?" Henrik sat on the chair across from her. The heat from the fire stroked his left side. "Not well. Father insists I figure out how to make things work with her. I'm supposed to propose to her tonight." "But it's Lily, isn't it?" He brought his gaze to hers. They shared the same gray eyes, and hers were rimmed with understanding. "It is. I love her. Have you ever had someone just wrap themselves around every part of you, and you didn't even realize how much? You love her?" "I wasn't sure at first. I didn't want to rush into the feelings, probably because I felt so rushed into everything else. But I think I do love her. When she's all I can think about, all I dream about, all I see in my future, what else can it be?" It was true. He'd missed her. Her face had been forefront in his mind from the minute he awoke every morning, and the last thing he saw before he drifted into sleep every night. He missed their long talks. Every cell inside of him had been attuned to her from the minute they met. He missed her smile, her laughter, her kisses, and he hated that the last memory they'd shared was something so brusque and uncomfortable. He'd respected her wishes not to accompany her out, and instead had come to find her room empty, well and truly empty. Henrik hadn't felt anything but longing and emptiness since. Had she returned to Florida? How was she doing? Was she okay? Mother's lips thinned with sympathy. "I let her go," Henrik said, voicing his biggest regret. "What are my options, Mother?" Mother considered for a few moments, the fire adding a reflective gleam to her lined skin. "You can abdicate the throne, in which case your cousin Benedict will inherit the royal line." Henrik shuffled, drawing the chair nearer to her. "Is there no way I can be with her? Father said I could choose anyone I wanted. That was the whole reason I went to America in the first place." "Do you genuinely think Lily Hope would be a good fit in Envar?" Mother asked. He rubbed his forehead as if in an attempt to smooth away the worry plaguing him. "I wouldn't have brought her here if I didn't think that." In fact, the more time had passed, the more certain he'd become. He just wasn't sure what to do about it. He hadn't heard from her since she'd returned to Florida. One botched business deal did not a failure make. She thought their prospects were ruined because of what had happened in her parents' company, but he'd seen her in her element as Mr. Elir's assistant. She'd done her best to turn her life around and to be successful in her new job. And a wealthy resort owner like Ahmed Elir wouldn't have kept Lily on as his assistant if she wasn't up to the task. "I think so too." Henrik perked up, surprised by this. "You do?" "She is very sweet. I didn't get to know her well,
but I think she would be able to learn quickly, and love can help when things get hard if she loves you back. Did Lily love him back? Henrik had never asked her as much. He'd been too busy telling her how fallen for her he was. Mother and father's marriage had been arranged, like they were trying to do for him and Lady Eden. Did they ever have the chance to see if it was love before they wed? "Do you regret marrying father?" he asked. "Sometimes," she said with a sad smile, staring at the fire. "I should have liked finding my own way in life, but I don't regret having you, and I've been comfortable here, darling." "Comfort isn't the same as happiness," Henrik argued. She exhaled. "No, happiness is a choice, regardless of who you're married to. I have had so many blessings here because I married your father. I can't help but be happy when that is my choice." He tried to follow her train of thought. What did she mean? "You're saying I can choose to be happy whether I have Lily or not?" "No matter what we face in this life, I like to believe that happiness is always an option." Henrik didn't like the idea at all. He shook his head. "I don't see how I can be happy with Lady Eden, Mother. I don't think I can be happy with anyone but Lily." "Then it sounds to me like you have your answer," she smiled. Adrenaline rushed through him. Flames began burning inside him, too strongly for him to remain still any longer. He rose to his feet. "I'm not abdicating the throne. Grandfather selected a common woman for his bride, and she was the best thing for Envar." Mother rose to her feet as well. "Then what are you waiting for?" she asked, patting him on the cheek. Chapter 22. Lily dipped low for some doggy kisses. Pooksky licked her chin in enthusiastic greeting, and Lily ruffled the husky doodle's poofy mane. "I know, I missed you too," she said, rustling the dog's ears. It was a wonder any of them recognized her with her hair chopped as it was. Lily had been quick to make a hair appointment while waiting for the driver to pick her up at the airport. She'd gotten her shaggy mess taken care of, so now her red hair was more like a pixie cut. She still didn't recognize herself when she passed a mirror and had to do a double take, but still, the look was cute, even if it was something she would never have chosen for herself otherwise. Frou-Frou and Dr. Grumbles sat in the hallway's opening, staring in cat condescension. They hadn't yet forgiven her for leaving them for so long. Lily understood. She hadn't meant to make them feel so abandoned. On the other hand, Artemis in all his kitty splendor hadn't stopped nuzzling against her sides and purring to show his relief. Lily turned her attention to the cat and scratched him behind the ears. "The point is, I'm back," she said, flopping down on the carpet. Artemis immediately padded onto her stomach and settled himself there. With a gripe or two in his throat, Dr. Grumbles approached. He climbed onto her chest and settled his paws on her sternum. "That didn't take long, did it?" she said to the opinionated cat, petting him as well. Lily stared at the fan blades on the ceiling above her. She couldn't believe everything that had happened. Damon was in a prison cell halfway across the world. She was finally rid of him, of his threats, of the constant worry that had taken up space in her bones. A laugh erupted from her chest, startling her fur babies, but she splayed on the ground and kicked a few times like a child having a happy tantrum. She'd expected to hear from Patrick Billingsworth's agent, but so far he hadn't contacted her either, and something told her he never would. Things had been handled swiftly enough. Henrik's staff had deleted the emails Damon had posted. Retrospect was a funny thing. Lily had been in a crisis, but part of it was of her making. She'd lost everything, true, and while the emails and Damon's threats of sharing them had been worrisome, they weren't as drastic as he'd made them sound. Damon had painted things for her as though she'd never get her life back if she didn't comply. She'd bought into his fear and let it fester for so long she hadn't been able to move past it. She saw things differently now. Everything was done, over. "I'm finally free," she said aloud, tossing her hands into the air and resting them on the floor beside her. The victory was only shadowed by one thing. By another man, actually. A man with gray eyes, a Norwegian accent, with blonde hair and an uncanny way to make her feel special no matter what. Henrik. She couldn't think of his name without equal waves of desire and sadness. She'd had him for a short amount of time, but he wasn't hers. He could never be. "I miss him," she told Pooksky, who came around to wag his furry tail at her. "I think I'll always miss him." She'd never met anyone like Henrik, and that qualification wasn't because of the prince in him. It was because he'd made her feel like the most important person in his life. He'd allowed her to see a future for herself that didn't involve living in secret. He'd allowed her to breathe, to know she could still be wanted and loved. Where was he? Had Lady Eden been sent for? Were marriage arrangements in order already? She couldn't wonder long before Snow's stereotypical rapid knocks sounded on the door. Lily hurried to answer and found herself in a warm hug. Snow gripped Lily by the shoulders. Her long hair fell in silver curls. Her lashes were extended around violet eyes, her makeup flawless as always. She was thin and fit from her regular workouts, and her energy was palpable. "You're back! I thought I saw you haul your suitcase up, but I couldn't double-check until now, and I can't believe it. What happened? Are you not marrying the prince anymore? And your hair is adorable, by the way. How come you didn't tell me you were cutting it?" Lily closed the door behind her and welcomed her friend to sit down. Immediately, Dr. Grumbles, who loved Snow more than he liked anyone else, situated himself onto her lap. Snow scratched his head but kept her attention on Lily. "Sorry to give you such a scare," Lily said, sitting across from her friend. "Did you see the pictures Damon leaked on the prince's feed?" "What pictures?" Lily breathed in relief. Snow was the queen of social media. If anyone had seen Lily's compromised emails, it would have been her. From what she'd heard, Henrik's security staff had been able to get the images removed fairly quickly, and this proved as much. She filled Snow in on everything. It felt so good to share everything, too, not to keep anything back anymore. There wasn't any reason to now. "So Damon is in a cell in an Anvarian castle." Snow exhaled. "Let's hope he stays there." I couldn't agree more. Artemis rubbed his head against Lily's ankles and she petted him. "So what now?" Snow asked. "What about you and Henrik? I can't believe he wanted you to marry him." Lily let the exhale slow her pulse. Everything in her deflated a little bit when the breath left her. "I think our relationship was a fairy tale. I mean, I've known all along that it was too happy and fluffy to be real. I just let myself get carried away." Snow analyzed her. "You must have had good reason. You're more cautious around guys than anyone I know." She supposed she did have good reason to get swept away in being with Henrik, but the prospect of a life with him was over now, and the sooner she accepted that fact, the easier it would be for everyone. Soon enough, the gossip magazines would come out with pictures of Henrik and Lady Eden, with announcements about royal weddings to a true noblewoman who was worthy of being by his side. "I'm glad you didn't do what I asked," Lily said, changing the subject and tapping the side of the chair to get Pooksky's attention. The fluffy dog bustled over like a walking poof ball, tongue panting in a happy doggy smile. Frou-Frou finally gave in, hopping onto the armrest and allowing Lily to pet her too. "You mean by rehoming all these guys?" Snow petted Dr. Grumbles. "This fellow would never have forgiven me."
The two friends sat in silence with only the occasional purring rumbling from the pets between them until Snow let out an excited, audible gasp. "Oh, my heart, I don't think I told you." "Told me what?" Lily asked. Snow placed both of her feet onto the floor and rested her hands on her knees, looking directly at Lily. "Do you remember me saying I wanted to enter Heartthrob's Most Wanted? The dating show?" Lily had helped Snow record her interview, but the spunky girl had played it off as though she wasn't intending to send her entry in. "You didn't." "I did. I sent in the recording you helped me with." "And?" Snow's exuberance punctured. Her shoulders slumped. "And now we wait." Heartthrob's Most Wanted gave their contestants a total of 7 tries to find their heartthrob. The 7 dates could be with different men every time, or if a girl decided she liked one man in particular, all 7 dates could be with him. Either way, by the end, the audience expected a real-life proposal and a lifelong commitment. Oh, and the winners received a $1 billion prize. A girl got love, and she and her man became instant billionaires. What a way to find romance. "I may not even get selected," Snow said, "but it's worth a try, you know. Get whisked away and have half a dozen hot guys to choose from while I'm at it." "More power to you," Lily said, smiling. "Come on, we don't all have princes at our disposal." Lily winced at that. She knew Snow didn't mean the statement the way it had come out. "Henrik wasn't disposable to me." That was why leaving him the morning he'd roused an orchestra for her had been one of the hardest things she'd ever done. "So you wanted to stay with him?" Snow asked. "Yes, I did." Lily just didn't realize how much until the possibility was gone. Snow's gaze was tangible, and Lily had the sudden desire to direct her attention anywhere else. "It's okay. Thanks to him, I can breathe again. I don't know if you know how relieving that is." "I can imagine. I can't believe you never told me about the emails." "Yeah, sorry. I wasn't sure what to do." For the first time in 2 years, Lily could exist for the sake of being alive. She could live without fear. She could fall asleep without relying on the TV. She could take incoming calls without panic. It was a good feeling. Once Snow left, Lily dressed and headed into the Elir resort. She had a few more relationships to patch, and if Mr. Elir let her keep her job after what she did, that would be more than she deserved. He was on a cushy chair in his suite seating area where fancy, comfortable seating gathered around a coffee table. For some reason, Lily was reminded of the morning Aaliyah had met River for the first time. Her marriage had been arranged with River's boss, Zane, and the 3 of them had sat in this area while presenting the idea of marriage to Zane. He'd been shocked, to say the least. Lily had stood by, watching Aaliyah's distress. Her father sat in the same seat now, sipping his morning coffee. He dressed in a suit as he used to, and his face had far more color than it had for some time. "Good morning, sir," Lily said, entering with the usual stack of weekly magazines for him to peruse. "You look well today." Mr. Elir lowered his mug and stared at her. "Lily, your hair." "I cut it," she said, touching the much shorter locks self-consciously. "It is nice," Mr. Elir said. "Emphasizes your beautiful face and your graceful neck. Come, please sit down so we can talk." Lily hadn't been this nervous since she and Henrik had been approaching Onskergot Castle. How much did Mr. Elir know? In her email, she'd only said she regretted being unable to give more notice, but that she was leaving the country with no expectation of returning. "Tell me what happened," he said. It wasn't a command, but a request, feeling as though coming from a loving father rather than an employer. So Lily did. She spilled everything, from Damon to the emails to meeting Henrik and how things had escalated from there. She ended with shearing her hair and rejecting Henrik, with Damon imposing and threatening the Frosks, to leaving him and Henrik in Envar. Mr. Elir's black eyes were rimmed with sadness, welling with tears. For her, for Lily.
"You could have told me you were in trouble,"
he finally said. Lily dipped her chin. She couldn't bear to meet his gaze any longer, but she was touched by his compassion. "I know, sir. I'm sorry." His footsteps shuffled on the carpet, and then he was sitting next to her. He touched a soft hand to her chin, bringing her gaze back. Mr. Elir's bronze skin was lined, his hair graying, his eyes tender.
"I look on you as a daughter. You have helped me with the resort. You've been a friend to my Aaliyah. You've helped me with my cancer."
"You pay me to do all of that, sir." His gaze turned shrewd.
"I hope it's more than that. I've thought it was more."
Lily swallowed the lump in her throat. Admittedly, the care she'd felt from him had been something like love from a parent. She'd loved his consideration since her real father had shut her out for so long.
"I kept you on not only because of your competence and dependability. You have come to mean a lot to me, Lily. I would have helped you if you'd asked."
The admission was stirring. For so long she'd questioned her ability. She'd felt like a walking failure. He hadn't seen that, though. He'd called her competent and dependable. Even Henrik had remarked on what a thorough, wonderful job she did. Had she been mistaken about herself this whole time? For several seconds, she couldn't bring herself to answer. "Thank you, sir," she finally said. He patted her hands.
"There now. I'm glad you are well and that all is in the past. And—"
The door opened behind them. Lily and Mr. Elir turned on the bench to find Aaliyah and River entering. Aaliyah wore a coral blouse with jeans, her black hair twined in a braid over her shoulder. Beside her, River looked handsome in a yellow polo shirt and jeans.
"Ah, my daughter, River, you are both looking well today."
"And you," River said. "Sorry to interrupt, Papa," Aaliyah said, a smile basking on her cheeks. Her hands were clasped in front of her as if she needed something to hold on to. "But can we steal Lily for a moment?" Confused, Lily gave Mr. Elir's hand a final squeeze and rose. "What do you need?" she asked. "I don't need anything," Aaliyah said, "other than to tell you that someone is here to see you." "Who?" Lily was gratified to realize they were returning to business as usual. She regretted that she hadn't brought her tablet with her. It was time to do her job, to do the best she possibly could and make up for the self-esteem she'd lacked for so long. River's grin widened too.
"I overheard him asking the front desk how to go about contacting you."
Wait." Before Lily could go on, River moved aside, and Henrik, glorious, dreamlike Henrik, made the rest of the room fade by entering it. His smile was dazzling. He was just as handsome as she'd remembered, just as captivating. His muscles defined the lines of his black shirt, his slim waist was hugged by jeans, and he stood tall and poised with one hand jutting from his pocket and the other at his side. Lily touched a hand to her chest, needing the reminder that she was real. She was awake. This was really happening. "You're here?" she asked on a breath.
"I'm here."
His voice was as she'd imagined it countless times, sonorous and velvety and encompassing all of her with a single sound. But why? She couldn't comprehend the answer. Henrik stepped past River and Aaliyah, closer to her. "There's something I never told you," he said. From the corner of her eye, Lily barely registered the fact that Aaliyah, River, and Mr. Elir shuffled from the room and closed the door behind them. Lily and Henrik were well and truly alone now.
"When you were at your family home on Christmas, I spoke with your father."
"He did? What had happened?" "About what?" she asked, a crooked smirk.
"You, in fact."
"Me?" Another step. I told him of my intentions toward you, that I wanted to make you my queen. His queen. She wanted to be his everything. What did he say? He asked if I loved you. Time stilled. Her heart betrayed the slowness by beating faster. And I told him I wanted to love you. That hasn't changed, Lily. You are the love I choose. But I'll tell you what I would tell your father if he were to ask me the question now. He crossed the rest of the way to her in slow, deliberate steps. His hand stroked her cheek, weakening her knees in the process. You deserve a love with total and complete trust. You deserve a man to treat you with honor and decency. You deserve to know your private thoughts, and your privacy will be respected. No manipulation, no secrets, no threats. I can't promise you that we will never fight. I'm sure we will have disagreements. But I want you to know that you're safe with me, Lily. Your mind, your body, your heart, everything about you is safe with me. Her strength gave out, but he was there to keep her upright. Lily buried her face in Henrik's chest and wrapped her arms around him, letting his words seep into her skin. She wasn't overcome because of what he said. At least, his words weren't the only reason for her reaction. More so, her quivering was because his behavior previous to this point had proven the words. This was what she'd wished for at the wishing well in the forest. To be free of Damon's threats, to have a life with Henrik. She discounted both of those things from the realm of possibility before now, but today, "You've always been a fairy tale to me," she said, hearing his heart drum in her ears. "I never believed I could truly be with you." He took her face in his hands. Lily blinked up, losing herself in his convincing, eager eyes. "Believe it," he said, and then he brought his mouth to hers. Lily's entire being expanded in his embrace. She kissed him hard, allowing the fairy tale to turn into reality. Epilogue. Lily gazed at herself in the mirror. Her short red hair was styled the best that it could be, one side longer than the other and curling around a delicate silver clip behind her ear. Her makeup was simple but elegant. Gray shadow creating depth in her green eyes, lips rose petal pink, and her dress was as fairy tale as they came. She twirled in a moment of ecstasy, attempting to see the gown from every angle. Ivory, with a full skirt that made her appear as though she was floating. The bodice was heart-shaped, embellished by trickles of silver like falling stars. "This way, miss," the photographer to her right said. Caught off guard, Lily peered at the man holding a professional camera with a wide lens up to his face as he snapped a shot of her. Henrik had been sure to clear the photographer's arrival with her. Their wedding would be documented and seen on magazine covers throughout the world, and Lily had agreed. These were pictures she didn't mind being splashed on every possible source. She was fairly bursting with happiness. She couldn't wait to see the pictures with Henrik in them. In fact, she couldn't wait to meet him at the altar. "Perfection," the photographer said, snapping a few more. "I don't know about that," Lily said, unable to suppress a smile anyway. In all reality, she couldn't imagine things being any more perfect than this. Damon had been relocated to an Invarian prison and was awaiting trial for charges of breaking and entering, for kidnapping, and for lèse-majesté, threatening royalty. She'd also found homes for her parakeet, Artemis, her turtle, and Snow had taken Dr. Grumbles home with her. Lily had turned in her notice to the Elirs, giving them plenty of time to find a suitable replacement for her. She'd gotten her driver's license replaced, burned her fake IDs, and then packed her belongings in preparation for a move across the Atlantic Ocean as she'd always planned, with Pookski and Frou-Frou in kennels for the flight. Henrik had helped her situate her belongings, not the bedchamber she'd stayed in during her first visit to Envar, but an adjoining room connected by a single door to the room right next to it, to Henrik's.
"This can be your room for now," he said, releasing Frou-Frou from her kennel to explore. "But once we're married, you're in with me."
"Deal," Lily had said, matching his giddy grin. He'd promised to be a good boy and keep the door between them locked until then. The prospect of sharing a room, of sharing a life with Henrik, was inching even closer to reality with every tick from the clock on the table beside her four-poster bed with its exquisite bedding. A knock sounded, and Aaliyah and Snow strolled in beside Lily's mom. They each wore cream gowns accentuated with the faintest strip of sage green at the waist. Snow pulled Lily into a hug first, quickly followed by Mom and Aaliyah, until Lily found herself the center of a group hug. "You look so beautiful," Mom said with tears in her eyes. Lily blinked fast, careful not to smudge her mascara. "Thanks, Mom. I'm glad you came." "I wouldn't have missed it," Mom said, but the words fell short. If it hadn't been for this last Christmas, she might have. What would have happened to Lily if she hadn't brought Henrik home with her? Hadn't his outrageous offer been the reason she'd snuck out for a morning stroll to clear her thoughts? Lily would have never bumped into her parents. They might never have invited her and Ethan home. "Your groom is waiting," Snow said, offering Lily a bouquet of white roses. Their scent wafted to her, calming and exciting all at once. Lily took the bouquet and held it to her nose. "Hold it," the photographer ordered, elbowing his way through the other women to snap an impromptu photo. She froze mid-sniff and waited. Picture taken, Lily paused at the bedchamber door, bouquet in hand, waiting for Aaliyah to get her train, and then she nodded. The photographer dashed out before her, scurrying to the base of the stairs. The trek through Onskergott Castle to its chapel took a mile in a millisecond all at once. Dad waited by the chapel's grand doors, appearing debonair in a light-colored suit. His graying hair was gelled, and he'd never been more handsome.
"You look beautiful,"
Dad said, offering his hand. Lily took it, swelling with gratitude that he was here. This could have gone so differently, but it hadn't. Her parents were here.
"Henrik is a lucky man,"
Dad added, guiding her arm through his elbow. "I'm the lucky one," Lily breathed. That was all she could manage. She clutched the bouquet's bundled stems, barely able to breathe as the doors were opened. Soft music strummed from a guitarist in the corner. Guests shifted in their pews, which were marked with white roses and dripping ribbons. Sunlight gleamed through the stained glass windows in the high ceilings, breaking colored beams across the aisle. A priest stood at the head of the room. Mom, Aaliyah, and Snow led the way and positioned themselves on the parapet's left-hand side, but all Lily saw was the prince. Henrik stood tall and polished. His blonde hair was styled to finish off the look of him in a light-colored tux with a sage green vest and tie. Suddenly, she couldn't get to him fast enough. It was all Lily could do to keep pace with her dad. Henrik's eyes had physical force. They seized every move she made, holding her gaze, never letting her go. And then she was at Henrik's side, fully taking in everything about him. His handsome features, strong jaw, and the curve of his lips. Devotion glittered in his eyes, and his gaze spoke so much more than she could ever comprehend. She was sleepwalking. She was dreaming. She was awake and alive and here. Lily gave her dad a hug, and then Dad kissed her hand before placing her hand in Henrik's. Henrik leaned in and pressed a kiss to her cheek that resonated all through her body and tingled down to her toes.
"Du är så vacker,"
he said in her ear. What does that mean? I'll tell you later. He guided her to stand across from him. Lily grasped everything about this moment. How beautiful Henrik looked, how his strong hands held hers, how she glowed inside. She and Henrik made their vows. They promised to love and to cherish one another in sickness and in health. to love and preserve each other, to be wholly faithful. And then the priest pronounced them husband and wife, and she was in his arms and being thoroughly kissed. Cheers erupted from within the chapel, and Henrik dipped her, kissing her deeper. Lily gripped his arms, feeling the strength of his muscles, allowing him to hold her, to keep her from falling. He'd always done that for her, she realized. He would always catch her. He'd always allowed her to be herself. The only difference was, now she could do the same. "I love you," he said, smiling and bringing her back to her feet. "I love you." She was overwhelmed by everything he was. His smile, his charm, his stormy eyes. More so because now he was her husband. Prince Henrik was all hers. Queen Annika came then and pulled Lily into a hug. "You are a worthy princess," she said, pressing a kiss to Lily's ear. "Beautiful and sweet, and I can't wait to get to know you better." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lily bowed her head toward her bouquet. She'd spent the last few weeks living at the castle with her future in-laws as wedding preparations were made, and while she'd had time to speak with the Queen, most of it had been spent in training and in getting lost on purpose with her fiancé. Queen Annika wagged a finger beneath Lily's nose. "Now, now, you must call me Mother." Lily smiled. "I will." The crowds swarmed to congratulate her. She kissed her parents and was hugged by Ethan and Charlotte. Mr. Elir, Aaliyah, and River all congratulated her. King Thomas shook Henrik's hand and clapped his son on the shoulder before turning to Lily. "I owe you an apology," the king said, "and I hope you can forgive my rash behavior. My son clearly loves you, and I have been impressed with the efforts you've been putting forth since you arrived here as his fiancé." "Thank you, sir," Lily said, allowing the king to take her hand and kiss it. "That means a lot." Truth be told, she'd been overwhelmed more than once by the responsibilities of the crown, but Queen Annika and Henrik had assured her they would be there to help. The photographer snapped picture after picture. She and Henrik posed before the pair of staircases in the castle's entryway, which had been crested with flowers. "I can't wait for forever with you," Henrik said while taking a break between pictures. "Who am I kidding? I can't wait for tonight." Lily smirked at the prospect and nestled close to his side. "Is that when you'll tell me what you said?" "What I said when?" "You know when." Henrik examined her. "I told you that you looked so beautiful. Every moment I've spent with you, you've stolen my heart a little more. Every time you offered to set me up with a different woman than you, I found I only wanted to tell you all about what a disappointment every other woman was. I think from the minute we met, it was always you." "The minute we met, I thought you were a frog," she said. He dropped his jaw in mock effrontery. "You wound my pride." She twisted her hands around his neck. "I've felt that way about every man I've met since Damon. They were all frogs. Turns out you were a handsome prince who would whisk me away and steal my heart while you were at it." "That's better," he said, punctuating the statement with another dizzying kiss. He was her frog prince, a wish made in a well, a bargain she never wanted to end. Prince Henrik was her everything, and she couldn't wait to live every moment realizing that fact. Thanks for listening. Keep an eye out for the next billionaire fairy tale, Snow and the 7 Billionaire Dates.
Hey there, it's Catelyn Meadows here. I just wanted to jump in for a second and say thank you so much for listening to Lily and the Billionaire Prince. I hope you enjoyed the story. This one was so fun to write. I loved it so much. Coming up next in the series, in the Once Upon a Billionaire series, is Snow and the 7 Billionaire Dates, which is going to be a mashup of Snow White and Miss Congeniality. So be sure to keep an eye out for that. Make sure you're subscribed to my channel, And if you liked this book, please like the video and leave me a comment and let me know what you liked about it. Thanks so much.
This has been Lily and the Billionaire Prince, a fairy tale romance. Once Upon a Billionaire Book 7. Written by Catelyn Meadows. Narrated by Emily Christine. Copyright 2021 by Courtney Pearson. Production copyright by Courtney Pearson.